Sorry a little bit for being late. I couldn't be helped, so I'm not that sorry, honestly. But in the meantime, I am sorry that if you guys were waiting, that's unpleasant to be late. Let me mute myself for a second while D takes over. Go for it, bud.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get the heck out of here. So that's about it for me for now. Back to you, Freemadora.
I am having some technical issues right at the moment because I can't really find my channel. Anyway, ladies and Germans, or ladies and Germans this time, we are on the little channel, folks, because we should be on the little channel. Let's see if we're actually playing. Okay, yeah, we are. Because wouldn't you know it, we got another strike on the main channel. So thanks very much to the person who literally sets a calendar reminder to report the channel. Basically, the last strike expired yesterday, and there's now a new strike. So that person, and by the way, the last time a strike expired, that person was right on it with a new one. So I guess on some level, congratulations to that person for being able to use Siri or something. I don't know. Hey, Siri, fucking set a reminder for fucking that person right up the butt. Anyway, ladies and germs, thanks very much for hanging with us, though. Let's see here. Is anyone actually hanging with us yet, or are we alone?
Southern BT is the first in chat.
Oh, sweet, BT. Cheers, buddy. I can't even, I was hoping to announce on the big channel that, we're on the little channel. No, can't even do that because basically the channel's frozen for a week. If you guys don't know, basically, once you get a strike, it pretty much freezes your channel for a week, and God help you if you get any more strikes because they'll erase your shit from YouTube. It's crazy. So anyway, if we do for some reason get erased from YouTube, ladies and germs, just go look for us. I don't know, somewhere else. We'll try to announce other places. I guess I'm not going to announce too much what my plans are because I don't want anyone planning ahead for it. But in the meantime, I will not be silenced by these fucking flying monkeys. They can suck my fucking sweaty summer balls. Anyway, ladies and germs, let me see if I can find the chat. I'm still struggling to find the goddamn chat here. All right, here we go. I just got back and I need to go throw some groceries in the fridge and stuff so we can start our grill and chill. Why can't I find it? Damn thing. Okay, here we go. For some reason, YouTube has changed their, it's all right. Now it's back to normal. Anyway, the other day they changed the UI on Google Music, and I couldn't find like any fucking music to play. Anyway, Google's obviously playing games and stuff. Oops, there we go. All right, so cheers, VT. Cheers, Cranmore Grows. Welcome, folks. Welcome to the show. Let me post a link here for you guys to come and join us. So this is going to be Grill and Chill, ladies and germs. So you guys are more than welcome to come hang out with us and grill some good food. Doesn't have to be a burger. I'm going to be making burgers. I think I'm going to make some corn too. I just went to the vegetable market, so it's one of the reasons why I was late. Nice farm market. I think I'm going to grill some corn and then also make a couple of burgers. I'm actually here just by myself, so I'm just trying to figure out what to do. But the burgers I think are going to be so good that my friend asked to make a couple extras. So I think I'm going to make a few burgers.
Party at Fumies.
That's pretty much. I think it's going to be, that's the plan. I've got some beer. I've got some burgers. I've got you guys. Definitely got some weed. So, ladies and germs, I think we're going to be hanging tonight. I'm going to be going balls to the wall with these burgers. I don't know about you guys. I don't know if anyone else is going to join us. I hope, because otherwise it's going to be some over the top shit. I got mushrooms. I got fresh fucking lettuce. I got poblano peppers if I have time to saute one of those. Let's see here. I've got wonderful heirloom tomatoes. Let me think. What else do I have? Nice brioche buns. Fuck, I got it. Did I say I've got some nice organic mushrooms? I'm going to saute. If I have time, I'm going to fry an egg on there. Fuck off. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a burger for the ages, ladies and germs. So come and bring it. If you guys are going to be making burgers yourself, come and bring it. Smash is impressed or maybe yawning. I don't know. Perhaps he's going to outdo us. Smash, are you going to get the munchies yourself? You're always cooking late in the evening. What about you?
You got Chinese food tonight.
You got Chinese food? Did you make it or did you buy it?
No, I bought it. I'm not good at Chinese food. That's the one culture I'm not good at cooking.
Oh, Chinese food is a skill and a half, dude. You got to have Chinese food is one of the foods you probably realistically you can't make real Chinese food in a normal Western kitchen. Like you can kind of fake your way through it. Basically, you can get the pan ripping ass hot. You can make it in portions and stuff like that. But basically, like the action of stir frying at massive fucking heat, like the woks are at like 900 degrees or something, basically right at the bottom. I mean, the food doesn't fry at 900 because it's steaming and shit, but the wok itself, before you throw shit in there, is fucking sizzling ass hot. You can't get that from a Western kitchen. You actually have to build a Chinese kitchen. And not only that, but a lot of times the Chinese kitchen is so smelly because all the fish sauce and garlic and everything else that you throw in there, it aromatizes so fucking, it volatilizes so quickly and so massively. That's why Chinese food smells so fucking amazing, that you cannot possibly contain it with like a regular hood. So a lot of times the Chinese kitchen, even in like a Chinese person's house, is like in a separate kitchen. It's kind of fucking hilarious.
They have like an outdoor kitchen.
Yeah, straight up. A lot of times they'll have like, if they, if you're not rich, obviously, because most people are not fucking super like, come to my second kitchen, please.
Yeah.
No, they're basically a lot of times will just cook outdoors or some shit, or in the the backyard, the patio, stuff like that. Anyway, I'm jealous. Because I would love to have a Chinese kitchen. Let's see.
Yeah, well, it's competition.
Gosh, one of the things I would really like to do is build a real tandoor. That's what I would really like to fucking do. A real, I guess they sort of have the tandoors. We should stop talking about Coot because he's whatever, not a friend of the show anymore. But anyway, he used to talk about his big green egg. That's basically an open tandoor. So tandoori ovens. I mean, the oven itself, I don't remember if it comes from the Indian subcontinent, but anyway, regardless, the kind of concept of a tandoor has been around for a super long time. Kind of an underground, a lot of times underground sealed oven that you slap shit to the wall of. Anyway, those things make such fucking food. I should say hello to everybody. Cheers, Crime. Cheers, Southern BT Grower. Nice to see you, my friend. Cheers, Bud Kilowatt. Cheers, Bud. Hope you're gonna join us for the grill and chill here. I'm gonna be unloading some groceries, and then I'm gonna start the process. Thank you very much for showing that. Thanks, New York Rosin Competition, for joining us. Go for it.
Oh, 1 second. I gotta make sure. Gotta make sure I'm muted.
Hi there, everybody. There's a bird's nest behind me, and that bird is telling you that, first of all, before anything else on the show is for adults only, 21 and over. Wherever you are, if the rules are a little bit different, if you have to be 23 or 24 or something else, please follow your local rules. Where I am, it's 21 and over to be an adult, so please do follow those rules. The show is not for children. It is for adults only. Please also remember that the show is completely and totally drug-free. We do not actually purvey any kind of drugs of any kind. You cannot get drugs from this show of any kind. You cannot buy them. You cannot borrow them. You cannot steal them. You cannot get them bequeathed to you. You cannot get drugs from this show. So please do not bother reporting this show for purveying drugs or anything else. You cannot in any way get drugs from the show. There's no secret menu. There's no super secret menu. There's no other way to get any kind of illegal product from my show. Also, please remember, we're doing this a little bit impromptu, so please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, for the bird squawks and everything else. Extremely dangerous challenges are not shown on the show. Challenges that pose an imminent risk of physical injury are never shown. Dangerous or threatening pranks are also never shown on the show. Pranks that lead victims to fear imminent, serious physical danger or that create serious emotional distress in minors. Instructions to kill or harm are never shown on the show, showing viewers how to perform activities meant to kill or maim others. For example, giving instructions to build a bomb meant to injure or kill others. Hard drug use or its creation is never shown on the show. Content that depicts abuse of or giving instructions on how to create hard drugs, such as cocaine or opioids. Hard drugs are defined as drugs that can mostly lead to physical addiction. I add the proviso that sometimes you'll hear people on the show interact or have tell stories about how they have interacted in one way or the other with some drugs, cocaine, opioids, other drugs in their past. Please always assume that those are negative portrayals. Those are cautionary tales, and you should never under any circumstances emulate those stories. It's the position of Fumidoro and Fumidoro and the Flavors, everyone on Fumidoro and all of the guests, that drugs are bad and you should not under any circumstances emulate those stories. And of course, my phone locked while I was talking. Instructional theft or cheating is never shown, ladies and gentlemen. Showing viewers how to steal tangible goods or promoting dishonest behavior would never be discussed on the show. Hacking is never shown. Demonstrating how to use computers or information technology with the intent to steal credentials, compromise personal data, or cause serious harm to others, such as, but not limited to, hacking into social media accounts. And finally, bypassing payment for digital content or services, showing viewers how to use apps, websites, or other information technology to gain unauthorized access to audio content, audiovisual content, full video games, software, or streaming services that normally require payment. We would never discuss any of those things. Finally, once again, ladies and gentlemen, the show is, of course, for adults adults only, and of course, we do not under any circumstances offer drugs to you. Even though other channels might have secret menus, we do not. We under no circumstances can you find anything illegal in the show. The cannabis content that we do discuss is legal under the 2018 Farm Bill, and the seeds that we purvey also are legal. All the breeders that come through the show, it's legal for us to purvey seeds because the seeds have no THC in them, so they are legal under the 2018 Farm Bill. Thanks, folks, for bearing with the introduction of the prologue here. We've recorded it maybe for the future. Indeed, thank you, folks, for putting up with that. Thank you, Dee, for showing it, of course. Ladies and germs, it is very frustrating, honestly, that the big channel actually just again got nailed for apparently selling illegal whatever the fuck, that's what people said. It's farcically untrue. It's just absolutely, or I should say it's farcical that they say that kind of stuff, because it's definitely untrue that we would be selling any kind of illegal substances. I've gone out of my way to make sure that the channel is always, always, always above board. That's something that you can't say about a number of other channels on YouTube. Obviously, you probably know that already, but there are a number of other channels that actually sell illegal things through back doors. This channel does not, and yet frustratingly, continually gets nailed. Unfortunately, it seems a little more obvious in retrospect who some of the people who've reported this channel probably are, but it is frustrating because, of course, those people always live in the shadows. So fuck them very much. Those people are honestly not really worthy to spread, to share our company. I can't even fucking say it because honestly, it just frustrates me so much. But ladies and germs, we're here to enjoy ourselves. We're here to hopefully have some good meals and good times tonight. As always, basically, we're here basically to have a fun conversation. We're not here to put anyone down or basically start shit with anyone. We're not here to perpetuate drama. We basically are here to enjoy our lives. Honestly, it's one of the more frustrating things about this show is that it's continually hammered. This, and I guess all the shows that I do, just continually hammered by bad vibing people. Honestly, it really is frustrating. Just people with fucking bad vibes, bad thoughts, bad dreams, you name it, ladies and germs. I know that's not most of you folks, so I hope you guys chill out, relax. Hope you guys are relaxing for the evening, or perhaps it's going to be morning for you because, of course, we have an international show. But if you guys are here in the, I don't know, northern or southern hemispheres, hope you guys are chilling out for the week. It's honestly, the end of the week for a lot of you guys. It's the beginning of the weekend. So hopefully you guys will join us for a good time. And of course, we will basically rise above all the absolute shit stains. One of the most poignant things that people have told me recently, and it bears repeating and it bears really contemplating, is that one doesn't even really need to get revenge against some of these folks that basically report this channel, or some of the people who've kind of done some crazy shit to me in the last couple of months. Like, there's no real reason to get revenge against those people, because their own lives basically are, how do I say it? Their lives are revenge enough. Basically, those folks cannot be happy. They are unable to create positive change. They're not able to create positive things or make meaningful friendships. Their friendships oftentimes are incredibly surface level. They basically don't have deep friendships of any kind. They don't have any kind of a real support system. They don't have any kind of real ideas, dreams, or hopes. It's really quite sad, honestly. So, ladies and germs, even as frustrating as it can be, obviously, for me, and probably also sometimes for you too in your own lives, because I'm sure none of us are alone in experiencing some of these antisocial people, it's worth repeating, and it bears repeating. I know Smash has struggled with some of these folks. I know that I've definitely struggled with some of these folks. Their lives are our own best revenge. We don't have to do a goddamn thing. We don't have to lift a finger. We don't have to do a fucking thing in the world. We just have to live our lives and continue as we are, and they'll do to themselves more than what we could have ever done. Anyway, something that I've tried to remind myself recently as well. Let's see here. I guess just in case I won't mention anything else, ladies and germs, please do go take a look at the merch available on fumidoro.com. We have t-shirts, we have mugs, we have a number of things. Obviously, Gage Green also has merch available, ladies and germs, if you guys would like some Super Celestial t-shirts or mugs. I think he also has a mood mat. Please just let me know, ladies and germs. I'm happy to help. Fumidoro merch available, of course. Lime River Rose, Sour Morgana t-shirts. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look. I'm sure you will enjoy. That thankfully is very quick shipping, so folks, please do take advantage. Good to see Midwest Grown. Good to see you, Get Up Gal. not first for a change. Holy cow! I figured you'd be first. Get up, gal. Ned Kelly in the house. Welcome, my friend. Cheers, Deadfish fan. Cheers. Who else have I missed? Did I say Midwest Grown? I think I said Midwest Grown. If I have not said Midwest Grown, cheers, Midwest Grown. But I know I see now that I forgot to pin that comment. Boom. There we go. Pinned. Ladies and germs, I guess I'll finish out the announcements by saying still looking last couple days of chances basically to sign up for testers. Please let me know if you guys would like to be some testers. Actually, a couple people have signed up just in the last couple of days, or at least have emailed me. Let me know. Let me know a little bit about yourself. If we don't know each other too well, please let me know a little bit about your gardening. Tell me about your history a little bit. I don't need to delve into every goddamn thing you've ever done, but I just would like to know a little bit about your gardening history. I'd like to know a little bit about you as a gardener, and most importantly, frankly, I would like to know that you're going to actually grow the seeds, because it does me no good, honestly, to send you some random stuff. If, for example, you are some folks that really, really need seeds, because there always are folks like that, just let me know. Honestly, just be honest and just let me know. Because it really is hurtful, honestly, to a breeder's business and to their breeding program when folks kind of take the testers and then don't do anything with them, or just basically keep them, or whatever the case. So that's what I'm saying. Or how do I say this? Kind of frazzled because I just got back. If you guys just need seeds, and I'm serious about this, seriously, because one of the last times, or the last time that I did a major seed run, there were a few people that just needed some seeds. If you guys need some seeds, just be fucking honest with me, and I bet you I can hook you up. But in the meantime, if you guys want to be testers, that's something I really desperately need. Sign up at fumidor@chronictable.com. DM me on Discord. Join the Discord, because that's where I'm going to have the tester. What do you call it? Rooms maybe. Hopefully for a few different strains. We have a few different strains on offer. If you guys haven't heard, I'm not going to go through all of them right now because we're running late for the evening. But in the meantime, ladies and germs, Jack the Ripper father on a few different strains, and basically I haven't even named it. Runts of Eden special father on the other side. Sam Olson was absolutely critical on that whole process there. For Fumidor Skunk Works, a couple different testers on that one. Sign up, ladies and gentlemen. I can guarantee, just about guarantee, I guess you can never guarantee anything in life, but I can just about guarantee you're going to have a smile on your face as a tester. That's certainly my goal. I started as a tester, and I think it's one of the funnest things you can do, honestly, in cannabis growing. It's certainly a hell of a lot more fun than working for a farm as the knothead grower or whatever. That honestly is not, I think, as fun as a lot of people think. But being a tester is fucking just ear-to-ear grin and shit, honestly, ladies and gentlemen. You get something that nobody else has most of the time. You get something, hopefully from a good breeder that has been worked for a number of years, at least in some part. You get something that good breeder really feels very, how do I put this, highly about, because they wouldn't have been working on it for so long. And again, if I didn't mention this before, I think I did mention it first, you get something nobody else fucking has. And that's, to a lot of us, something really special. Maybe it's not that special in the grand scheme of things, but I think a lot of us really enjoy having something that nobody else has. If all of that sounds appealing and interesting to you, please sign up as a tester. We have some very interesting strains indeed. I don't need any beginner growers at the moment for testers. I will need some beginner growers in the future. I have some interesting projects planned, but right at the moment, I need people who have done a few grows. Don't need advanced growers necessarily. I mean, I'll also need advanced growers, but you don't have to be, I should have said, an advanced grower yet. But I do want to say, beginner growers, please apply next time. That would be very, very helpful if you apply it next time. By all means, though, if you are a beginner grower and you would like to talk to me, ask questions, whatever else, feel free. Honestly, I'm not trying to shit on beginner growers or something. We all started somewhere. We all started as beginners. It's, I think, bears repeating that even the most expert of anybody started as a beginner at some point. They didn't pop out of their fucking mom's womb as I don't know, Muad'Dib or something. Even Muad'Dib had to fucking get goddamn a spice overdose to become a freaking Prussian. I guess his kids cheated a little bit, and his sister. But anyway, most of us, other than Aaliyah and fucking Lido and Ganima, the sister's name was Ganima. Anyway, other than those three, most of us are not born with fucking Prussians. Why am I talking about Dune? All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a weird show already. Cheers, ladies and gentlemen. Cheers, Midwest Grown. I think I already said cheers to you, but cheers back, my friend. Rod Handler's in the house. Now we can really start the show. Cheers, T. Barrington. Welcome to the show. Sign up, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, at humanoidchronictable.com. Join the Discord. And of course, if possible, if you can't use those other methods, Instagram works occasionally, not always, because I realized just today that I have like fucking 5 or 6 DMs that I have to respond to people. So anyway, Instagram's always kind of my last priority. I hate to say it, but it is. So folks, Fuminor at chronictable.com, Discord, and those are the best ways to reach me. What's going on, D? Welcome, my friend. Cheers, big ears. What's the good word?
What's going on, chat? What's going on, panel? And this is D Coughs Up Along. I hope everybody had a great week so far. This is awesome. It's the grill and chill with more chill. I'm smoking on a couple of different things tonight. I got some pink bubba, pine and perps. I got the usual blueberry muffins. And now Sumer's like, you're getting sleepy. No, throw me off. Dry ice hash and some black diamonds for bedtime. I'm not smoking that right now. I'm gonna fall asleep. Don't forget, check me out Saturday, 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 8 o'clock Pacific for the takeover. Brain. Hope everybody let's get this trip going. Smash, what's going on, buddy? Elvin!
Right? We got those little, we haven't had the chipmunks for a while.
I know. Oh, yeah.
There he is.
I don't know. I don't know why my computer does that. Yeah, I'm just chilling, man. Kind of frustrated. I was picking, well, someone was helping me out with weed, and then they kind of just like, I don't even know how to describe it. Just a pain in the ass. Because all my weed I have right now is seeded, and it's fucking annoying.
Yeah.
I haven't had a fucking indoor crop.
I was complaining about all my weed being seeded for the longest time. Yeah, it's pretty annoying.
I haven't had an indoor
Not the end
crop.
of the world, you know, like if you, okay, it really depends on how the weed grew, because you can definitely, like, some people will take it. I remember Ocean Grown or Vader, he used to talk about how he would take stuff to 13, 14, 15 weeks. You really don't need to do that, but he would. And that weed, obviously you wouldn't want to touch that probably with someone else's fucking bowl, you know, honestly. But in many cases, if the plant was healthy, like the plant's fucking healthy, like there's not all that much difference between the sensimilla and the fucking, what's the opposite of sensimilla? The fucking semilla, I guess. Semilla fucking freaking weed, or consemilla, I guess that's what it is. Sensimilla and consemilla. Anyway, consemilla is really fucking annoying because if you smoke the seeds, they taste terrible. They taste like toasted garbage, basically. You guys, who hasn't smoked a seed? But if you haven't ever smoked a seed, you've been lucky enough never to accidentally smoke a seed, it tastes fucking terrible, like worse than you think. I mean, okay, it's not the worst thing in the world, obviously, but it's pretty. It takes you out of the experience, definitely. And if you're smoking like some nice orangey tan, there's a seed in there. Oh, fuck off, right? It kind of ruins the rest of the joint. Anyway, so you try to get all those seeds out of there, and it can take a while. Like ding, 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 ding. You guys have probably heard me like just like ding, 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 ding. It just takes a while. Like even just for one joint, like you could be there for 5 minutes. It's annoying. So anyway, smash.
Yep.
Got my sympathy.
And it was like, it's more annoying that I wasn't trying to do it, I guess I would say.
That's definitely for sure. Yeah. Well.
And I wish I knew.
I'm gonna get some groceries. By the way, hop on, folks. We want to start doing grill and chill. I got some shit in the car. It's not all that cold right now. So here comes Bud Kilowatt. It's going to be an evening after all. I'm going to hand it back to you here in a sec, Smash. But folks, literally hop on here, hop on. If you're not cooking burgers, that's fine too. But if you are cooking burgers, making a sandwich, whatever the fuck you're making, hop on here, ladies and Germans, gentlemen, whoever the fuck you are. Cheers, by the way, Bud. Smash was talking. But, welcome, Bud.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Yeah, well, you were talking about seeded weed. It's not just pulling out the seeds, because whatever that carcass is, like the skin of the seed, you can't always get all that out. And that has a taste too. Like, yeah, I'm a sensimilla grower. Like, I've had a few issues with seeds over the years, very few, but I couldn't imagine, like, yeah, no, I don't, that's why I don't make seeds, breed seeds, mess with seeds, keep male plants. No, I focus on seedless my whole fucking 30 years.
I don't know who's lighting fireworks off. Someone's been lighting fireworks off for a couple of hours.
Well, in the last few weeks, like, I figured it out. It is always right before, like right now in the politics, they're trying to sign a defense budget. That's part of this whole mess up there. It's been pretty quiet since Ukraine, as far as like the bombs on Camp Pendleton and activity out there. The last 2 weeks, they've been emptying the shelf. You can, I've been here 10 years. I got the routine, because I just assume, yeah, you got to get rid of all what's there for you can ask for more the next year. That's just the way it goes, right? So they seem to, oh, even the small arms fire, the guns, oh, they've been blasting, and these are automatic weapons, so like they fire a lot of bullets quickly. They've been going off. Just get used to it after a while.
I love the game. Was it a gunshot? I gotta play that game sometimes. Shit, that sounded like a gunshot, not a firework.
And I have a couple neighbors. It seems like every few weeks, the one guy, he has probably, sounds like at least, I don't know how many different guns, but yeah, he must have some range on his little property, or his big property. I don't know much about guns, but I can tell the difference in the sound. Like, oh, it'll be like 10 minutes, he'll fire a bunch of one, and then 10 minutes later, fire some more of a different gun and a different gun. It seems like he does that every once or twice a month for years. That's his routine.
I used to go with my dad. We used to go to the range every Sunday.
Well, I never figured it out. I let it go. There's only like so many neighbors, and my dog, when it was younger, Turk, used to roam. Well, it was probably 6-7 years ago. He was limping. It seems like something was wrong. We took him to the vet. We didn't even see the little sore, or the vet calls me up. It's like, yeah, your dog's got a bullet in his shoulder, his front shoulder, like in his chest. It was just a 22, and they removed it. But I always remember, who the fuck shot my dog? Or like, was it maybe just a stray bullet? I thought, no. And I just thought, and oh, I get it that my dog used to, when it was younger, would roam on other people's properties. He was a free will dog. But I remember thinking, like, what would I even do if I like even suspected, oh, it must have been those neighbors? How would you even confront them? what the fuck, you shot my dog? You know what I mean? Like, so I let it go. But my
You,
dog's
my
never
dog.
forgot, because even though the gunfire's way not, it's properties away, whenever there's any gunfire, my biggest dog cowers and hides in the under the desk in my bedroom. Like, ever since he got shot, he hears a gunshot, he comes in the house all skitched out and hides under the desk. Yeah, someone shot my dog.
That's dope.
Oh,
Cheers, guys.
What's going on, Green Fingers? How's it going, buddy?
Good. Just not much. Shit.
Cool.
Forgot what I was gonna say.
I heard, I saw you earlier, you mentioned it was actually raining today out by your
Yeah.
spot.
Yeah. When did I say that? On a chat or comments or something? In another show, right?
Yeah, some comments I saw you
Okay.
say that.
I was like, I didn't make a video yet today. I was like, I don't think I made an Instagram all day. Yeah.
No, it was.
Yeah, it was raining like
just-
crazy. It's sprinkling right now. Like, I just started the show and I just started tapping on the roof, and I was like, what the fuck? What's that?
Well,
getting
I
cold.
mean, considering the alternative, it could be like super hot and super dry over the last few months
Right.
down here, down this way. Yeah,
I mean,
we'll take, even though it's been tropical, I see that some of my outdoor has a little bud rot. It's inevitable when it gets a lot of nights. It doesn't rain or anything, but it's moist enough that the ground, it's wet, like it's surface wet. Dries up when the sun comes up, but that's never good. But I can remember in the previous years, around these months, it was single digit humidity day after day after day after day. And that created more havoc. Like that I remember it was hard keeping moisture in the bag because it was so dry, like under 10% humidity, Santa Ana conditions, which is normal. That, like, if you probably looked in the Farmer's Almanac, you'd see that, or in weather history. Yeah, I'd take this over that. A little bud rot to super dry.
can't beat the dry.
Almost maybe 4 or 5 years now. Like I've had the same setup in my dry. I have a small dehumidifier and AC, and that worked great for like all these years. And half the time I didn't even need much of that. But then the last like 4 or 5 years ago, I bought a humidifier, because when it is that single digit humidity, and it's a sealed room, even has weather stripping on the bottom of the door. But when it gets like that dry, like under 10%, it's fuck. It what do you call it? Dries the weed quick. Like what would normally take at least 8 to 10 days, 5 days in is crisp. So that's when I added humidity to it, which I haven't had to use that much. But when it was like that super dry, that was like a 5-alarm fire. A few years I just dealt with it because it did take me a couple years to address it, because I thought, oh, it's just a once in a weird time weather pattern. But no, that became the norm. So this year, no, we haven't had that. It's been super tropical all summer long.
couldn't cook an egg in my car this year. Didn't get hot enough. I think I mentioned that last time on the show. That sucked.
Yeah, that's some of that is what the weather, like climate change thing is. It's because, especially in agriculture, most farming, why certain crops are grown certain places, planted at certain times, harvested at certain times, was all over the consistency of the weather. Where, yeah, I don't know if we have that, like pretty much not just around here, worldwide. It seems like the consistency of weather is what's adrift.
Right.
Which is like to agriculture, to nature, that's critical. That's critical. That creates more loss than a lot of other things. It's like, well, I didn't listen to much of it today, but Farm Aid is this weekend, and today they broadcast like all just speeches from people in farming and ag, some of it at different levels. Yeah, not the prognosis is not good for like farmers, agriculture in general, which I've followed Farm Aid since the beginning in farming, even though I've always considered myself a cannabis farmer, but like our business was outside of ag, mainly because of the price, I guess, right? And the legality. But now I realize, oh, it's more than I think we realize. We're just like another ag commodity, whether you were growing food or nursery poinsettias or whatever it is. Cannabis is just another one of those, which it always was, right? Like sometimes I think, yeah, it's probably almost getting to be, some things are more profitable, because I know of a poinsettia operation off the highway here. It's Highway 7. They have the most expensive, like 20 of the most expensive kind of greenhouses, right? Most of the year they sit empty, but every year it's just beautiful. Starts small all the way to right before Christmas. They do poinsettias, and that's all they do. Like the rest of the year, they just leave it sit. There must be enough money in poinsettias to pay for all that. And only do one crop a year, like, because it's kind of a seasonal thing.
Yeah.
I saw a thing about it, another guy that was on a cannabis show that had experience in poinsettia business. I forget the worldwide, the amount of poinsettias sold from like November, December, it's massive.
Cheers, everyone.
Hey, Cap.
Cheers, Captain. Cheers, Robert.
Cheers.
Now, I was gonna barbecue. I need to eat dinner, but even when I was thinking about it, I'm like, yeah, I could either go on the show or I can't do both. I mean, you could, but I'd have to just put myself on mute. And I might though, because I'm hungry.
Come on, a steak only takes 2.5 minutes,
Hey,
2.5 minutes to
and
serve it.
I have a Prime. I spent the extra money and got a Prime New York. It's rated Prime, not, I don't know what the other one is, but
Not
it's
prime.
It's the blue label.
Choice.
Yeah, it's not choice, it's prime, which it's only like 0.8 of a pound. I remember when I looked at to buy and I was like, yeah, if I bought the choice, oh, the steaks were bigger, more like 1 point something pound and less money a little. But like, oh, if you get, not all the time. Sometimes that's what I buy because, yeah, prime's expensive. But like the times when I cook prime, you don't even have to put salt and pepper or anything on it because like it tastes good. Like where choice, yeah, you usually have to at least put some garlic salt or something on it.
Butter and a
That's just,
little bit of salt. That's all you should put on a good steak.
yeah.
If it needs more butter and salt, then maybe the cut of beef wasn't that good.
Well, like
Or maybe
the
that
main
cow
the,
wasn't that good.
the main grocery stores, they don't even offer prime, or they just have choice. That's it. Everything on the whole Albertsons, Ralph's, all that. Costco, they have prime, sure. And I guess there's some
I love Costco steak.
smaller type of markets that might offer it, super expensive. But yeah, mainly they don't even need to bother to sell it to the public because like high-end restaurants that are worldwide, yep, they want every pound of prime they can get their hands on.
Well, my parents have a little grocery store. It's a little bit higher end of a grocery store. It's called Heinen's, just like the ketchup company and all that. But they have a grocery store
McDougal's?
and they cut their own beef there. And basically they cut it, and if you don't get there by like 6:30, 7 o'clock, the beef is all sold out for the day. But it's higher quality beef. It's that, that
Well,
more choice cut, that top quality.
like,
You pay
like,
for it.
well, if you compare that to cannabis, okay, you can buy
Swag.
choice level. Well, okay, there's swag level, but choice level, I guess you call that the mids. Or if you're
I wouldn't
lucky
say
enough,
mids. I would say selected mids.
okay, all right, we could get into that. But there's some people, customers that oh, they're willing to pay the extra for the premium. And now, but it is odd that like grocery stores where that's where 95% of food is bought, right? Albertsons, Ralph's, Vaughn's, like every town or city has different names, but it's the same conglomerates. Kroger's, they don't even, like, it's select and choice. They don't even put prime. I never see prime available there. Not
No.
even in their little butcher stores where that.
They have Angus, which is, I guess, between prime and choice. I can't remember. That's Kroger's whole thing.
Now, if I was like having to feed 4 people, or, well, it depends, but like a lot of times that's the way I look at meat. And even like, oh, I won't eat anything but organic chicken, because actually in that product, yeah, you notice there's like a difference, texture, taste, the way it cooks. Same, like I don't eat that much steak. It's not like, oh, every day I eat meat, but then because it's just for myself, I'll splurge on the good meat more than I won't, because like, yeah, you don't have to like in some ways, oh yeah, I'm a bargainer. I try to not spend money, but like I've always thought, well, if there's one thing you shouldn't be that way about, it's like what you eat.
Food.
But that's where,
I
like,
agree.
yeah, it's easy to, save, not take that out, especially if you have kids and have a, I don't even eat 3 meals a day and all that, but,
I
yeah, I
eat
get
one.
it. Yeah, pretty much.
I have a little snack in the morning when I get up, and then I eat later on in the evening, and my body actually takes that very well. I mean, I've been able to keep in really good shape. My body's not wanting any type of minerals or anything. So, you know, what I eat during the day, beautiful butterfly. Actually, what I eat during the day gets, burned up.
But I think that's kind of common as you get older, though. Like, I don't know, maybe past 50, I notice a lot of people that when they get older, then they eat different. They don't eat as much.
If I take certain medications, they don't make me hungry. That's a problem that I had at one point, is I'd be taking the medications and it's like, no, I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. I'm not hungry. And then it's like 2 days later and it's like, hey, I haven't ate yet. But that's also with life going around too,
I like smoothies though, like midday with protein powder, date. I like date in it,
honey,
and protein powder. That's like a lunch to me.
My coffee is basically a smoothie. It's like,
Well, yeah, but coffee is like, I drink coffee all day from the first 15 minutes of getting up, and have my coffee right here, right now. There is a point where it sucks. Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you can only go so far, because coffee to me, even after all these years, I don't get that much like hyped up caffeine energy. But the one thing it does is it cuts my appetite. So,
well, you
like,
still have cigarettes too.
Like midday, I'll usually realize, well, I better eat. There's like a feeling I get where it's like, oh, another cup of coffee, even though I could like get a little more prolonged no appetite. Yeah, your body needs fucking protein. Yeah.
I forget.
You can't live on coffee alone. I've tried.
Dude, I forgot what the actor was. He lived off of coffee and cigarettes.
Well, that's me. But no, I have to eat. And I try to, like, when I eat is good. I try to eat good. Figure like, what the fuck? Even like, I grow it. It's not like I have to put value on the amount of weed I consume per day. But okay, it has a value. And I have no problem consuming that amount, whether it's at a wholesale, whatever price, it has a dollar figure, right? Well, why wouldn't I spend at least that much on food? That's just my thought of it. Like, oh, if I guarantee, like, I don't know, I at least smoke 20 to 50 bucks worth of weed a day or something like that. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, if it was retail value, yeah, fuck, probably $100 worth of shit. At least 20 to 30 or 40. Well, 20, 30 or 40, especially if you home cook, well, then you're eating pretty good. Just the way I look at it.
You can still get a good meal for.
Last, I guess it's 2 years. I lose track of time post-COVID for sure. Holy shit. The price of food, or those items, like some of them have gone down a little. Eggs went back to like normal price, but like vegetable oil is like $6 to $7 for like the bottle. Say up the price for fake olive oils and shit. Butter's like $5 to $6 for just 4 of the fucking things. 12-pack of sodas are like $9 to $10. No deals. They're not like saying, oh, whatever. There used to be deals like the 2 for whatever price. And they'd blow shit out through the market. No more deals. Bread's like $4 to $5. Like no deals.
Yeah.
No more. Chips are like for this regular bag are like $5. Like full value. No, none of those like, oh, we're blowing out Doritos this week at 2 for $5 or whatever. No, none of that shit going on. They're getting like a pretty penny for food. It's especially in Southern California. I imagine everyone has different economies, but no, the price of food is up like at least 20%, maybe
Clear
more.
across the world.
Yeah.
Because even
Well,
the rice dishes that I used to pay between 40 and 50 baht are now anywhere from 50, 55 to all the way up to 65, 70 baht for the same dish.
and
Just within the past 14 months.
it used to be, or at the beginning, I kind of thought, all right, bite the bullet. This won't last that long. We'll get back to like the better price. I had a bunch of items that weren't always on those 2 for $5 or whatever sale. You know what I'm saying? But if I went there and they weren't, I wouldn't buy it because the next time I went to the store, they would be, right? Like even I use this creamer, this carnation creamer. I get this big thing. Those used to be like $3 or $4. Now they're $6.99 and higher. And they used to have them on sale all the time, like the creamers. Oh, they're never on. They haven't been on sale in a year. They're full price.
You got to make that money.
Well,
Yeah. I mean, I still use.
well, it's just like anything. They changed the dynamic of it. Like, oh, they used to sign a contract, you get a free phone. Oh, that went away. Food used to be, yeah, like the 2 for $5 deal. I mean, it would be different prices. Yeah, they had these things where, you know, there was whatever items whether it's frozen food items, they were on sale every so often. It was like a hook. You had to use your fucking member card or whatever to get the price, or you know. What I've noticed, nothing's on sale anymore and everything's like full retail. With some of that full retail is like, wait, a 16-ounce bag of Lay's potato chips are $4.76. I'm not sure it's worth that. When it was $2.50, $3, okay, but $5.
Well,
Burrito.
I think that's why here in Thailand, instead of having the big like family bags, they call them the party packs, and they're basically like 2.5 or 3 times the size of the smaller bags. But that's what they've been pushing here in Thailand instead of really big bags of chips. And it's probably for the fact that they go stale so quick.
Yeah.
Because of all the moisture and everything.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm not the biggest bag chip guy. I don't like chips that much. But when I do feel like I want them, they always have these boxes that are just those little, it's kind of a lot of packaging weight, like 2.5 ounce, you know, and you get like 4 or 5 different kinds of flavors. Because, yeah, they go stale. Yeah, it could be. I have a bag of Lay's chips here from last weekend. There's only about that much at the bottom, but no, I know they're already like
Soggy.
They're not soggy.
Stale.
They're just, yeah. Once you open the bag, there's like, yeah, it's all designed to be like that.
What chips now?
Some things
I still
I
want
like
a
when they're
chocolate
stale.
milkshake.
They're like what are those weird marshmallow fucking things that come out at Easter all the time?
Peeps.
Peeps. I can't
Oh,
stand
fuck.
Peeps unless they're like a year stale, where they're like, yeah, they totally change. Even a couple
Wow.
times I've had a few packs, and I'll poke with a pen. I'll poke a hole in the cellophane to help speed up the staleness, because I like them when they're stale, but no, when they're fresh, ugh.
Oh,
What's
So what's
everybody?
happening in Thailand?
well, the reason why I haven't been on lately is BK Roller. Vader is here from Dark Horse, and been taking them around and getting things straightened out for them. So it looks like, hopefully things are going to go forward, and it looks like I'll maybe working for Dark Horse here in Chiang Rai.
Jeremy Dark Horse?
It's
Or-
Jason, isn't it?
Oh no, Jason. Yeah, that's Jason.
Yeah.
Not Jeremy. Yeah.
But Vader is here, BK Roller. So I've been entertaining them and listening to their problems with their Thai partners. And within 5 days, I gave them a solution to where they don't have to worry about Thai partners, and they have control over the company. Because I got them a bunch of farmers that want to work with them, and if they're willing to help the farmers, then we're good to go.
Well, I here in our legal market, you can't really
Oh, by the
operate any
way-
of these type of things, but like a
Wait a
co-op, a
second.
collective, like a true co-op. That in Thailand, I don't think there's any laws against that. That's a successful way to work.
So we're not growing smokable flower here. We're growing CBD distillate flower, and we're growing hemp. Well, we have, there's industrial contracts on the table. We're not even going after smokable flower. That's
Well,
like
that's probably a
a
smart move.
byproduct. Yeah. Well, the
Because-
money isn't in the flower. It's in the oil. It's in the distillate. It's in the hemp fibers.
Well, if there's a market for that, and then the climate there and the seasons would probably give farmers an edge if they were really just growing fiber hemp and
Yeah.
plants of that nature. Like, they would probably have bountiful yields compared to smokable flower that has 100 risk,
And
to
100
bring it
ways
to-
to fuck it up.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. And if there's really a market, which obviously there is,
Ford and BMW.
well,
That's the two contracts right now.
I think that I was just barely maybe 14, 15, and they were only have like one or two of these type of things a year. And they were usually in Westwood at the federal building in the so this is in the early 80s, right? There'd be rallies for the legalization of cannabis. There would only be like fucking 100 people there or something.
If
The news
that.
would cover it, right? But and Jack Hare spoke at like every one of these things. He was like always one of the last speakers. There were a couple of Dennis Perrone, and there's these few that were like advocates for the legalization all the way. Like this one, they lost
Cheers,
until
everybody.
95. By the time they passed medical, that they were fighting this fight for like 20 years. There were so many ballots that came up short in the way there. But I always remember Jack Hare, right? Like he was the emperor wears no clothes. He wasn't as much about getting high as he was about industrial uses for hemp. Like he
Well, that was his gig, was the
that was his
industrial
gig.
use of hemp.
And you know, he's a Hall of Famer in the cannabis history books, and you know, of course, we have the strain named after him and all the things. But like, I would think he'd be. I've said this before, like rolling in his grave.
He is.
Like with like 20 years worth, or now going on 30 years, or you know, of legal hemp and cannabis legalization, that it's not like more industrial, like that part of it hasn't also grown the same. That even that hemp basically got sidetracked with producing, what do you call it, CBD, and because of the legalities, and you could sell it in certain places, and then that market crashed because everyone jumped in, and but yeah, the industrial hemp thing of like making, even I saw some Instagram thing where there's a new kind of insulation instead of fiberglass to put in your walls that's from hemp. Like those no brainers. It's just like building up the, what do you call it, infrastructure of the industrial processing. But it seems like it's slow moving.
That's the problem, though. You know, there are no processing plants, and the ones that they do are so far away from the other farms that it's not feasible to send the product there. Because by the time they ship it there, it's eaten up, you know, a third of their profits. So it's not worth them doing. And it's sad, but it shows you what big business can still do today.
Yeah,
They have
and
kept hemp under.
Plastic, chemical, rubber, petroleum products, they're not like ready. They don't want to embrace it. They're the ones that have, you know, the capabilities of saying, oh, let's add this SKU to our. No, they're stuck on what they do, like artificial stuff, plastics, chemicals, basically chemical based products, petroleum based products. We're ingrained. It's like ingrained in our economy and in our life, where yeah, we all see the problems it creates between the trash, the way, all this stuff, fish having particles of plastic in it, like everything about it. And there's such an easy switch, but yeah, there's so much resistance, money, basically.
Yep.
Thank you, Captain, for reminding us. I just changed it from top chat.
Like, it's really because even at the lowest cost to produce hemp to make into these products, it's still cheaper to use some chemical-based byproduct of petroleum. Like if this saved them a bunch of money and made them money, they'd be all over it. But the economics of it, yeah, it's still growing a plant, takes X amount of time, X amount of resources, X amount of resources to process it, where these guys just cook shit up out of vats, you know?
I stopped into a shop yesterday and they have 100-milligram brownies. And they went and got the lady that makes the brownies, and she couldn't tell me how she came up with the 100 milligrams. Besides, that's what the app told her.
Well,
No testing, nothing like that. And then I broke down her math for her. And I said, your math doesn't equal out.
but it still could be a great brownie, right?
It's a great tasting brownie, no doubt about that. The brownies taste great, but they're like 30 milligrams compared to 100.
I'm not a fan of fucking brownies.
But here's the thing.
Yeah, but you smoke flower. A lot of people over here don't smoke flower, or they don't want to smoke it while they're out. So they'll rather just eat a brownie or a cookie. That's why it outsells flour.
Gummy.
But at what level is, I guess in edibles, all THC's the same, right? Except that in like smokable vapor, like flower, hash even, the particulars of the bud, or the, you know, obviously the bud has everything to do with the effect, right?
Well, yeah, you got distillate.
So like I just assume that most of what's in brownies or in edibles, they're not like, oh, they just care that there's X amount of THC. It doesn't matter where it comes from, right? But like, wouldn't, like, oh, if you took your best bud and then you personally made edibles with even just the leaf of that or the trim or whatever, that would be it in that edible. If you just take some fucking distillate shit that's been derived from like whatever cannabis that most likely couldn't sell in any other form but this, right? Then it's whatever. Yeah, you get an effect, but would you get the like the good effect? That would only come from the good stuff. Like it's not like you can take.
No, like, you can extract all of the cannabis plant that, you know, we call the entourage effect. You can take that out of the cannabis when you go to extract your THC.
Well, right.
It all comes out in the FICO like this, and this is made. Yeah. This one here is 9 different strains. The last one was 13 different.
So, like, oh, you brought this lady. She didn't know the recipe that well. Whatever. Like, I would be like, can I see what material you use to make this brownie with? Because if it's just some
22% THC.
Oh, that's pretty high.
It's gotta be.
That means it's pretty
so
good.
With like edibles, I've had hash rosin lemonades, and then I've had like full spectrum cookies, full spectrum brownies, and then I've also had distillate brownies, distillate cookies. I will say the full spectrum stuff does hit me better, way better. The distillate, like I just had some distillate gum.
Is quicker.
I wasn't down with it.
Distillate hits you a lot quicker too. I got some mushroom gummies that I want to try here, but each gummy's like 2 grams of mushrooms.
I'm going to the studio tomorrow, and I'm gonna take 1.5 grams chocolate.
Well, my buddy had these mushroom gummies. Okay, well, I tell you the story real quick. Um, at the time, he was still living at his mom's because he was helping his mom out because she was in pain from surgeries and stuff like that. Anyhow, um, photos. I don't know if I'll be able to find this picture in time, but so I gave him these mushrooms gummies. I told him, listen, only take like a quarter of it. And it was a big gummy. I'm trying to find them right now, like I said. And I said, like, just take a quarter of it. But what he do, he takes like double the amount. And he's fucked up for 2 days. I'm not even kidding, man. His mom calls me. What did you give him? Like, oh shit, no, and I had to reassure and shit. It was just crazy. No, I can't find the picture because I had a picture of these things. And they were huge, like fat gummies. I'll keep looking, anyways.
I've never been crazy off mushrooms. I've taken a lot of mushrooms. I've gotten crazy off acid. Mushrooms, it's never brought me. I've taken.
I'm the opposite.
It's not
Like-
supposed to take you as strong as
Like-
paper.
Just due to like my exposure to acid and whatever. Like,
Need some
I get
mescaline.
high, but like, I not. It's just a mushrooms. Holy shit! I've gotten like, and there's like a point. Like sometimes, like I now only take small amounts because I don't like that point where a couple times I was just trying to take a good amount, but I didn't want to go like straight, like way out there. Right? I was at a show or traveling or shit like that, and yeah, just the little bit more, half gram more or less or whatever it was. Oh, mushrooms got me like way more fucked up than any acid ever did. And I used to fucking break down grams of crystal into blotter and like literally breathe the fumes of it, and get on a plane to JFK and get there at 5 a.m. and be balls tripping, no question. But mushrooms, oh no, like no fun. You can't function. You need to be out in the fucking nature when you get that fucked up. That's not like mushrooms are weird that way. Like mushrooms to me are nature. Acid, oh, you can fuck with that in the city. It's a good place. Mushrooms lead me to the.
Oh, there they are.
Outside.
There they are. Those are the mushroom gummies. He took a quarter of one of those. And he was messed up for 3 days. And I forgot to mention that his mom asked him to go out to water the plants. So he went out there and he was just sitting there looking at the plant, like just staring at it, tripping out and shit from it.
Now, what is his tale of the experience? It might have been like a life-changing or a realization point in his life, or something good probably came out of the trip, even though everyone else thought he was fucked up for 3 days.
Well, I'm not sure, but he just said that I'm never doing mushrooms again.
Oh, well, yeah, that happens too.
What was that? Now we didn't. He said he didn't have a bad trip. It wasn't like a bad trip or nothing, but he just said it was just so strong that he was just worried. Everybody was worried and shit.
Well, I mean, that's where like real chemistry and pharmaceutical or chemistry techniques that are used, even when cannabis edibles, mushroom gummies especially, you can't really tell. You do your best to try to have even dosage amongst whatever you make, but it's still not in like the most scientific way that would ensure that. You know what I'm saying? So especially with psychedelics, because that's a whole different realm than like cannabis.
Yeah, organic soul. I stay away from the dispo edibles because their max is 10%. That's bullshit.
Maple fucking spam.
Spam,
Maple.
spam, 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 spam,
Maple
spam.
spam.
Well, and I would say that any of the edibles that are like a decent sized brand that
Needy.
has like big distribution, there's a point in it where it's like I would just think that places with the bigger distribution care less about the starting product because it's scaled up. They can't be that picky. Where like a more mom and pop or smaller edible thing would, might not be as tested and all that, but they might be using like a better starting material. Because I mean that's like in the end that matters.
Yeah, my oil's tested. So when I tell you that, hey, there's 100 milligrams in there, I know for sure. And besides that, I always go a little over. Just like every bag I ever sold was a little over. So no matter whose scale you put it on, you were going to come really close, if not dead on.
See, I was taught. I'm just kidding.
No, hey, I guess one of my main guys, fucking Justin Price.
Always put point
Over
eight.
15
Never
years,
know.
he's my best friend's nephew.
Right.
He gets like over half, like 8, 10, 11, 12 different zips, right? And from the longest time to this day, he's my only guy that doesn't want it like, oh, well, give me, like he'll ask for 4 of these, 2 of the, whatever. He wants them in individual. I weigh them individual for him. The only guy I do this for, single ounces, but he buys a bunch of them. But over time, I've never even said this to him, but hey, I've always weighed ounces at 30, right? Like 30. That's like, and I realized, yeah, 2 grams per each one of these over this whole time. Oh, that's the reason. That's the reason he likes them in ounces. Because if I weighed a QP, I might just weigh it at like 115 instead of 112, right? But ounces, I weigh at 30. And yep, if you get 9 ounces and you get 2 on each one, that's 18 grams. You know what I'm saying? But I still just weigh them at 30 because then there's no, like, to me, it's like, well, I grew it. So it's like, am I really tripping on that? And then there's nobody to say, oh, it was light.
Exactly.
They're never.
I don't have any drips anymore. I'm not seeing any.
Well, that's, I mean,
Good.
if you treated them and tried to knock them out, that would probably knock them out. That's what, like we were saying, out of all the different pests, that one's pretty easy to knock out. Like, yeah, that's why it's not on my list of like, oh, I got thrips, I'm in trouble. But spider mites and root aphids and all kinds of other shit, that's a whole different story. Getting rid of them is really hard. Not thrips.
I gotta up pot these, and now that I know everything's safe, I'm gonna flower what's in here because I have all these plants. I got apple fritter still. I have chem dog still, and I don't know. I'm kind of at the point where I don't want any more plants. Like I want to start new seeds. Just stop and start new seeds.
Now, you are there any of these seeds that you've already done that you're like, oh, I found one I want to keep going with?
Nah, yeah. Well, papaya rum cake, but I want to go see some more of that papaya rum cake. And then I just made a bunch of seeds I want to go through. And my limit is 12. So always having like 2 mothers kicking around, I only have 10.
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Get a
Like, that's the
friend.
thing when you're like trying to hold so many strains and find other strains. It's easy for the math to get out of control quick. It happens to me all the time. Right now, I have too many. When I cracked seeds a couple months ago, instead of just doing them 1 or 2 or maybe 3, I think I did like 9 different kinds. And yeah, now I have to manage that. There's some good ones in there, hopefully. We'll have to see.
I kind of want to see what this grape fun dip does. I kind of can't wait to flip it.
Dude, that does sound like fun. And it's grape, and I like grape too. That's gonna be interesting. I can't wait to hear what you tell us about it, Smash. When you smoke it.
So I need to up on it. That's a big. I've been slacking. For real, for real.
You
Hard. Yeah, how do I say that? It's hard to
Those are
stop
seasonal.
growing. Like, especially that I just had a fucking harvest that was seeded. I want regular flowers, so I'm like, fuck. I gotta flower something. I had these plants. I was gonna keep them in veg for a little bit longer, but I don't know. Might as well flip
Okay,
it.
but like, so the things that got seeded, don't you have some expectation that a couple of those might be, and then that's something that you bore?
Maybe, but I have the stuff I have. I'm making seeds outside too.
Would you rather roll me a nighttime one?
So I have Chem 91 to Calio. I have a papaya rum cake outside. I have a Chem dog and an apple fritter outside.
And we're all those are supposed to be seeded. Or you knew that the inside got seeded too.
So yeah, the 1091 the Calio is the male outside. And I was really careful. I don't think I brought in pollen. That's the other thing. I don't think I brought in pollen. Because I kind of been letting them do their own thing. And I barely went around them. They're just kind of growing. I don't take in air from outside. I never went like in the garden outside, then went right downstairs. And there's a lot of
I would think that one of the plants inside, all it takes is one nanner. And sometimes, like when you trim the weed, or it's easy to overlook it. But one or two little poofs of pollen from a lower nanner can do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, even with some plants, because like I don't usually try to make final judgment until I run something like 3 times, right? And just by the way it happens, it sort of happens that way because I take clones of the plants and they become part of the plant count, and by the time the first one's done, it's already in cycle, if that makes any sense, right? But sometimes things like a weird nanner or whatever, that might have only been on the seed mom plant. The clones and the net, they never show that at all. So like, a lot of times even my other friend in Arizona, Dave, he doesn't ever even grow the seed plant. He takes clones from it, sexes it, kills it, and then either moves those clones to flower them. He never flowers the seeded plant. For like, I've known Dave, he was growing longer than I was. He's a little older than me. So he's been like, and yeah, I've always thought, well, he has his logic behind that, right? And he just grows for himself and has patience and shit like that. So like he says that the seed plant isn't the expression he wants. He wants to grow the clone of the,
I mean,
of the plant.
I've done plenty of seeds outside, and I've never affected the garden in the basement. So
Well,
I
that's
think
like I say, like if you
the
think that
thrips,
there's
it
you're
was-
not pulling air and you didn't carry it in,
I think
and
something
it's
kind of-
separated. Like I would think that if you had these plants, maybe that would be the culprit, not the outside one getting in. But
I had
unless you
triangle-
have like those are some of the things you're never gonna know. You just have to try to do better to prevent anything like that in the future. Because
Yeah.
it could be this or it could be that, right?
I wish I found a pollen
Threw them
sac,
out.
but-
If you
but I
really
was-
were curious, you'd eventually know if threw them out what the father was.
What did I had? All right, so what did I have in there? Some GDP from someone that gave them to me. That they made. What else? Triangle Reunion, Skunk House, Shine Apple Duke. I had Chem Dog Apple Fritter. I think that's it. They were stressed too. The thrips were pretty bad at one point. I will say that during flower. I just kind of didn't want to spray anything. So I kind of waited till I was out of flower. Then I found seeds, so I was pissed.
Yeah, it happened. And yeah. Shit. Pissed isn't even, it's beyond pissed. You only like the times it happened, I only had myself to blame. And
Mhm.
that was costly. Like,
Mhm.
like even the one time it was the tray, there's 5 trays, 4x8 trays in that room. It was the tray all the way in the corner, and it was a plant that was in the back part of that tray that when I went and culled the bales, I didn't see that one. And by the time I did, I thought, oh, maybe I caught it still early enough, but I was wrong.
So
That
these-
room is perpetual where like each tray was like a week or so apart. So when the trimmer on the tray that had the male plant, this male Wilson back cross something, I forget. I thought, okay, cool. Not okay, cool, but yeah, just this tray. Like, the other plants were at different stages. They should be all good. Not the tray next to it, but the tray furthest in the wall was, I think, at the primest time for the females because it even had more seeds than the tray that whatever. And it really was all 4 of them, which it was like, well, after the second tray, I went and looked and squeezed and inspected. Oh yeah, but it was like a month-long transition, flipping them all, and that whole thing was seeded. Yeah, into every variety I have. Some of that is what Greenfinger likes, is the Banana God. Yeah, that's what it was. It was Banana God.
Here it is right
And
here.
it hit everything in the room. Mendo Breath, fuck, I forget. That was a couple years back now. And you think I would have learned? It happened again. Now that one was a little more contained with the Wilson like a year later, where some of this, I like to go out and travel and go to shows and go on these like excursions. And I do all my work leading up to it. But yeah, I missed it wasn't showing enough, or I didn't see it, or now what I've done is I have a different colored tags that I put on all the plants that are seeded or can be male or female. The seeds that are feminized, I put a different colored tag, and then all my other plants, they get the white tag. That way, at least I can spot them. Like,
So
I
that
can
was
look.
Skull and Roses. What festival we gonna go next time for the next seed run?
Yeah, no, like that's why I've been doing a lot of monocropping to make up for that. Because those were big losses. But I never sold any. But I spread those seeds out to a whole bunch of people at different times, and yeah, fuck, there was killer shit people found in it. I grew a few of them
Hell
too.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if anyone wants some mystery mail triangle reunion, mystery mail shine apple, because that has a lot of seeds in it, let me know.
Set aside a few of those shine apple for me if you
The
would.
one thing I believe with seeds, it's just like winning the lotto. You never know when the fucking quick pick,
No.
right? And with seeds, some of the things that are so coveted that you think you breed this to this, it's got to be the best thing ever. Doesn't always equate to that. And other things, you never know when the magic bean's gonna pop out and be I guess people refer that as a unicorn, right? You never know. You never know where it comes from. And a lot of strains have been discovered that way. Probably more of the unique different things
Have
that we know of
because of selfing the plant.
Yeah, whatever happened, and somehow some it is what it is. It's you never know. That's all.
I just had a fucking. Oh, I'll just put them in this. Just have anything in it. Shine apple. I want to smoke some of the shine apple. It's pretty fucking good. It wasn't the biggest plant though. I will say that. The biggest plant by far was the Triangle Reunion. Did really well, but the weeds did weird. It's like a here. I'll smell it. Like a orange peel, earthy. And I'm not the biggest fan of orange weed.
Why are you if you don't like orange weed, why are you breeding Calio?
Calio.
There was
That's like the mother of all orange.
It's all orange.
Yeah.
Orange comes from that.
It's just fire though, bro. That's one of my favorites. Like that Calio one.
It's just this one's weird. It's different. I can't describe it.
Well, if it doesn't produce what you like, well, there's too many, like you say, just move on. That's the beautiful thing about it.
Yeah.
It's part about seeds too. You just give them out, shut it all down.
I got a grower yesterday. I was told about him. I finally got to meet him and smoke some of his latest harvest. And the guy doesn't smoke. So now I'm testing all of his flower for him. How you like that?
Yeah, but you know, like he might be like a gardener extraordinaire, like have,
Oh,
you
this
know,
guy is an intelligent gentleman beyond belief. He knows more things about more things than shit I do.
now
He
as a
keeps his
like,
head in a book all the time.
yeah, so I guess then that's not like a limiting factor. I think if you were
He
breeding, if you were personally breeding, it would be hard to like say, oh, I don't ever smoke it or I just do it. Yeah, and then I would find, but as
no,
a grower, well, if you recognize what you're trying to create and have all the skills to repeatedly create that, well, you wouldn't have to smoke
I
it really.
he's testing his runoff water like every 2 to 3 days. I mean, this guy is taking, he showed me his books and everything. And it's like, wow. Every little thing he does, he writes down in the book. I was really impressed.
Well, you know, because it did leave a big impression on me, which a lot of shows I watch on YouTube, not so much, but a couple days ago, it was on whatever, the Future Cannabis. There was this guy, Michael Arden. He's like PhD candidate, somehow related into the Faust group. And he gave a presentation. Basically, it was a topic of like optimizing production or quality of all these, and had been working on as part of his PhD, like, well, the one topic, he had different topics, was on the amount of light. And he had 3 different strains. He did science, like actual, like repeatable test with photos and data and lab testing, everything. And then charted it and explained it. But some of it was like, I forget which strains. He had 3 different varieties, different ones, OG, Sunset, some other one. They were all different. A couple of them showed on the thing that, oh, their best THC, the best everything was as little as 10 hours of light, right? Where actually, I think it was the OG. Oh, it's like best was 13 hours of light. But some cultivars were 10, 11 hours of light. I think the one was like, yeah, you gave up a little bit of yield, but the amount of THC or cannabinoids or resin was higher if run it at like 11 hours of light, right? And he had proven out data. And then other one, he did a whole thing on flushing. And the one that like actually we're going to put into practice next week, because he showed a plant that they treated with pacabrutisol, which I have experience with that shit from like 15 years ago. It used to be Bushmaster and all these different products that claimed to be organic from Humboldt, whatever company, and all this shit, but they had that hormone or whatever you call it, pacabrutisol, which, oh, it was great shit if you didn't want stretch. Because like if you turned your plants back in the first watering, gave them just like 1 mil a gal of this stuff, even less, yeah, your plants wouldn't get an inch taller and the buds would be super dense, right? But oh, as we come to find out, it was a fucking bad hormone thing, right? So he showed an example of a plant they treated with that and a regular plant that in the first 3 weeks stretched, which is always an issue, and and elongated, where ultimately wasn't for the best yield, to the paclobutazol, bad shit that was stage squat. Then in the study, he did with all these things, he did it where in week 1 of short cycle, he called it flowering, he didn't give the plants any nutrients, just 0 water, no nutrients. And in one group, he did that for 2 weeks. And in one group, he did it, they got full food the whole time. Oh, sure enough. And it pictures like decent, like a lot of times in these kind of studies, the pictures aren't like, first off, a lot of times they're growing like fucking hemp, and it's hard to even like, what the fuck is this supposed to look like? Oh no, these were like proper plants pictures too. Yeah, the one full food, fuck, it stretched. It went fucking like they do. Some people, that's cool. That's what they like. Their grow's set up for it. The one that had 1 week, oh, the plant, he showed what even the plant looked like. You could tell it wasn't getting food for that week, but then it bounced right back and ultimately didn't stretch and had really nice tops, right? Oh, the one they gave it 2 weeks no food, by that 2 weeks, it looked
Hey,
like it
baby,
was
nice top.
about to die. And then even its yield was like, it was like a half dead plant at the end. But I thought, well, we're not going to go 7 days. We're just going to go the first reservoir, which is usually 3 to 5 days, or 5 days. And then after 5 days, put it on food and see if that's keeps them from stretching so much. Because, well, this PhD guy that did studies that seemed to be pretty documented showed results doing that. So I figured, well, all right, I'll try it on one. We're setting a bunch of trays. On one tray, we're going to try it.
Why not? You
Well,
never
ever
know until
since
you try.
that whole debacle with paclobutazol and those companies and all that on the forums, that all happened on the forums on Overgrow and whatever, all the forums when the drama that happened. I've always thought there must be some organic or some like safe way, because yeah, a lot of genetics stretch, like, oh yeah, they go into they don't veg for very long. They're pretty short. You'd be amazed, like, holy fuck, they like triple in size, sometimes more than that in the first 2 weeks. A lot of times when we're looking through phenos to find stuff we want to keep to run, one of the main qualifications are the plants that stay squat. Like, that's what I call it, squat. Like, oh, that's why we like Mendo breath for so long, because it stayed squat. Like fat leaf plants, really, like they stays more squat. A lot of the hybrids and the sativa leaning hybrids, they're so popular. Oh, they're stretchers. GMO is a huge stretcher.
I gotta show you the cross you made.
So I moved my light through the plants. And I've noticed if you can get that light down on there and it's getting enough light, I don't see as much stretch. I think
Well, that
if you
helps
leave the
too.
light really high
That
and it's a
definitely
stretcher,
helps.
it will reach for it.
Yeah. Oh, that's part of the part of it too. Yeah. But there's ones they stretch. They're going to stretch. You put the light down close, they'll just go right up into the light. They're moving. The first 2 weeks of flower, yeah, plants. Different strains have different qualities of it, but yeah, they stretch. And if you time it right, yeah, that's why you don't have to veg that long. You fuck the transition is what's most important.
Bird ice cream fingers.
This is the banana god Mendo breath that he made.
So wait,
The nice
how'd you
one.
find out
Fucking
the
big, dude.
father?
That's not short at all. Well, I think fucking tall.
Well,
I can barely hear you
Banana
guys.
God was
Let me
like
turn off my fan.
was
What's up, little
was like
dog?
a stretcher. A
How'd you
modern
figure out the
hybrid.
banana god pollinated the Mendo breath?
Oh, because when I came back from like a week of being out of town, there was a banana god that I had seeds going of that was male, and it had gone and done its thing basically.
Okay.
And it was right there in the middle of the tray. I cut it down and carefully took it out of the room and threw it away. But it was, yeah, it did what it did.
This is the banana god crossed into lemon tree times sky color kush. That's what the big one in the back is too.
A lot of it gets into like, oh, ultimately everything that happens
It's the
is
lemon tree
my
times sky color
my
kush.
responsibility.
Mama.
Most of the time, when it comes to moving plants from veg and setting them, I am the person that sets them. And if I have plants in that run that are seeded or needed to be sexed, I will like place them in the front and on the aisle where I have the easiest access to them. Right. But back whenever this happened, I was up to doing this, that, the other, whatever. Worker takes the initiative and sets the tray like, oh, that's what we do. So that's what she did. And, but that person doesn't understand that all these numberings and letters on the tags, that's not their thing. So I would have never put a prospective seed, male, female, in the back corner, back middle part of the tray, because especially in this one, that's the hardest spot in the whole thing to get to. And so, but even when it happened, I can't blame like, why'd that happen? Because one, I didn't set the tray. Two, the night before when I did call like five or six males that were in that batch that I saw before I left. One, yeah, I don't ever think I even looked at that one because in my mind, that's not where it would ever have been. You get what I'm saying? But the real reality of what I'm trying to say is, yeah, even I couldn't blame my worker, even though it's easy to go, oh, you fucked it up. No, you can't keep workers long term if that's how you do things. So, yeah, I fucked up. Yeah, it happened. It was costly.
Amy Aces. This is extreme
Now,
cream.
I knew better. And like, yeah, like we started this by saying, like, I'm Sensimilla grower. So like, I had one other time in 2015 where this other, the property we called the barn that I had up over in the other hill here in town, the whole thing got seeded because when I was tight with Swerve and running all his gear, I won the cup. He had a strain. He still has a strain, and it's still a strain that's out there called Deadhead OG, right? And for like 5 years, when I hung out with Swerve, I could take packs of whatever the fuck. He didn't charge me nothing. And the thing that I kept getting new packs of over and over and over is Deadhead OG, right?
I actually
And
like it.
and just like in the pack of Blackwater that I found this purple pheno that won the cup. People knew about that purple pheno and bought multiple packs and got the other phenos. But that purple one didn't show that often. But hey, I remember getting one pack and only cracking 7 of those seeds. And number 3 was that purple pheno, right? And so like today, maybe it's not so much like that, but back then, people that did growers, you didn't always expect a winner in a pack. You expected chances of it. You know what I'm saying? And so I'd seen and knew what the real Deadhead OG pheno was, right? Yeah, like I think it was like 3 different times over these years I cracked Deadhead OG trying to like find that, right? With no luck. And then on the third one, it was only on the first run. Yeah, those plants had lower little fucking nanners that like appeared at maybe week 6 or 7, right at the end. And it pollinated this giant ass room of Blackwater. And so but those seeds, and I probably have film containers of them somewhere. They'll pop up when I search through all my junk. I sprouted some and then found a plant that I grew called Deadwater. And it was like the Blackwater, tasted like the Blackwater. It had less purple, but grew like better structure, bigger. And I ran that for a long time. But I never gave anybody any of those seeds because I figured they weren't like, yeah, they were nanner seeds, right? So I figure, well, that's not good. Where these last 2 episodes of seeds, no, those were like true males that spewed pollen on females. They weren't nanners. So, I gave those seeds away. I gave them to a lot of people.
And thank you.
I think there's, well,
Eventually I'll
I've been
get to
sent
them.
pictures. I've been sent pictures on my Instagram. Like the one that seems to be the good one, or different people all show good results, is, what was it? Pancakes Wilson. And it's Wilson back cross. So it's like Wilson F1 into F2. That was the male that hit this aficionado pancakes. And yeah, those ones are like, somehow I never grow my own seeds. Like I do, and I just grow them out, but don't keep them going. Or don't like, because I'm more in something somebody else has. It's like, that's what I realized. Like, oh, I'd rather crack a pack of Crockett's or DNA's or somebody's brand or whatever. It's just part of the hype of it all, I guess. Than like something of my own that most likely my own shit probably had a bunch of killer winners in it. I didn't need to look anywhere else. But I don't, it's weird. I don't have the ambition to look in my own.
You will someday.
Yeah, it's all.
Looks good,
Someday
green
you'll
finger.
look in them.
Man, you got some killer plants, buddy. Look at that right there. All right.
So they just came out with this new 1,000-watt LED light over here. It's on a 1.8 meter frame. And it says that it can cover a 6 by 8 area, or 6 by 10, I think they even said, but I think I'd go 8. So it'd be perfect to put over like a table.
Well, even though they don't use 4x8 trays as much as they used to, even the rolling things are basically 4 foot by different lengths.
8,
That I
yeah,
would think
whatever
if
you
you
want.
designed an LED light, like high-end one, 1,000-watt, whatever bars or whatever, to cover a perfect 4x8, that usually takes 2
yeah,
1,000 to properly light that space. That'd be the winning ticket right there. Because 4x8 is still a common grow space, right? Yeah, one light that is designed, and
well, that's exactly the way that it sets up in my room. Instead of having to go and buy 4 lights, now I can run 2 long ways and 1 across the room, and that fills my room, and it saves me an extra $450. These lights are $469 here in Thailand. And they do have a 730 chip in them. So you can get that really far red. And mine are actually coming with that, so I can control those 730s on like a timer.
So wait, when we talked like 6 months ago, all this equipment, lights and stuff, that there wasn't like the access wasn't happening yet. But now there's like all these different LEDs available for good value, right?
And
right.
the prices are dropping. The lights that were 13,000, 14,000 bought 8 months or 10, 12 months ago are now 9,900 baht for a 780. So today, the exchange rate is 36.4. So say 36.5 baht per dollar. So 250 bucks for a
Now, are these
780.
coming straight from China's idea? Like, might as well, right?
Well,
It's
from the
right around the
factory,
corner.
from China's factory, but they're being, warehoused and shipped out of Bangkok.
Even closer. Well, yeah, I mean, because whatever we're buying here that's manufactured in China, a certain part of the price goes into the fucking shipping, which is, yeah,
Alright.
I don't know the cost, but per container, whatever size, costs X amount. I think over the supply chain issues over COVID, the prices of all that got jacked up to some unreasonable thing, like shipping costs have went through the roof.
That's what I'm going to do.
But that's where some companies in the United States that manufacture their light here, then all they have to do is import the diodes, really, right? And the smaller components, they don't have to deal with the frame, which that's X amount of size, but in a box that it only fits. And so, you need pallet after pallet after pallet to get lights over here.
Well, that's what they do. They send pallets and pallets of the metal pieces, or they get the metal pieces made here, and then put them together and then just ship over the strips, put them in, plug them together, and they're American made.
Yeah. Well, nothing wrong with that. I mean, that
No,
seems like, well, why
that's the
wouldn't we do
easiest
that?
way to do it, cheapest way. Shit, I'm gonna be running stuff that I've never ran before because it's all gonna be given to me. I'm gonna actually be running Athena on some stuff.
I mean, food's food.
Well,
I mean, there's
yeah,
bad food.
when you
could be
don't have
saying,
to
oh,
pay for it.
we're contracting with some like whatever, and we're using, you know,
I ain't paying for it.
but most of the products are, I mean, you can say what you want about the chemical, but most of them are like of a decent grade. It's not, oh, there's a lot worse
Yeah.
places you could seek these same elements. It's just elements.
Exactly. If they work, use them.
I was given the whole line of both the liquid Athena and the buckets. I gave all the buckets. I only used like a quarter's worth, and I peeled off. Yeah, you had to run that stuff really high in the EC, which I've used a whole bunch of different foods over the years. And if you ever used ECs as high as what you needed to run Athena at, I remember the first reservoirs where I made it at that, and I couldn't believe the plants could take it. Right? But that's like, I remember when I read it, and I remember that the saying, or the part of their thing is trust the system, or trust the like, yeah, just run it that high, like, even though that goes against like known parameters. But and they produced, and the yield wasn't that. It was that the plants never, like, they were being fed a lot, and like showed that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, not that they didn't produce, but like, yeah, I don't know. I'd rather not like force feed a plant, and that's what I felt Athena was doing.
Yeah. Well,
but it works.
It's because they look at who they sell to. They sell to places that need to have the room cleared out and filled on day 61.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, definitely cut down. You weren't wondering if they could go any longer, because yeah, they were but
they were pushed.
The first couple trays I did what I do with like all foods that when they were new. I start off with like a lower recipe than what it says. And oh no, they didn't like that at all. Like right away I knew they didn't like that. And like in most other foods, yeah, that's usually all right. And then you can go and find the spot where, you know, I'd rather like start off low and get to the spot than go overboard and deal with the consequences. So
exactly. I feel the same way.
Less is more. That's just it. Like even my Sam, who's like my partner, so we have this idea about not giving them food for the 1 week. Like,
no.
he's concerned, like the plant would probably hardly even notice that. 5 days, one watering, it'll be just like a flush. They have a bunch built up. They're not like on edge to all these elements. I think that then when you introduce food back in, oh, it'll be hungry by then, and take them right up. Even what that guy was saying, the PhD candidate dude, who Yeah, I think one thing about all these content, there's been over the few years there's some names, but whatever, PhDs or people at that level of academics that are involved in cannabis. Yeah, when they give a half-hour presentation, slideshow or whatever, oh, it's on a like level that isn't any bro science. You know what I mean? Like some of the things, the other thing the guy went into was flushing and did all this data basically where I don't flush, but I never. That's just because I don't know. Like doesn't seem
It's
important.
because you don't have to, because you
Right,
don't
but I
use,
do
not like
taper
going
off
with
the last
Athena
like
2
couple
weeks,
reservoirs. Right, right. And even when I taper off, I'll make it
10 days.
maybe at like 1.0 EC water or even 8.8, like lower. And then at week 6 or 7, and then when it cycles through and waters, oh, it goes up because it took out some that was already built up. And then I just taper it off, but I don't ever stop and go plain water. And oh, he had a bunch of data and shit that kind of showed that especially 2-week flushing, which I always thought that was pretty extreme, because if you're dealing with basically 8-week strains and you take 2 weeks off, that's like a quarter of the cycle. Maybe the last like few days flush them out.
7 to
Sometimes
10
that
days.
would happen. It would all be on when the 50-gallon reservoirs need to be changed. And if I like was changing a reservoir on Thursday night to a tray that's coming down on Sunday, I just put pH water in it. But most of the time, the reservoir was like at whatever stage, and we just took the plants down. But sometimes it would come to, oh, I wouldn't make, if I knew it was getting changed and taken down in 2-3 days and I had to make water, I wouldn't put anything in it. So it's not like I never, but that's not really flushing. Even on that thing the guy gave, he's like, what he considered flushing was, and he was in Rockwell and lab standards, under 0.2, right? Which would probably mean real flushing, like checking your runoff, using a bunch of water to get it all the way back down to there. A lot of times, there's a lot of buildup in your medium, whether it's soil, cocoa, whatever, after 2 months of feeding it.
So for the people out there that use like cocoa and they reused cocoa, do you like do anything to try to neutralize or remove those nutrients that's still left in the cocoa? Or do you just add more cocoa and
I don't use it again for cannabis, but we use it for like all these potted plants, succulents, and other plants that my worker takes. But we have this pile, and then usually we pile it up, and it gets watered or whatever, and it doesn't get used for like months. And then, and it isn't cannabis. It just, like a lot of the things we have, I don't know, succulents.
But you let
mainly.
time.
Succulents, you
let
don't
time
need to
take care
root
of
them
it.
or anything. You could just cut a piece off and stick it in some decent aerated soil, cocoa, whatever, and it will take off and root. I got fucking hundreds of them. I don't know what to do with them all, but it seems like, yeah, why waste the stuff?
Go down to the road and sell them, bud.
Well, that was their idea. That's what they were like. Yeah, they could do that, but no one has ever done it. Sounds good.
Bunch of stoners.
But they would sell.
Yeah, they
You just
would.
have to put the time in. And if you went to like one of the farmers markets and got a booth and then had rooted plants, those type of plants, and fair price, you'd sell all day long.
There's a lady, I've seen a lady on Facebook Marketplace. We actually bought some succulents from her, a bunch of them. They're like $3 a piece, but they're small.
Yeah, I mean, succulents are so easy. You can't like that.
Cacti.
That's the easiest. Yeah. But other things root that easy too. There's things you can just stick in the dirt and they'll not always take off, but most of the time just take off.
Take off, eh?
Yeah, you hoser.
Yeah, no do to boot it.
Thanks for having a show today, guys.
A lot of the, like on my road, there's various properties that have various greenhouse operations. Some of them seen better days, some of them pretty modern setups. They all do basically nursery plants, like whatever the shit that's available at Home Depot, and a few of them are for when people build houses, like new houses, then they want to like put in trees, plants, and stuff that's already mature. There's some that seems to be what they're doing, but a lot of them just are little 1 gallon, all kinds of different shit under greenhouses. Pump
butterfly.
They get huge soil deliveries. I just call it soil, whatever mix they have, dump trucks, piles, like the one I drive by. Yeah, they go through whatever that pile is. It's more than one dump truck, like every 2 weeks. It's been down to a few feet on the ground, and they'll get a new delivery, fucking 20 feet high pile of the potting soil. They just pump them out. Like I remember that property was sort of decrepit in the greenhouses, and it was only like $750,000 on sale 10 years ago when I moved here. And these people bought it. They've been there about 10 years, and they've turned it around. Like even have probably 20 new frames. They're not like they're I guess cheaper, but they're like quality shade greenhouses, I guess, shade houses. And yeah, they pump out nursery plants. And over the years, I remember at the time thinking, yeah, if we could ever get a place like this and grow cannabis, this would be it. This would be so profitable. This would be it. And if 10 years ago I was able to grow cannabis there, or these guys were able to pump out nursery plants, I think they made way more money pumping out nursery plants.
Yep.
Because
I did.
like that's where we're at this point. Yeah. Because I've lived around a lot of properties in my area have like greenhouses and different stuff, and I always drive by and think like there's some people that do orchids or do whatever they do, but I always had this fantasy of being a grower of like, man, that would be the perfect property. If you had those greenhouses, you'd be just set growing weed. That was back in the day when like prices were different and the value was different. Today, oh no, you'd be better off with orchids.
I was in a mansion in Cleveland Heights, and the guy at one time was the president of the Cleveland Orchid Society. And we went to his estate sale, and I went into the basement, and I immediately called my mother down and said, how much do they want for the house? When you got down to the basement, he had cement tubs or cement potters that were built. Every room was sectioned off. He had controllers for every room. It was like, wow, a grower's dream.
Well, the ultimate would be, I mean, even if I won the lottery and had the money, and I would be building a house from scratch, I would like want to build like a indoor grow inside that house. And if you were building from scratch, yeah, you would be able to like have what do you
Beds
call
put
it?
in, concrete.
Floor drains, and your room being able to be hosed down or foam cleaned, and all these things that most people in their house, the way they build houses, well, you could build out something like that. But if you were starting from scratch, you could incorporate it. Oh, and even the mixed light concept and all that. Like, you know, if you're building $1 million dream house and you were a grower and could have an architect draw out like the perfect fucking thing and not care what you spent on it.
Exactly. Don't care what you spend on it. Right now, I'm watching every penny I have. Because I ended up getting some really bad news from the States. My friend that used to send me all my cigarettes and everything had a heart attack at work and died.
Oh, that's
Uh-oh.
And then I found out that the ex that I have helped her get a divorce from, that was beating her, has actually been living with her for the past 2 years. In my house, basically. Oh, well. Life goes on, right? So my life's here in Thailand for a really long time until Dad turns to different. But he's got this portable oxygen machine, and Mom says that she's getting him out of the house to go to stores and stuff, which is awesome.
nice.
So Dad's doing a lot better. Because I know my dad, like, you know, my dad's like me. He liked to travel. He always liked to be out on the road driving and going different places and being active, and being tethered to a machine. Really, you can't do that. But now that he's got the portable one and he doesn't have to pull a tank along behind him, he's got a lot more confidence. So hopefully he'll get out more and he'll get a couple extra years. So I think I'm gonna open up a dispensary here in town and a restaurant. The growing, I think I've met enough local growers recently where I can give them plants and they can grow it for me. that allow me to take care of the other duties that I may have.
What's the cheapest flight you've ever got to Thailand?
$913 plus tax. They're usually, well, you're in Boston, so you don't need to get that connecting flight. You can fly from Boston to like Dubai or India, and then from there to Bangkok.
You ain't catching
So-
me in the UAE.
You're probably looking at $1,000 ticket, because I can get them from Cleveland for like 1190, 1180. And that's going through American Airlines and All Nippon Air through Tokyo, which I suggest for Midwest people. Tokyo Airport, you get off your plane, you walk 100 meters, you stop at the Dairy Queen, you get yourself a sundae, and you walk over to the smoking section, you sit down, and you can watch your gate from the smoking area.
Nice.
Well, that's why I suggest it to people, because if you go through like Dubai, like flying Emirates Airlines, the planes are nice, the seats are huge.
Yeah, that's
But
the thing.
going through Dubai, it's like a half an hour to get to your next plane.
I ain't going to Dubai.
And wait, Cap, so Emirates, I could fly Emirates there?
Yeah,
I'm family on Emirates. I only have to pay 10%.
but but all the Emirates
Off-season,
flights
or
I've
they have a
ever
different word
taken
for it.
here has been out of the East Coast. I don't know about Emirates flying Asia through the West Coast. You'll have to check that out.
Well, if I flew through Dubai, there's a nonstop LA to Dubai, Emirates, and then Dubai
Yeah, but
to
you're
Thailand.
going way past Bangkok to get to Dubai.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm
where
going to
you're at, I
Dubai in a
would
couple
just go
months.
up to, if I was in your area, I would just go to like LAX, and I think they have 1 or 2 nonstop flights from LAX to Bangkok.
But
or
not Emirates
LAX
ones.
to Tokyo to Bangkok. I don't know. I always fly out of the East Coast. I'm
Yeah.
Midwest. I'm not California.
Either way, I don't see it happen very soon. Maybe next year, but
What is the
I'll be
Ubon
here.
Ratracho? Dude, I don't even know how to fucking say that.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
Look,
Mr. Robo.
what is this place? It's a lot. So you go to Chiang Mai, or do you go to?
You can fly right into Chiang Rai. We have an international airport. We used to be able to fly to Vietnam and Cambodia.
But now, like if I was to go there, I'd want to at least like experience Bangkok of some part of it. Like I'd either want to
Yeah.
fly in or out of there and probably
You'll
spend
fly into
a day or two
Bangkok.
there. Yeah.
You'll fly into Bangkok to 1 or 2 international airports, but it'll mainly be Swinnapum, which is the brand new big airport that they have. That's where Emirates flies in and out of. And, you know, I would suggest spending like 3-4 days in Bangkok in the beginning, and then coming back at the end of the trip and spending another 3 or 4 days there, unwinding, more resting. But, you know, Chiang Mai would be like a 1 day, 2 day type thing to go up the mountain and see the sunrise and stuff like that. It's beautiful.
Well, wouldn't the
You
Chiang
know,
Mai be where you would rest and relax? And
no,
not
you wanna,
Bangkok seems like it's super high,
c-
like
you
energy.
come up to Chiang Rai, where
How do you-
I'm at to
Oh,
relax,
yeah.
because
that's
our
what I mean. I get 'em mixed up.
temperatures, yeah, our temperatures in between the two cities, even though they're only 150 kilometers, during the day, it's about 8 to 10 degrees cooler up here with more of a breeze. There's not as much to do because there's not 2.4 million people in the city, but you know, once
that
you
would
get
be
to know the
more,
city, there's things to do every night.
where you're at would be if you spent a week there. So that'd be like more like Thai life, like country living or whatever you would call
Yeah.
it. More, yeah.
And up here, you could go up and take the picture with the golden triangle sign and all that.
Because I mean,
There's
pretty
a
much
lot
Bangkok,
here
even
within
though
a couple hours driving.
it's hard to really travel where you're not a tourist and go to places that are touristy. It's just all touristy, right? I mean, all the hotel, it's all tourist. Like,
Well,
even why we
everything is
stopped going to
built around
Hawaii.
tourism.
We used to go to Hawaii for like a week or two for a bunch of years, and we hated it no matter how we went to Hawaii, even though we knew people there or whatever. We always felt like real touristy, right? It was weird. But when we went to St. John and the Virgin Islands, even though it's touristy, no, it was like you, if you were there for a couple weeks, you weren't like it was. Yeah, there was life beyond the touristy thing, where Hawaii was just all touristy, and then we never went back to Hawaii. We just kept going to St. John for a bunch of years, because yeah, that was the thing. St. John wasn't touristy, even though you were a tourist. You were like touristy.
It's so funny. I can get a flight to Tampa for like $60. I can go down to Florida dirt cheap. It's
Well, I
only
mean,
a
what's
skip
that?
and a jump.
2-hour flight?
I don't know.
Because I could get to the Bay Area for 60, a 1-hour flight. And a Vegas, a low cost Vegas is about that. And that one's like 45-minute flight. With like advance notice. You try to fly last minute, oh, they jack you.
So nonstop, you leave at 4:50 and get to Tampa at 8:15.
In the morning or afternoon?
No, at night. It's only a couple hours. 3 hours,
Well,
3 hours and 25 minutes.
$60 or whatever. That's a cheap flight for that. Because like, if I flew from here to Seattle, which is like 3-hour flight, oh, that'd be a few $100, not 60.
You guys remember the dollar flights they used to have? Like 30
Dude, if I
years
could
ago?
get on a cheap flight somewhere, I would probably take it right now. I need a break. I want to go to a beach. I might go down to Florida. I haven't been down in a long time.
Isn't like there's like a new hurricane coming, more tropical storm hitting there? Ophelia, I think, coming
I
next.
don't know. Probably.
Oh, Ophelia.
That's one of my favorite songs by the band. The band called The Band.
Oh yeah, you're right. Hold on.
I guess you're not going to Florida.
That's probably why the flights are cheap down there right now, because I mean, even this is their season.
It's
This
rainy
is like
season.
the fucking hurricane season. So like,
Yep.
people probably, you never know if you book advance. Most people plan advance. Yeah, it can get fucked up by these storms every year, whether they're big hurricanes or just fucking tropical depressions or whatever.
The fuck? Images. There we go.
Now, what was D asking about, a dollar store?
No, it's okay. Forget it.
It looks like it's gonna hit land in Maryland. I don't know what the winds are. Here we go.
Maryland, that's DC. So that's like
Wow.
skipping Florida and going north above.
Yeah, it's gonna hit
Carolina.
Canada, New York. It
Yeah.
might actually. It depends if it keeps. We might Western Mass,
You guys can have it.
Connecticut. We'll see.
Mm.
Pretty fast moving it, like though, like. Well, 8 a.m. Friday. It's supposed to break land. 2 p.m. Saturday, it's supposed to be on land. So anytime between 2 a.m. Saturday to 2 p.m., it's supposed to hit land.
Is this going to
Wouldn't
New York?
you think, like, can't you get to Michigan even cheaper? And Michigan has like a huge cannabis culture compared to Florida.
Oh, really?
I've actually looked at flights to Michigan are kind of pricey. Get to Detroit for 208 right now.
Why would you? Oh, well, I'd go there. There was like a bunch of harvest festivals going on, but man, it's cold. You want to go to beach, you said.
Yeah.
And if anybody does think about coming to Thailand, think at least 3 to 4 weeks. Don't
Yeah,
think it's someplace you can do it in 10, 12 days. No, that's just not it. It's going to take you, you know, from the States, it's going to take you 20 plus hours to get here finally. And no. Yeah, D, for you, it's going to be like, I think you can actually get here through Korea, and it's like 25 and a half hours for you.
Oh,
So
fuck. I guess I'm not coming to Thailand then. Sorry.
if I go to Bangkok, right, December 1st to December 23rd, I'd probably make it. I would do a whole month, anyways.
Oh no, you'd want to stay here for New Year's and see Bangkok for New Year's and the fireworks and everything.
Bangkok.
So 1,200 one stop, 24 hours and 5 minutes.
That's not bad. That one stop though is probably a 6-hour layover.
Let me look.
Well, 5-hour layover.
Yep, 5. Emirates is at 3.
Emirates gives you bigger seats, and if the plane is kind of empty, they will allow you to stretch out on the whole aisle.
What about this? What about Swiss?
Never flew them.
Swiss or Turkish Airlines or what they're saying. Turkish Airlines is the one I would be taking.
Maybe they'll give you some Turkish delight.
The hash. Yeah, maybe you can get hash with that flight.
Yes. 3 grams.
So yeah, that's a round trip, I think, too.
Yes.
How much is it just to get there?
No round trip. How do I take that option off?
You're probably looking at $1,000 one way. If your tickets are $1,400 round trip, a one way is going to cost you $1,000.
Well, the one I was looking at was 1,200, so it would be 600 one way. Interesting.
Damn.
I just want to go to Thailand. It looks so fun.
And
I
I
watch all
would
the-
do it around that time because you can come up north here and, you know, it's going to be like in the 40s at night, but it's going to be like 78 to 83 during the day, which is beautiful to go out and see things. Just remember that, you know, when you go to a bar and they open up the doors, it's actually opening up a rolling metal door. So there's literally no windows on a lot of places.
Oh, you know where
So
I know
it gets kind of cold.
I want to visit Europe, like London. I really want to go to fucking Italy. That'd be cool. Italy is another, that would be a big one on my list. I've always wanted to visit Europe too. And like, do they have hostels in Thailand?
Actually, to tell you, yeah, you can get a hostel for a couple dollars, but I know hotel rooms here that are 350 baht, 400 baht a night. That's $10.
Oh,
Wow.
And for $12, you could probably get breakfast. So no, don't think about hostels. Think about some of the other hotels and little places like that. I know a great place. It doesn't have an AC, and at this time of year, it's fine. Your pool is literally right outside your door, and it's 250 baht a night. The food that they serve is awesome. Their pineapple smoothies are, oh, wow. The fresh squeezed pineapple juice that they do is another one. It was the first place my friend took me to outside the bar here in Chiang Rai when I came here that we could smoke cannabis at. This is 2018.
it only takes me 11 hours to get
The actual
Interesting.
flight from like Cleveland to Bangkok is literally only like 18 hours. But then you have like 6 hours ate up by 2 stops. One stop in Tokyo or an Emirates country, and one in either Chicago, Boston, East Coast, someplace. But Chicago's where I go, Chicago to Tokyo. And that's not bad. That's a little bit longer of a flight, but it saves you about 2 hours, 2.5 hours on your layover.
Yeah, or go to Vegas, November 18th weekend. The F1's in town. Even if you didn't go to the race, the whole shebang is going on in Vegas on November 18th. That's going to be a hell of a party Formula One in Vegas.
Huh. What time is it? Oh shit, it's 1. Ah. Fumi's been cooking away. I haven't even seen him.
I
Yeah.
just brought the burger out right now. So it's just a bite
Oh,
of
he-
it.
They're literally sitting there eating all the food, not leaving enough for anybody else.
The only other person that cooked was freaking Green Fingers with the shed.
I'm gonna
I ate
cook,
already.
but I can't do
The
both.
contest by default, shit.
I'm gonna just wait till we get off. I've already decided no matter what time it is, I'm gonna cook this meal I had planned. But I can't do both. I could, I guess. Just put myself on mute.
It's easy.
I ate already. Mrs. D's mama made these homemade freaking chicken.
I figured D
Wait,
and
It's
Smash by the
lunchtime
time we would get on here, it's like 10, 11 o'clock your time. So you probably have eaten. But some
Yeah.
people eat late.
I don't
used
eat
to-
until 7:30, 8 o'clock. It's too hot.
Uh,
I never tried to cook. I just love to cook. That's why.
Well, I always want to go to Australia too. That's another one on my list.
crikey.
Yeah, I think I'm going, I've got to leave the country by the 7th of the month. So I think I'm just going to go back to Phnom Penh for 4 or 5 days. There's some things I need in Phnom Penh that I normally get shipped over. So I can go there and buy them and take care of my problem.
Now, when you cross these borders, is it like they go through all your shit and tear you like, or no, they just wave you through?
No, I'm flying. They wave me through. When you come into Swinnapoom and you come through, or even Don Juan, you come through and they have this little section. If you have anything to declare, you actually have your bag x-rayed and then they open it up and decide if, whatever. But if you don't have anything declared, like a little couple-day bag, you just go right on through. I've never had, even when I come back and I have like 2 big suitcases, a big backpack, and another suitcase, a carry-on, they've never stopped me. They've never stopped me at immigrations or anything like that. I dress nice, I'm presentable, courteous, don't carry shit that you're not supposed to. Don't worry about it. I don't try to bring back extra bottles of liquor. I actually send those in the mail. Cigarettes and liquor, extra, I send in the mail. It's easier to put it into the post, and after a couple days, me getting back, it shows up. And you send 1 bottle of liquor and 2 cartons of cigarettes and a birthday card saying happy birthday. Seriously.
Yeah, this sounds funny. Happy birthday. Here's a carton of smokes.
And a bottle of liquor.
Bottle of liquor.
Because I can buy Jim Beam Black. I can buy an American Fifth there for $18 US. Jim Beam Black here is running about $35 and you get gypped by like 4 or 5 shots per bottle.
Yeah.
Because it's only like a 700 milliliter bottle or 900 or whatever. It's not a true fit. But I can also get better bourbon when I go to Phnom Penh, which are served in smaller bottles, but yeah, that's right. I can get 2 of those back actually. But
Yeah.
if you go to like Miramar and you're crossing over the border there and you put your packages on the X-ray machine, the person that X-rays your packages doesn't even see you when you pick them up. It's completely blocked off from their view. So you can go through with a clear duty-free bag and have an extra carton of cigarettes and bottle in your bag if you wanted. Or you just find the person that knows the person and you can get a whole case across the river. I mean, it's literally 15 feet of water you have to go across. That's like 4 inches deep.
Yeah, build yourself a homemade raft.
A homemade raft, you just tippy toe across it.
Yeah.
It's just like a 20-foot, 30-foot climb on the other side of the ravine.
What the hell is that?
What?
Hear that vibration?
Dude, I wish I had like a calendar of every music event coming to town. Like a little notification. Upcoming concert.
I had one.
Yeah, there's plenty of, I mean, most cities have something similar, or might have to look at a couple different calendars, because one promotion that only lists their own promotions.
Ooh, the Trans-Siberian Orchestra. The Ghost
You
of
can
Christmas
find
Eve.
You can find one that just gives you local, like smaller bars, and then you can find one that gives you like acts that are being paid to come in and play at like theaters. I had access to that one. So any of the acts coming into town that were handled by bigger agents and booked through them. And then in Cleveland, we had one that was northeast or northern Ohio, and it was basically anything from almost Columbus up for like bars. They could list bands coming in, because you'd get a little fucking bar out in the middle of like Aurora, and they've got a little event going on. They'll spend $5,000, $6,000, $8,000, $10,000 on a band coming in. Big Brother and the holding company was only a total, I think, of like $13,000 to get them to come in the 90s for our normal event. You know, Brewer and Shipperley were only like 2,300. But that's a type of band that you would go see at, you know, a 200-person bar.
One took over the line.
Yeah.
That's awesome, Captain.
Oh, there's a
Those
carnival
guys are
under
awesome.
this.
Yeah. That was a fun year.
Dear Mrs. D. Join. See.
We had 3,200 people packed into a place that literally could only hold maybe 2,400. We did it really smart that year. We knew we were going to have a lot of people, so we hired a lot of the county sheriff. And no one had a problem. Even the
I've been wanting to
sheriffs
put
were
a-
having a good time.
I've been wanting to put a show on. It's way harder to find someone that's gonna let you smoke inside.
If you book them, they will come.
Yeah, finding an indoor venue that lets you smoke, yeah, that's impossible, dude.
They're out there. It's just getting them.
They're out there, but they're usually out in the middle of nowhere and they're charging an arm and a leg. That's what they were in Michigan.
Yo, when I was younger, we had this warehouse called the Jam Spot. A bunch of different bands rented rooms to practice in. Some lived in a room. Yeah, it was just it was a weird spot. They had parties and shows all the time. Didn't like you could just walk in. They didn't give a fuck. But there's nowhere like that anymore. Like when we were in there smoking, they let whatever happen. Literally, it was like a warehouse. It was pretty much a warehouse party. No one was like security, you know, it was just a bunch of people.
Well,
Bands.
you can still pull stuff like that off. Can you do it repeatedly? No, but if you find the right place, bing bam, you can get an event in most places, unless you have some kind of problems, too many people or some. No, where you know the things are happening out there because the authorities don't have time to fuck with shit like that. Man, pop-ups or whatever.
Dude, I was
There
trying.
was
I've been
a
trying to
story here where there was a raid that the cops just found. It was like under this weird intersection freeway thing, and there was like up to 1,500 teenagers and people and this PA and this whole thing. And then the cops couldn't do anything because they said that where they were located or something, they just let it happen. It was just like a rogue sesh or whatever, jam session under these freeway bridges. If they let the homeless like live everywhere and set up tents, and what the fuck are they going to do when other people do things like that? we're a lot of places are like kind of becoming sort of lawless, where the authorities just don't give a fuck anymore.
You know, I really want to go to one of these big EDM concerts, like the ones that are like out of this world. That's another big thing on the list before I die.
Yeah, you can save me on that one.
Tomorrow World, dude.
Now, tonight was the first night of Revival. That's this 2-day festival that Billy Strings puts on. There's other acts and music all night in the late night tent with different musicians. It's in Buena Vista, Colorado, this beautiful land, and everyone's all camped out. They do yoga together in the morning, and you know that's a certain vibe, a little bit of bluegrass.
Look at that stage, dude. Like every year, this thing is above and beyond.
What city is it in, or does it move around? Is that the Electric Lady one or whatever it's called?
No, this is Tomorrow World. It's Belgium?
Oh yeah, I've heard there's some in Europe that are like just so epic.
Never leave.
Hold on, I'll tell you. They've had it in a couple different places, I think.
Never leave.
Yeah, these are shows with like up to 100,000 people at them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, I've been to shows roughly that amount a few times now. Save me. I don't like crowds that big anymore now. I'm over that.
I can't even. I think it just happened. Tomorrow. Yeah, we have some big ones over here though. There's one in Las Vegas. There's Electric Daisy Carnival, EDC. Electric Forest is pretty big out here.
Yeah, that's the one, Electric Forest. Yeah, I've heard of that one.
There's a couple others.
Yeah,
Right, in 2019, it was in Belgium.
it's not like I could see having fun there for about a half hour with that kind of music, but I couldn't see like 8 hours or longer psychedelic use with that. No, not for me. I'm from like a different era, I guess.
Yeah, I used to do the all night rave scene. Where's
I could get into all night music
I'm gonna
scene,
butcher this.
but like that, not that kind of music. That would be like that would be harsh.
How do you anyone know how to say that? Discovery.
But I mean, I've been to some of the most epic festivals with late night. Sierra Nevada used to have Reggae in the River, Jerry at the Eel. So many. My impression, or in fact, basically, of like what's happened, why even in California, we don't even have any good festivals. The few that exist are in other places. Lawyers. You blame it all on lawyers and people that sued and all that shit, and the rules and laws that got implemented because of all that. Like, yeah, back when all that stuff was happening, yeah, the promoters and stuff wouldn't be a target like that, but oh, they are, and that's why there's hardly any of those type of events.
So this started,
and the ones that are like super security and blah 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 and all that.
This one like started in the early 2000s. Like this is like their memory, but I heard about it around like 2012. 2015 is when I really wanted to go. They had 1,080 100,000 180,000 people. I'm tired. But the next year, dude, 180. Then 2017, they had 400,000 people attend.
Yeah, that's where it gets. Yeah, I don't like. No, I don't need.
And it's
that
just
humanity.
getting bigger and bigger. This one had 600,000.
Now, when I was younger, I wouldn't have thought twice about that. But over the years, no, I can't stand. I spend a lot of time in crowds, and I don't even like 10,000 people. But 400,000? Oh no. People are not fun to be around. Not in that number. I'm like, yeah. I like small places. I couldn't get tickets because it was like a very few tickets were ever available, and they were $1,000 each night, which, oh, nah, yeah, because Neil Young just played with Crazy Horse for the Roxy, the club in Hollywood's 50th anniversary. It was 2 nights, last night, night before, with Crazy Horse, and I've seen some clips. Oh man, that was beyond epic. He only played songs from '73 and earlier, so that was like all the really good shit. Yeah, 2 nights at the Whiskey that only held 500 people. Now that I would have been like, yeah, yeah, but I
I've
couldn't
still
make it.
never done like Burning Man. I don't think I would do Burning Man or Coachella.
Well, Coachella's gone through a bunch of different things since the beginning, but a lot of these things had their day where I remember what's the one in Tennessee called, it's with a B, Bonnaroo. That used to be
Bonnaroo.
like the coolest thing, but then it's kind of lame now, and a lot of events become like that. They start off the first few years when it's organic and new, and then once they get big and successful, then they becomes lame.
You know,
Everyone has expectations. Oh, it's going to be like this, but it's always only good. Like even Burning Man, like I can't wrap my head around that you got to pay $1,000 and up to go to Burning Man, because I knew burners way back in the Deadhead era, right? Their whole thing was like no money, and like this whole thing, like, so like, and they have their 10 tenants or whatever, their 10 rules, which says that like you can't sell, you got to give and all that. But then they charge like a ridiculous amount of money to go out in the middle of nowhere. That's kind of weird. But there was Burning Man before that. Now, like, yeah, that was, but now that it's like a Live Nation event, well, is it the same Burning Man? Nah, I don't know. And my best friend went for the first time, and he missed the first couple days. So he only got there, he had 1 day, and then it rained, and then he was stuck there for like 5 days in what he describes as hell. So this year, that was a fucking, there's a lot of videos of loyal burners that they make them every year. So, and they really try to downplay what happened with the mud. It wasn't that big a deal. And no, that was fucked. They were stuck there. You couldn't move.
You know, Austin, Texas seems to be popping off with comedians, like.
No, it's like become like this new
Mecca
stronghold of comedians, mainly because I think it's
Joe Rogan, the
opened
the mothership. The mothership.
But then there's a few other clubs, because my one friend Frank Castile, he's a stand-up guy. Mainly works at the comedy club, all that is normal for years. But no, now he's in Austin, like it's fucking popping there, more gigs than ever, and
the guy
stays
that
down there for a
started all
week and does like X amount of spots, and it's like the comedy mecca at the moment in the country is Austin.
What's his name? He was the silver-haired guy that was on God, I'm fucking stoned. With You Might Be a Redneck or whatever, fucking
Jeff Foxworthy.
Yeah, Jeff Foxworthy, the silver-haired guy that was on that tour. And they call me fucking potato or whatever the hell it was. Fucking
Ron something or other. Right?
Yeah, Ron White.
Yeah.
Ron White is the one that got them all out there. Like he got Joe to come out there and shit.
Well, I mean, they built a Formula One track there. They have a certain music thing they've had for years. They have that one film festival thing and the other festival.
SXXW,
Austin's
South by
been
Southwest.
working it at like putting themselves as a destination like this for a while. Like this didn't just happen overnight. Austin's been on the
Austin's been on the music scene for the past 30 some years.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know,
huge music scene, like 250 clubs to go play music every night live. It turned into like Nashville.
And from like, I don't know, I'm like not a Texan and I would never find myself in Texas. I'm a Californian, but people that I have a few friends that live in Austin and know a little of Texas. Yeah, Austin's like a oasis inside of Texas. You know what I mean? It's like if you're gonna be Austin's like cool. The rest of the Texas, well, that's another story. But I mean, that's just my view on it.
Kill Tony.
Yeah, I watch Kill Tony all the time.
Out.
So I had a bunch of little. I used a bunch of JLF that I made just with cannabis, with a bunch of weed plants, and there was ones that were all seeded, and like the gook at the bottom of the barrel was had all the seeds in it, and I top dressed with a lot of that. So now I got all these plants that have all these fucking seedlings popping up on the fucking in the underbrush on them.
Well, and if those seeds survived all that, they must have like super microbial fucking life going on within those sprouts.
Yeah, they're all kind of like from what I have gotten to learn or whatever. It was kind of like the field that I got all those in was like a lumber yard type deal, or like where they would bring lumber from a bunch of chainsaw jobs. And apparently one of the workers that was always fucking emptying out his bags of fucking like swag basically, or just like run of the mill, whatever the fuck weed. So I'm actually gonna make a seed sprout tea out because I de-seeded a bunch of them too, or I just shook them out, and I've got like probably 10 gallons worth of seeds.
Just a few.
Make a seed sprout tea.
Well, yeah, I mean, I imagine that would be because that has like each of the seeds in the embryo have like little amount of enzymes and like all the essentials that a plant needs. And then you have, what did you say, 10 pounds of them or huge amount?
10 gallons.
10 gallons. Yeah, that would probably be an effective
millions of seeds.
Or maybe not. I'd maybe 5 gallons. I said gallons. I was going a little overboard there.
Still millions of seeds.
Here's one bag of them, and I got like 2 more bags.
Yeah, I mean, they're not really around anymore, but when I used to travel and was younger, the Hare Krishners were like everywhere. They were like in airports, buses, wherever, and they had like that red garb on and would try to, I don't even know what the purpose, like, I guess get donations or get you to join the Hare Krishna or whatever. But they used to give away way back, like when like weed was fucking illegal for sure. Hare Krishnas would have these bowls and they would offer you like handfuls of hemp seed, right? And it was like salted, you would eat it, right? And I always remember like, because it was at an era, if you got caught with a seed, you'd get charged. But somehow the Hare Krishnas used to give out bowls of it in front of the airport.
Hey, Ryan, taking a cup second, can you ask Ryan to show the plants with white hairs he is looking at as being ready?
Oh, those are... I don't know if my phone will even pick it up really.
Okay.
Here's one that's kind of got it.
Don't move.
I know. still some white in it. This one's turning a lot more orange though already. So is this one. This one's it's turning a lot more purple.
And what kind of weather are you having?
Pretty decent weather. I mean, 70s, 80s. Like this one's got quite a bit of the white hairs on it still.
So in your like timetable of your season, you're like in what, the last stage, right?
Yeah, but these
Still
ones
got
were
another 3 to 4 weeks to go.
these ones were touted as being early finishers. They're supposed to finish in mid-September. And
They're a
probably
couple
bring up
weeks
my
behind.
phone so I could show my microscope, but they're all milky trichomes, and then maybe like 10% amber and 10% pink or purple. I mean,
Almost there.
Well, yeah, those ones look a little further on than the other ones you showed.
yeah,
They
I've got a
some
bunch that are.
color.
Yeah, this doesn't do in the color justice at all during the night like this. So
Now those are like regular cannabis plant. These aren't the hemp ones. Those are
Nope.
in the other section.
yeah. And these are tiny ones too. I didn't get them started till like after the 4th of July.
Mom's.
Yeah, I'd probably shine my light on them enough though. Because like this one, I can tell some of the buds are, or some of the hairs are turning orange already again. Some of these white ones, but I don't know. I just figured they kind of, if some of them they had enough amber hairs where I would have chopped them if they didn't have the white hair like that. But I'm gonna give them a little bit longer still.
Yeah, I normally, when I go to harvest, I wait to at least 2 out of every 10 trichomes, 2 to 3 out of every trichomes are amber. And then by the time the drying process and a little bit of curing out, you end up with 3 to 4 out of every 10. That's my preferred point. But I also like my pot a little bit stonier.
Have a good night, everybody. Don't forget, tomorrow night,
Yeah.
takeover, 11 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Pacific.
Here's D.
On the
Here's
Fumadoro
Cheers,
channel.
Steve.
Cheers, Captain.
That's right. We're going to be on this channel for the next week or something because the other channel's locked down. So take over on this channel. Cheers, D. Well, we might mosey out of here in the near future. Maybe we'll make this last call. Bounce around 11 o'clock or so. We'll see how it goes. Ladies and germs, I would like to make this a regular thing, but I would like to make the grilling a regular thing amongst many of you, not just me. I don't want it to just be the Fumador Grills Burgers show. So next week, ladies and germs, bring your fucking sandwiches, bring your burgers, bring your chicken, bring your tofu. I don't even know what. Bring your what else do people grill? Your zucchini. Bring your freaking romaine. Apparently, people grill romaine lettuce. I haven't done that yet. Bring your watermelon. You ever grilled watermelon before? That's actually really good. It's almost like a tuna steak. It's weird. It's like a sweet tuna steak. It's so bizarre. What else? I've never grilled a cantaloupe, but if you could grill a watermelon, I bet you could grill a freaking cantaloupe too. I wonder.
Notice some frozen pizzas that I have that suggest grilling on them.
I mean, shit, why not? The oven basically says probably 375, 425, whatever, depending on the pizza. Put it in well, at least this fucker right here is about 400 degrees. You can easily put it on a grill. It's about 400 degrees. Yeah, you could literally grill a frozen pizza.
Yeah, indirect heat. I used to do it all the time.
That's pretty funny. Do green fingers? Do you put all the charcoal like on one side, then just let it basically
No,
the heat
I
kind of
used to
come
have
through?
I used to have a gas grill, like a real gas, like a natural gas, not the propane tanks built into the house. It was a baller. Just super easy to cook on.
My friend made a meatloaf on their grill.
Yeah, you can bake anything on there. We used to do turnovers with fresh fruits off the trees. You just gotta eat one side only, and you put it on the other side. So you eat like one roll, 8 rolls of to ignite.
That's the one thing I do like about the best grills. They're just so easy.
Yeah, no, I miss doing the grills because we used to do charcoal on the homestead. So like after that, after the gas, I had to go to straight wood and charcoal. That was a hassle. I was like, damn, this is not the same. I was like, this is so much different.
I like charcoal.
Yeah,
Good
charcoal's
evening, my friends.
Wee.
I like
Oui,
the flavor.
oui.
Nah,
What the
nice stone, man. That's all I could do was wee.
Oui, oui.
What's up? Stuff. What are you? What's
Hashish.
What today?
Ouais, mais 5 minutes me sleeping. Alors, ah ouais, good.
Little Lebanese gold.
D'accord. Yeah.
Lebanese gold.
Wow, les bananes. D'accord. Yeah, ok. Ça y est, je connais. Cool.
Stuff. Little piece. So
Ah,
it's all
good.
gone. Like 2
Okay.
pieces left. Just a little.
Ah, cool.
Smoke a little.
Very nice.
What's everybody else smoking?
Larry OG and Death Star.
Still smoking the same combo. I could have
Yep.
guessed that. I was gonna guess it, but I didn't want to be that because people are very predictable. Like humans are so predictable that
I'm almost out.
already. Damn, it hasn't been that long. Like 2 months, 3 months. Been smoking the same thing. We last year for like 6, 7.
I smoke like 6, 7 grams a day.
You got a good habit. You got a good habit.
Well,
Gotta
Yeah,
smoke.
that's probably what I average. Like
Yeah.
4 or 5 joints, 6 joints. Sometimes less, sometimes more. I'm smoking apples, bananas the whole day, even though I have like some other good stuff too. Somehow I just like I like this one. It's super stony. It's super tasty.
yeah, I like it too.
I don't know about it tasting like apples or bananas, but
It's got a nice taste to it. I enjoy it.
I don't smell the apples or bananas, and I even lost which one it was between. I'm like, it smells like the Gushmint or no, something I have sherbet cake. It smells like the sherbet cake also. So I'm like, damn, the sherbet cake and the apple and banana smell like each other. It's crazy. Very
well,
similar.
I think it's in that modern hype genetics. It's so many of those are also related, right?
Yeah, I was saying, oh, look at this one of my friend.
Not that
check this one out.
some of
Wrong
those
planet.
combos have made
Oh, fuck.
sick stuff, like it's
Yeah.
that
Spider, man.
little circle of genetics has definitely like made some killer fucking strains.
Yeah, I got some good stuff in there, like the oil tanker and all those things that I didn't show you guys those, but yeah, some of those other ones I have the orange cookies, caffeine, all those ones.
Robert's holding out on us.
What?
You're holding out on us.
Oh no, those were the big plants next to the ones I showed you, but I didn't show you the name tags because there's spiders. Even I won't touch those tags right now because they're hungry.
They're hungry.
Yeah, I know better. I'm not getting hurt. We get injured by these things. They're not. It's not like the daddy long legs just had their babies, so there's not enough food for everybody. And then they had their babies, black widows.
We're gonna hear about this guy found out in the Salton Sea in a cocoon, and it's like, there's Robert. The spiders got him.
When I found the tarantula, that was kind of terrifying because it was on Halloween. It was like I just walked in my room. Said, what the hell is that? Jumped out. I was like, hey, damn. When I first moved here, that was my welcoming. So welcome home. It's smooth.
Cap.
I like to think
Smoke,
his name.
smoke,
Smooth.
smoke, smoke, Cap.
Oh, damn.
Ah là là, bah oui.
Oh,
Mi
family.
aussi.
Poop, the magic dragon, bro.
La puissance. Bing. La
Nose
puissance.
bleeding, sweating.
Ouais.
I'm sweating. My nose is running, and it's like I took a dab. Jesus.
Yeah.
That's something cool. I love that. I need to get some Sudanese traditional dry safe. That's a lot. Yeah. Last time I popped a blood vessel in my eye when I cough like that. I'm afraid to look. If it hurts like that, I might have done it.
I've definitely pulled a stomach muscle coughing before.
Well, no, I let mine go because I've really hurt my stomach before doing that. Well, it felt so bad, like a knot after like 3 days. I was like, yeah, my muscle's not stopping. I don't know what it was. Shit sucked.
I'm trying to get the ties over here. They're holding the torch to the bong and literally clearing the whole bong, not removing the slide, and they'll exhale and then they'll finish it, but they still will not remove the slide.
But I'm about to do this. Like one big old head.
Or better yet, they just put the bong down halfway full still and then pick it up like a minute later. And they wonder why they're coughing so much. Maybe because you're doing like 2 hits in one.
Oh shit, I see a fire. Nice. This is dope.
Bud, for me, brochette. For me, brochette. Moi, j'aime bien les brochettes. You like me, brochette. Barbecue, cool.
Ryan, are those the ones that you're just showing us? So you're showing us that the purple, those are purple heads on the trikes, or is that just purple stalks, or what am I looking at? I see a hair on there too. I love when I see this. Yes, I'm not the only person. My features I have to pick out like 30 or 40, so I don't even take them that long. Whatever. Let me see in this one. Ooh, pup hair. Puppy hair. I like that purple.
Here's one of the buds.
What was that? What plant?
Blueberry
There you
muffin.
go. Nice.
But I'm
What's
guessing I've
this
got to
one?
wait for those white ones to turn a little more orange.
What variety? Variety? What variety?
Blueberry muffin, Christophe.
Ok, d'accord. Thank you. Good evening, Fumidor. Merci. Thank you.
Bonjour, Christophe.
Yeah, I liked how they had those trikes on them. I like that. Those kind of pretty. And the hair.
Nice. Huh? Cool.
Motherfucking rain in silica.
Rain and sand.
So,
Man, this joint's got me high as fuck. And I got a business meeting to go to soon.
hey, what's this about the future prime minister or the current prime minister of Thailand saying he's going to ban open cannabis in the next year? You hear about that?
Well, if you believe in what they print in the papers here in Thailand, yeah. That's what they're talking about.
So is it a really, I guess we've never really asked you this. What's the public consensus now about cannabis? I think you've said that the government is not super thrilled about it because I guess they're somewhat conservative. Thailand is somewhat, known for being a conservative society. How do people feel about it? I mean, you've said that there's fucking thousands of shops and presumably they have customers. Would it be a really popular thing if they banned it, or would it be a really bad thing if they banned it?
Well, there a lot of shops are owned by Thai people, even though there's a Western influence. But recently, I have had the Thai cannabis community, like I said, I have been here for 6 years. And they've kind of shunned me because of being a Westerner. But now, here just recently, I've met quite a few of them, and now I'm accepted into, I'm actually accepted into their Facebook group that they have that I've been trying to get into for 6 years, but they keep on rejecting me because I'm a Westerner. But there are a lot
is that because
of
in the last
Thai-owned shops, and the shops are now starting to be able to produce their own grown flower. So I can see that, it's just not their companies aren't owned by all Westerners. There's a lot more Thais that have an interest now than at the beginning.
Is this like because you've been there 6 years and like 99% of the cannabis Westerners in country showed up in the last year because of this cannabis thing? I mean, that's the difference. And there's got to be a lot of these Westerners over there trying to make a quick buck as far as the Thai people look at it, right?
I was in a shop yesterday. The girl is, yeah. And I made a comment about because her grower was her husband or boyfriend, which is now an ex. And the weed is still shit. But the whole thing that it comes down to, okay, is how is it going to economically affect the people? And that's how the people will voice their opinions. And they'll voice it through a vote, and we'll see how it comes out. But you have to understand, living in Thailand, I have watched them literally change numbers 3 times a week on something, on items that go through Parliament. So the numbers can change 3 times in 1 week over the next 4 weeks. So you can have it starting off not winning, having it win in the center, lose in the last part, and then pull out a win at the end. If you read what's in the print. So no one has an idea really what's going to go on.
Isn't it like televised when they do the vote, and like, you know what I mean? Like, or you're saying you just have,
I don't
you just
think
have
so.
to trust what they say in the paper.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. Well, there are a lot of places in the world sort of with the control the government has controls that stream of information, right?
Exactly.
Which at this point, yeah, I guess if the powers that be have the ability to just tell you whatever the fuck, then they're gonna.
But when you have people that are in that party and they're actually expanding their business, then
like, okay, so in the last
how
year,
do
I
you
mean, I'm
deal
sure
with that?
there's the side of it trying to show all the harm it's causing, right? To support that. It's not like, oh, there's more street people. There's like, oh, if there's more alcoholism, there'd be more problems. If there's more opiate addiction, there'd be more problems. Speed and things, right? Cannabis, a year later, it's not like there's some kind of social issue because of the cannabis, right? I mean, it doesn't. The opposition always tries to like imply that that's what happens with cannabis, but that's not what happens with cannabis, right?
Yeah.
So like, even though they'll probably like try to say, oh, there's more drug addicts now because of cannabis or something like that.
Probably what they're going to do is say the prior administration rushed this through. Let's pull it all back and set the guidelines. Because what happened is Thailand missed the rush on license, permits, and taxing. They missed all the tax when it was at the highest price. And now we're at rock bottom prices, and the taxes don't mean shit.
Well, and either way, like how you get those politicians' votes is by like, that's how it won't ever change here, because the states have like got X amount of money from it, millions, hundreds of millions, tax dollars, whatever.
Yeah, that's not happening here.
That makes politicians hard to go against that, right? And in Thailand, you don't have the weight of that argument in the political side of like, well, look, in 1 year, the taxes alone have raised whatever amount of money because you guys skipped the tax part, which seemed good at the beginning, but like I always thought, oh, it's an inevitable thing And maybe
They sh-
Thailand could do it where they do it on the back end, like figure it out after.
No,
But
they're never going.
most
The Thai people
most
will never pay that money, and they know that. They have lost that money, and now what they
well,
have to do is try to
then
go
it's
back
easy for
and
them to
save
say no.
face. And then it's for them to save face is to go back and repeal all the laws and start from fresh.
Yeah.
But that's
And
not going to happen.
because if you look at anywhere that changed their cannabis laws, mainly in the United States, it's been a progressive thing. It usually starts with medical and then it goes to rec. But even when the law passes, they
Well,
still
I did
always
hear.
say they need a year or two to implement it. But all they're really saying there is we need a year or two to set up the structure to tax
To
it and
take
get
the
our
money.
money. Right?
Yeah, to
We're not
take the
letting you
money.
do it until we have a infrastructure in place for you to pay up
And
up
what
front.
the prior administration, what they were trying to do was to appease the population of Thailand because it was building up into a frenzy. Okay. We literally had rioting in the streets here in Bangkok and other cities that you really don't hear about because it was kind of squashed really quick and cannabis covered it up or something
Well,
else covered it up.
I mean, you'd hope that your system of government, obviously something has to be met in the middle, right? Like the way it is seems like untenable. And
What they should have
super
done
hard
was
taxation, like you say, that the Thais aren't going to pay
they're
that.
not going to go. No, they're not going to go for that. What they should have done right from the beginning was say you collect the 7.25% VAT tax. That's the tax that, when I show you pictures of like food here, that does include the VAT tax. So you don't pay anything except for that price that I show you. There's no tax on top of it. If they would have went ahead and said, okay, you have to tax it, the government 7.25 or whatever it is percent, then they would have made off and they would have said, look at all this tax money. If
Yeah.
they would have
And
just
that
kept it at that. But
that
they
compared to
never
the
did that and they lost it all.
compared to the tax rates that are implemented everywhere else, 7.2%. Where do you? Yeah, that sounds fair. Even in California, we have 10 point something percent sales tax, right? Okay, let's call it that. Just like everything else, put a sales tax on it, 10%, and I think they would end up with bigger numbers than the system that they have now, right? Because even people in the legacy market, black market, whatever, see, if you're going to be successful with whatever you're doing income wise, you're going to have to pay tax on the money to make it taxable income for you can own properties, invest, all that stuff. So there'd be plenty of people that would gladly pay 10% sales tax, and declare that income, and I think that would like if they really approached it that way, they would end up that'd be like closer to a true 10% on everything produced. You're never going to get everything, but a majority of it. Where now the legal market's like a shrinking market of what's produced and taxed, right? And I know in California, part of the thing was they had this estimate of how many billion or whatever, or 100 million each year. It was going to level off after so many years at $1 billion a year. And they have never hit those numbers, anything close to those numbers. there's some other states, I think Illinois, when they passed whatever they did, their first year was higher than our like 5th or 4th year of tax revenue that Illinois collected over California's collection.
With a
So-
much smaller population.
And Thailand, 7% seems fair for their way of life there. And
Yeah.
in most states have sales tax. A few don't, but most have sales tax. Maybe not as high as 10%, but close. Yeah, call it 10%. And I think in the end, nationally and state by state, they would do way better in the long run.
Yeah.
Than this crazy
Exactly.
system they're trying to implement. That ultimately it's
Well-
going to be a bureaucracy that's just going to keep growing because, oh, it's jobs. What do they call them, BCC or whatever they are. A lot of them are being recruited out of the other parts of government jobs, right? But it's like a growing body count, right? And they don't have near enough body, enough people to actually implement the inventory system or tighten up the whole thing. The only way you're going to do that is with like more enforcement, which eventually, yep, they're going to get more and more enforcement, which will be more money. That's just how that bureaucracy shit goes, right?
Not everywhere.
You could save all that money and just and take the overhead out of the way they're doing it and be in the 10% sales tax would be more. There were these people when the Prop 64 was on the ballot. What I just said isn't like my idea. I heard it from these other political people that during the run up to the vote on Prop 64, that they were proposing this idea, even though no one wanted to hear it and it was like swept under the rug. There was this group, they spoke in Sacramento, whatever they did, they had a little voice. That's where I heard that idea that and they had numbers, it seemed like that they were probably right.
Yeah, but the thing is they were probably using common sense, and that doesn't work in our government, and it doesn't work in Thailand. The things that make common sense are pushed aside for things that are way over budgeted or they're funded this way or whatever. And we end up with fucked up shit instead of the simple, common way that it should have been done.
No, I mean, yeah, it would be nice if we had like a common sense system with logical debate and things could get better and you could try things and even that, there's whatever, at this point, 30 some states. Every state that comes on board adopts the basic framework of the mess that every other state has, right? It's not like a state come along and said, we're not doing it that way, we're going to do it this way. And whether it failed or not, but at least there should be other ways, not just this one way that seems for the states that have had it going the longest be a complete failure.
At 36 states, they should have it right by now.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They're not able to they get stuck on stupid and just stay there,
It changed. They improve it one way every 6 to 7 states. Hey, by the time we get to 49, we'll actually have it right for the 50th state.
Well, you'd figure, I mean, even yeah, I'm like a Democrat, so like, oh, Newsom being governor is better than some Republican, right? But he's the worst motherfucker there ever was, right? And he avoids like, hey, this is a thing in the state. It's a decent amount of tax dollars. It should be addressed. Oh, he avoids all questions. He's like has done nothing, even though like typically the governor has the most power to like like fix some of these things, and let's debate them, or let's try at least to Colorado has a little healthier system of government because they have amended their thing along the way. Like they saw things that were wrong with it, and the way their system of legislation, they were able to, most of them negative things from a consumer standpoint, but whatever, they're able to at least amend things or put up. No, California, we're like fucking beyond that. We're like gridlocked, stuck on stupid. So all these years go by and there's not like any ability to say, yeah, that part of it doesn't work. Let's adopt the amend this. No, that we and like isn't that the basis of like getting better, learning, like fixing? But no, when it comes to politics, we get stuck on stupid and just keep doing the same thing no matter what the results are. It's hard to like compromise and come to some like new ideas, or at least try some different things, or look at it different lens. Hey Cap, do you have like new mic that has better noise canceling? I mean, I can hear the bird, but much more like
They're not
sound.
loud today. They're not in my front yard today. I got a bunch of butterflies in my yard today. The fruit's starting to drop again. This tree that's in front of me is the one that's flowering now. The other one isn't making fruit or flowering. But this one makes a much, much smaller fruit. But it seems to have a lot longer flowering time. Almost like double the amount. Because like I say, the other one doesn't have anything on it, and this one still has green on there. So there's still another 3 weeks left to some of those.
Put on J5. How's the garden?
Some big Diacon energy here. Is that what they mean by big D energy?
That's it.
Cheers,
I wanted to show
J5.
off. I wanted to show off my massive Diacon. Look at this thing, dude. It spans like freaking 7 feet.
That's worthy of a t-shirt, honestly.
Big
Icon
Diacon
energy. Yeah, that's you should fucking sell that. That should be your
Oh,
thing.
you should, huh? Look at
That's
that thing, though, dude. That's freaking huge.
There we go.
All of a sudden, the National Japanese Daikon Association catches wind of that t-shirt and he becomes a fucking millionaire overnight. Of us, one of us.
That's all it takes.
What luck with that greenhouse? I'm debating building a couple of covers because the rains are coming in the next few days. Thankfully, they're only gonna be here for a few days, but I don't actually really know what the long-term forecast is. I was kind of hoping for a year a lot like last year, which was exceptionally dry into November, well into November. I want to say like halfway into November was when the rains came. It was crazy. Like if you didn't harvest by then, it's your fault. Some rains coming already. We'll see how severe they are. Great posture on those plants.
This is that great fun that Smash was talking about. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. I've just chain smoked 3 joints.
No
That's
need to
one.
apologize for that. That's a congratulations.
This is this is the one I like, dude. This is that black light leaner.
Oh. Look at that. Very pretty.
Yeah, that purple bud meat. I love that shit.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
It looks great at night. These are the same ones from a couple days ago in the daylight, but
This
there's
is
a
the
whole
other
other
side.
list to-
Another greenhouse here. And then here's another one. Same thing. Grape fun dips. See what I'm saying, dude? I grew 3 of them this summer, and they looked all identical. These not 2 of them are. That first one and this one are the same. They're just different structured plants as far as the bud goes. It's hard not to get my headlamp shadow in it.
Mm-hmm. One of the reasons why a lot of times video setups will have the light a little bit out to the side. It gives a little bit of angle to the face, but then it also basically literally gets out of your way.
That makes sense. It's big clover. And just whatever else blows in here. Yeah, and then this one. Fucking get up there to get that one. Shit. This one's like same height as me. Can you guys see that? Kinda.
What are we looking at? Just the bud or something else?
Yeah, just the bud.
Yep. No, it looks good.
Dude, I screwed up the other day. I showed off my milkweed, but dude, there's multiple spiders on every single one of those plants I showed you yesterday. And I knew Green Fingers was like in chat or either on. And I wanted to show off all my spiders. I figured you would have dug that. I guarantee I'll find.
I too am a fan of garden spiders.
Yeah, I don't mind them. I get excited.
Like me and my geckos.
I don't like spiders, but I don't fuck with them. You know, they're here. And they do kill shit. I see them all the time. They always got flies and crap.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm still weirded out by them. I was working in the veg garden today. I was moving a pot, and this big old fucker basically fell off the pot. And don't get me wrong, she was super, super scared of me. But at the same time, I was like, oh shit. You know, I was having a little moment where I was like, don't crawl on me, don't crawl on me, don't crawl on me. But yeah.
It happens with me every day.
I didn't squash her. You know, I'm glad she's in there. So.
That's cool.
Look crazy at night.
Yeah, right.
I don't ever do this. It's late enough that outdoor plants don't freak out like that, dude.
I haven't got any herms on any of mine. I do it all the time.
I do too. Well, I don't do it all the time, but I've never had. I take stuff that I take stuff that herms inside, like with little to no effort. I bring it out here and fine. Everything never ever Oh, I did. One ethos.
A lot of people say that the sun
And
has a
go figure,
normalizing
right?
effect on plants. I've kind of seen that on some of the stuff that I took outside. Not that they were really unhealthy when I took them outside, but I guess the sun's been good for them in many cases. But I hear this over and over again from people all around the world, basically over the years. They say that if you have a sick plant, take it outdoors and let it re-veg basically outdoors,
100%.
and the clones will be healthy, basically.
Yeah.
So there's
reset
something to do with the sun, basically. I mean, go figure, they fucking evolved that way, so that's not super surprising, but still, the sun is very healing for them.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I didn't say that the other day when I was out either. Because, dude, I swear to God, I feel like I did a bump of blow just from hopping on here. But remember, I showed you that second plant I showed you. It was that little OG plant, and it was like a pot on pot. I like had it wedged in between two plants. Well, that little plant was dying. It was purpled out and like sick, right? And so, like I said, I thought something funky was going on that end of the bed. So I took that sick little plant and stuck it between those two plants that I was questioning what was going on. And the thing freaking as healthy as can be. Popped right back. And yeah, well, you saw it the other day. Wasn't a sickly plant.
That's the one, huh?
No, that little teeny little thing.
I
The first time I hopped on, like the second plant I showed was this teeny little OG from HBK. The HAOG by Chile Verde, and it was like purpled out. I neglected and like dying, so I threw it in that bed, and the things you can't tell anything that ever had any issues in its life.
Sometimes I planted, this doesn't always work because I've tried it a couple times and it didn't work. I've thrown plants in just a whole pot of vermicompost. Just like literally a whole pot, nothing else. No hummus, no nothing.
Can I zoom on this
That's
thing?
worm castings. Pardon?
Can I zoom?
No zoom on Zoom.
Okay. Can you see that little guy?
I think so. Cool little white spider, huh?
Yeah.
I was thinking about the other day how difficult it must
here's
be.
another one. Here's another one.
Can you imagine how difficult it must be for spiders not only to find a mate, but to find a mate of their own species? Right? Like, have you ever seen spiders mate?
Yeah, like this is a different spider than that one we just looked at. Same plant.
See? So that those two spiders, they couldn't do spider tinder, right? Like they totally just like not.
This one's white. This one's white. That one's brown. Right?
I have little yellow ones like that.
I've got yellow ones. I got pink ones.
Yeah.
But
I have like big poisonous ones. I have big poisonous ones in mine too. Those are the ones that scare me. Well, those are where the webs are hard, like widows, and I'm like, oh, that didn't break. And let me walk backwards.
Apparently,
Think I would have gotten banged with her good handwriting.
Watch out for. That's invasive.
So my first piece of bud rot was.
Uh-oh.
So I usually would chop the whole damn branch, but I was like, I had peroxide out here for something. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna cut it below it. I'm gonna spray the freaking bud with peroxide and see what happens. Just faded out,
Keep in mind,
burnt the hairs.
This is not J5's first rodeo, so I'm not teaching him. But anybody who's watching, keep in mind with bud rot, it actually, by the time you see it in the bud, it's actually been in the stem and the leaf first. So I believe it starts in the stem, then goes into the leaf, and then and only then goes into the flower. So there are some rare exceptions, like if you have literally two flowers right next to each other, stuck to each other wet, then of course the flower will germinate the bud rot. But most of the time, bud rot will germinate in the fucking stem, and it'll actually be up and down the stem. So if you do chop bud rot, make sure to chop below and above that whole. I mean, obviously below. Because
I take the whole branch normally.
That's the safe thing to do, to be perfectly honest with
but like I said, I'm just experimenting here a little bit.
I mean, that's the thing. You got to experiment and do what you can do. I've
only gotten bud rot a couple times.
You see his pose? That spider's totally like, bro, come out.
He's ready to he's ready to pounce it.
Grab.
Go.
Yeah.
So that's 3 on this one plant.
This is my flower. You are not my flower.
So how many, dude? There's hundreds of spiders around me right now because that's 3 on this one plant, dude.
Yeah.
I'm guaranteed there's
Not all
another.
the
Oh, look at
spiders
here.
are
Here's the nest.
challenging
Here's the
you. That's
nest.
amusing. Since
Yep,
when have you been
Let's see what's
challenged?
in there, huh?
I don't know if I've ever been challenged to a fight by a spider. I mean, maybe I didn't notice.
Can you see that?
Is that a web in the leaf?
Yeah, they fold the
Yeah.
the leaf for protection. Some birds find them too, though. In the morning, like all mine got eaten by one bird because they looked for the folded leaves. Just went up there, munched them.
I take them shits off all the time. Anytime I see any of that shit on a leaf.
I
We
let
need
them.
I'll let
an
'em
AI
rot.
to translate
stay.
the spider because I bet you that spider's totally still yelling at you. He's like, "Yeah,
Get the hell out of here.
no, it, motherfucker. I told you you'd leave.
I've been on here for months.
Too
I
late.
claim this bitch.
Huh. I shed my skin 3
Squatter's
times
rights.
on this tree.
Squatter's rights.
It's my tree.
Stupid fucking mammal. My kind have been here since the dawn of creatures.
Oh, it's
I
a different plant now.
I let you live. I let you live. I could have ended you.
This is the
Fucking spiders.
uh
Oh, that's a nice one.
what
What's
is
that
You know
one?
your plants are gonna harm if you put light on them at night. You know that, right? You know that. They're gonna
Yeah,
harm if you got
bro.
light on it.
Right.
Immediately. That's the best part. They herm immediately. You just look at them with a flashlight and just covered in herms.
Poof.
dude, I'm gonna be living on the streets with the rest of them, dude. I'm gonna have a bunch of seeded out pot and not be able to freaking eat.
It's gonna be horrible.
That's a nice one. What plant is
Well, you're
that?
gonna have to. That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna have to eat the
Oh,
seeds.
shit.
That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna have so many seeds and so little weed. You're just gonna have to eat the seeds.
This is Runts by Creamsicle 4.
Ooh.
So yeah, like a cookies and cream type with Runts.
That's cool.
That just looks nice. It doesn't look like it'd be a runts because it's a little bigger, and everybody says the runts is runty, and I'm like, mine is pretty
Runts is a
big.
super shitty plant. Yeah, so you got to cross it.
Yeah.
with something.
My
Yeah.
runts
so
is
that's-
crazy. That's crazy.
I got another Runts out here. I'll show you. Let's compare it. We'll compare it to the other Runts.
It's not small.
It's a fucking weird plant because like one weird circumstance and it'll be a super healthy plant, but if you look at it wrong, it'll basically die.
Oh, this other pot's got two in it that are just different phenols though.
I like it.
Definitely not a made plant. It was selected. It was basically found as an outlier, right? And so they just accepted all the crappy features with it.
I need to be taller. I need my arm's getting sore.
I like it. I don't know why. Something about it.
Oh, the flavor on Runts is fantastic. Yeah, that's why people like it, man. Yeah.
I hate that it's so hated because I like it so much.
Well, it's just, it's like everything. People feel that stuff is played out, and I think people really overblow that kind of stuff. Because to be perfectly honest, I mean, people like what they like, I guess, but I feel like people are very judgmental about stuff that they have seen for a while. Because, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with fucking what was I thinking of the other day? Strawberries and bananas. Not strawberries and bananas. What was I thinking?
Purple
Anyway,
punch.
candy or something. Yeah, purple punch, whatever. There's nothing wrong with those things.
Yeah.
Like, if you like them, you like them, right? But people make fun of that stuff because and they call it garbage. Or Blue Dream. I remember
Blue
Florida was
Dream.
talking about
Those
Blue
three.
Dream recently,
Purple punch.
and someone was saying, "Oh, Blue Dream is the boofiest boof of the boof of the boof." Fuck off! It sells really well in California, and it sells really well because it's still wonderful, wonderful weed. It's honestly really good weed. Super Silver Haze to blueberry, fuck right off. The two of those things are legendary. The progeny of that, the selected progeny, not just some random fucking cuts, but the selected progeny of that, suck my ass. That's wonderful. So people talking about how Blue Dream is garbage, suck my ass. I mean, it may not be for them. Not every strain has to be for them, but come on. So yeah, Runts is wonderful. Tangy is wonderful. Just because you don't like orange flavors, okay, go.
Yeah,
smoke
but
some
you know what
stuff.
happens a lot is when something dominates the market, which Blue Dream, the real good Blue Dream did.
A bunch of
for
shitty
a few
growers
years.
grow it.
Everything.
And
yeah,
a lot of people call whatever the shit they have, it's even not even that.
Yeah, the name
It becomes like, and there does seem to be a thing where I think even if some of these, hype chasing breeders looked at the data from the last few years, they would see that sometimes by getting all that big hype, it peaks real quick and then it dies off. Where if you modeled it to let, you might get more longevity without going for that. Because like seems like we reject something that gets super popular real quick. Like, oh, it's super popular real quick. But like 6 months later, the consensus is like, we're over that, you know? And some of that might be like the approach to that. Because some of those strains, yeah, they cut like even runts. I grew that, a bunch of crosses and that like 3 years ago, like at the peak of its hype thing, right?
The juice box and the other one. You gave me the other
Yeah,
half.
that's good stuff. Like
When you gave me the
you
other
know,
half
it
of this
stands
pack,
on its own. It's a great flavor and good plant, but it already has like a, you know what I mean? Like these weird condentations we put on certain strains. Like we love them for a few months, and then all of a
Yo,
sudden we hate
the
them.
J1 runs that you had was fire. And you threw that shit away, huh?
No, I still have seeds of it.
Oh man. That one that you gave me though was super fire. That shit made me like go to another world. I was like, what the hell? What was this stuff? And I had to check 3 times and I was so confused when I found out what it was. Like, how?
He
It
got
so
murdered,
good.
sadly. Michael Hendon
It was good.
that was his work, and
I
it
mean,
was a
J1
complete.
Runts, that would be Jack Harris Skunk 1 to Runts, right?
It was fire.
Yeah.
Of course
This
that's
is
good.
wedding cake
Pack it
to
up.
Runts.
Yeah.
It was super. Oh shit, that's nice.
Yeah,
Oh,
Modern
shit, that's nice.
Epigenics released a whole line
That run
a few years
perfect.
ago. It was all these different strains, maybe like 20 different ones crossed into runs.
Dope ass
And
plant, bro.
yeah,
That's
there were a
it.
bunch of good ones. There was this one they called Wife of Pablo that was Mendo breath crossed into runs. And yeah, that was super good too. But I like Mendo anything. I like Mendo. That flavor, the purple flavor that comes
all the
out of the
same?
Mendo strains.
How about the Mendo Blindo?
That Mendo banana guy, Mendo breath. Oh my god, the one in my room. I didn't even say the flavor. That shit's bad breath and grapes. It's how it's infused grapes, like straight up. It's crazy. Super.
Hey, years and years ago when it was just Mendo perps basically, or Mendo. There was these pounds that we'd get from the same guy that some of them would be purple.
You
the
see 'em?
purple pheno Mendo from Outdoor Grows in like the late 80s.
Yeah.
And then there was the green pounds that were like Mendo.
There he goes.
They were like, they weren't purple, but it was green weed that had that same flavor and the same exhale smell in the room as the purple Mendo, but it was a green pheno. And that shit was super bomb. That was like in the 80s.
Sick.
And that's when I fell in love with like that whatever that genetic
that profile.
is that
Yeah.
creates
I
that.
know what you mean. That's that freaking profile there.
Mainly the purples come out of that. The ones I like, the grapes. I think the grape flavor comes out of that over the years. The Mendo,
Hey
which I'm
guys,
sure. I mean,
gonna
it was
have
being.
to take off. I'll catch you guys all tomorrow night, hopefully.
Yeah.
Peace out.
Have a good day.
See everybody in chat.
What's up,
I assume I don't know all the history, but whatever those Mendo plants were back in the 80s, the Mendo product, those were like genetics that came into Mendo, like probably, and like, and had been bred a little in the early days to achieve what became like there was plenty of Humboldt bud. Humboldt bud didn't have that taste that Mendo bud had. It was weird. I don't even know what, I just associate to Mendo perps because that was like the first weed that I was able to acquire in the 80s that had that taste. But that's my favorite kind of weed, that whatever that genetic is.
Super fire. What's that, J50?
Purple marmalade. Prop by YU Jelly.
Sick. Sick. Chonkers on it, huh?
Well, there's two of one pheno. This is the chunky one though, yeah. Here's
Yeah.
another pheno.
Yeah. It's got one just donkers on it, and that one's just a whole bunch of them. I like both. They're both.
Well,
they
this one's
both
got a
got
bunch of them
things.
too, if you look.
Yeah, but
It's
that
just like,
donker.
I got to clean it up. There's too much
Yeah,
fucking
there's some
dead
nice
meat.
big ones in there. Those are nice chunky golf balls.
Oh yeah. I should probably tell you guys that too. Yeah, normally I shave legs and do all that shit, right? I kind of semi-lollipop. I don't like go crazy with it, but that fucking Septura hit me early in veg this year, dude. Last year I got it late, like this time last year. It wiped out my lemon skunk cross, like 7 plants. Like one day, like I noticed it. It was before I pulled the plastic, obviously. Like one day I noticed it, and then it, forgot about it for another day, and it rained. And I went back out, and that brown stuff, it gets wet, and it just freaking turns to black, and just.
You gotta have a ground cover so dirt doesn't splash up on your leaves.
Well, yeah. I'd never had the shit before, and it's like, where's this shit now? All of a sudden, I hear about it. Everybody's getting it. Like,
yeah,
it's everywhere all the time. You just.
Well, I know, but why have I never ever had it before, Ryan? I haven't. This soil's 7 years old.
Just the splashing, different amount of splashing, maybe.
I don't.
The water on the stem.
I don't know. I don't. Well, yeah, that's how it gets onto the plant, but it's in the soil. It's a soil base.
Yeah.
I hit it. You gotta multi-attack that shit, dude. You gotta hit it above and below.
Yeah.
Hit it with streptomyces, every bacillus I could freaking think of. I held off on trichoderma. I just don't really want to introduce it. But yeah, I got it in check. I can find a couple spots if I look around, but it'll be dead. That streptomyces works like a myco stop or a armory or something like that,
Was that actinovate from?
Yeah, actinovate, but it doesn't have a lot of streptomyces. It's kind of like, you know what I mean? How they have different percentages of active ingredients. That myco stop is what I recommend.
Cool.
Yeah, it doesn't look anything like that last one, does it? Which one do you think is the trop leaner? I've never grown trop. The skinnier bud, or these big, or the chunkier ones, the chunkies.
Never grown it either. I wouldn't want to lie. They're both impressive. I like them.
This is the same. This is that purple marmalade too. It's kind of like that first one.
Yeah, the open structure kind of plant.
Little more opener, yeah. Yeah, this was one of the first plants to trigger, obviously. This one I like. Oh yeah, I'll show you that shit, dude. I got a 14 fucking leaflet on this one and a bud leaf.
Oh, nice.
And it's got a plat. Hey, who else you know's got platinum smart pots?
What size?
These are 65. Oh shit, my big screen went away.
Got some big plants.
What was I gonna say? I thought it was white. It had a white cap on it. Got my phone all fucked up now. Damn, I was rocking it. Nope. Go big screen. Take the whole screen up again.
Go big screen.
Not that.
That's your identity.
I don't know what I'm doing. I better quit pushing buttons. It's working, I guess. What's that thing, Dave? I don't care about no filter or background. How do I just make it go away?
We see you perfectly. What's wrong with yours?
Well, see, that's the thing. I got to quit looking at the phone. I got to start just looking at the plant.
We can see you perfectly. We see your plants perfectly. If there's
No, it just fucked up on me now. Like I'm looking at the little screen. I just got to quit looking at the phone and just look at the.
you
Yeah.
scrolled over on one side. Now you see your little screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't get the other thing to leave. Whatever. Oh, what am I doing? Oh yeah, that bud leaf and shit. Damn, I'm high.
Hell yeah.
I'll just pull it.
I've got them in the middle, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sick.
The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13er. Deadbolt. The deadbolt
Put that
on
in
the.
the book. Go put that in the book and
Put
flat.
that I was just gonna say, yeah, save that one.
Oh, I've got a bunch of them.
Oh hell yeah!
Save
Put them
one.
all in the book.
Yeah.
Hey, wait. Let me. One's got something really cool on it though.
Oh hell yeah! You got a flower. They're always the best.
And a spider. Oh, get out of there, dude.
Dude, they're everywhere. You got the most spiders I've seen. He's got more spiders than me officially.
That's why I was like, dude, that's why I was disappointed the other day. I was like, dude, the 3 things I wanted to make sure I did was show the Morgana plant, show Bud the milkweed, and show Green Fingers all the spiders. And then tonight I wanted to show off my big D energy, that Diacon.
Great shirt I did too. But
can you see that?
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
This
I've had
is
one like that this year.
This is Bloom's strawberry candy. I believe it is the Orange Z by that Strawberry Guava femme. She's a beast. I had 3 of them out here. That one was the same plant, and I had grown it before too, so I was expecting that, you know what I mean? Yeah. And then this the Runts wedding cake, but for some reason I guess the slugs and grasshoppers like those two. Yeah, these were all put out here in solo cups in June. And yeah, 2 of the freaking strawberry candies got munched. Only plants that got beat up by any kind of anything. All right, now I'm just walking around high, not knowing what I'm doing.
Good stuff. Great garden, man. Greenhouse.
Yeah.
Fire.
Look at that. That's a funky top.
The late finisher, huh?
I got to make it look like 7. Yeah, top itself like that. This one did too. Oh, look at that one. This one topped itself too.
Nice.
Look at that. That's the same. Look. Oh yeah, this is the same plant or same pack. Yeah. But yeah, I gotta make it look like it's one plant from the sky. You like that? I got dividers. I put a divider in it actually. It goes down like about 10 inches just to kind of get them a start, you know, to establish their half of the pot.
That's what she said. Anything went in my neck. A nice purple flower color. You can see that.
And look at his sister or her sister.
Oh. The light blue color. Green. It's hard to tell. That's just straight purple. It's fucking fly. It's nothing.
Hey, it's also been 39 out here, so gotta take that into consideration. Oh, Green Fingers, you like this little girl? That red runts.
Oh, sick! What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What's it smell like?
Fuck, dude, you know it. You already know.
That's sick.
That's why I got 8 of them out here.
It's badass, dude. I like it.
This is the runt.
Impressive. All your runts
Yeah.
are not runty at all.
I know. I mean, this is the runt of the runts.
Right? And that's like a good
That was the last
fucking
plant planted.
size plant too. That's exciting to see. Oh, my dog is whimpering in its sleep.
Pretty colors.
Beautiful plant. They're all your plants are. You had a good selection.
Yeah, dude. I like it's the spice of life or something like that.
Yeah, no, right. Everybody else on the panel, same shit, right? Grow as much as you can. Oh my god, what the hell are we looking at?
Bahama Mama.
Gorgeous. Gentlemen, as gorgeous as it is, I think I'm going to cut it short. Unless one of you were to want to take the host position or something and talk for the next 20 minutes or something. But if
I'm
not,
down.
oh, you want to, bud? All right.
Sure.
Let Christoph in here.
We seem to have a good group of guys showing some killer plants, but
You're the boss.
I haven't.
all right, I'm the host.
Yeah, man.
All right, we can go a little longer. I did grill the steak and ate dinner somehow in the midst of all this.
Should have done it on camera.
Right.
I did a little, but yeah, I'm glad I did because if I stuck it out, then I would have not ate dinner. I'll feel good tomorrow that I ate a fucking proper dinner.
Yeah, I bet. Instead of just like nibbling or whatever. Gorgeous plant, by the way, J5.
Yeah, well, I like his variety. He's like he's not just in one pocket of genetics. He's got a whole group of different stuff. That's killer.
Yeah, man.
And they're all looking.
So I haven't
they
touched
all
this
look like
plant.
they're performing.
Because I thought it was sick. I don't know. It still might be. It's goofy. It literally grew like two. It grew like two different plants. Half of it started flowering at one point, and the other half started flowering at another point.
That's crazy.
Dude, this is the first I've touched it. Now look at this bud. This thing's like done almost.
It's crap.
I don't know. Maybe it's not as easy to see on the. Well, actually, I can pull this one over. It's not coming through on the screen.
Well,
yeah,
does that plant looks like parts of it are done? Are you going to cut those out, or are you just going
That's
to
what
wait it
I'm. Oh,
out?
so you can see that bud? You
Yeah.
can tell that. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what's going on with it. It's got something going on with it though. But yeah, like this started flowering, dude, almost 2 full weeks before this bud. Like this had, dude, like one day I looked over and there's freaking buds on this plant, and there's none anywhere else in the entire greenhouse. And the other half of it's just showing little pistils. You know what I mean? Just pre-flowers. I don't get it.
It was a seed plant, though, right?
Yeah, they're all seed plants that you're seeing.
Yeah. Well, it just might have
Weird.
been a weird. Yeah.
I know it's associated with it.
We do enough of them. There's a weird one that pops up that does whatever
Even the
the hell,
cola.
that different shit.
Even the cola kind of.
What plant is that?
This is another Bahama Mama.
Oh, yeah. So purple. Your tempo's hello?
Dude, I had 39 already this year, and frost on the one little greenhouse I didn't have covered yet, and those small pots I showed on the last time. Those were all outside too. This is a late arrival. Oh, what did I have out here? I don't know. I can't remember what happened. Something happened, so it's a lot smaller than all the others. But yeah, this is another Bahama Mama.
all purple. So good stuff.
I still like to show you. Oh, there's another spot. There's no. This is the guava gelato by Devil Driver. And her sister.
Well, yeah, I mean, we can't smell anything, but I assume as
Oh.
you're walking around, you're in the time of, especially at night when they're sleeping, they put out the most scent. Like, it must smell good, huh?
Yeah, but it's not like I can pick anything out. You know what I mean? It's just the entire
Yeah.
place just reeks.
It's all different smells mixed. That's awesome.
Yeah. And then like I touch something like that, and it's like, oh, I catch a whiff of that for a minute, and what's this? Oh, this is
it's crazy.
This is Ra's peach pie.
What?
It's peach rings by Georgia. Fem pollen.
Been looking up seeds for the past 2 weeks on everywhere.
Little clovers. As a leftover time. This one I freaking dropped the ladder on. Had to tape her back together.
Works. Whatever works, works. Damn.
I've grown this one before. It's actually pretty strong. Damn moth. You see that? Die.
Yeah, every time you've been flashed in a certain direction, you see one fly by.
Damn. Yeah, this one was surprisingly potent, you know, like one of those ones that's like, you never think candy's gonna get you high. And those, I don't know, whatever. It's just me. I saw some bud rot. Oh yeah, look at freaking. I'm not gonna reach all the way up there. Oh, I'm tipping over shit.
Nice shape plants. I like them. They're good spears. How big are those hoops?
20 by 10 by 20.
Nice.
10-foot ceiling.
Perfect size. Plants are perfect.
I don't like them to be over 6 feet tall.
Yeah.
This is like the farm, right? So I live hours, freaking like 200 miles from here. So I freaking load them up in a U-Haul. I string runners across like the biggest U-Haul they have, and it works out perfect if I keep that 6 feet. And I bring them back home to cure and dry and all that jazz. I'll do like 2 trips. Hopefully. Maybe 1. I do have a spot. It depends on, it all depends. Nothing's ever set in stone. Where am I at now? Oh yeah. Back to those. Oh, that's 2 plants too. I forgot that. All right. Oh, this is kind of cool, actually. This is some stray fox. Stray fox. It's the Casey cookies. I've always been a Casey Jones fan. And Stray makes some pretty fire gear. It's the Casey cookies that Detroit Nick cut, hit with stray foxes, skunk killers. This is called Casey Killer. So yeah, there's definitely two different phenols here. This is the most noticeable one.
Oh, they got a wow, huh?
Okay. Now look at her sister.
Sorry, chunkers. Sorry, chunkers. Holy shit. The difference is sometimes, man, I can't put a finger on it. Like, you know, it's so much.
It's dude, they're fem seeds. That's what you get. I kind of like it.
I love
Sometimes
that.
I've had some bullshit too. Don't get me wrong.
I mean, as long as it doesn't harm out, I'm fine.
Dude, I've had something about outside, dude. I've hermed damn near every plant in this greenhouse out inside.
I might run my shit
with
outside.
minimal effort, most of them.
I might put some lights up in the greenhouse and run everything outside in a month.
Dude, I used to run strips of lights all down this. Dude, I pulled tarps over the 100-footer. What? That's back when we made money and could have freaking homies freaking on the plot working, you know. Now it's just me, so I simplified everything, dude. No more, and I'm trying to be more efficient about it. Like I was just an asshole wasting electricity and not giving a fuck, you know, back 10 years ago. You know, it was all about quality. I don't care if it costs me $300 a month. I'm gonna freaking that's nothing, you know. Back then, or, you know, or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Being wasteful, not carrying. Like fucking, there was years I'd freaking wouldn't get back down here to pull the plastic off and cave everything in, and have to freaking buy, you know, dumb. But yeah, I decided no more lights, no more. And that's when I pulled when I ran fans and everything else. That's when I pulled the plastic off, and I just started going full sun until, you know, fall.
Nice.
And all of a sudden I'm not spraying. I'm not, dude, my IPM's nothing. I just had to deal with that freaking Septura shit. Nature takes care of the rest, you know. Dude, it's pretty dope in here during the day. It's the pollinators and the freaking, I don't know what half the shit is, dude. There's so much life in here. And like all the fucking wildflowers, like it's pretty dope, dude. Nice little spot once you just let nature do its thing. What was I showing here now? Oh, this is biddies.
Everything was so purple.
That's all that Soulfire gear.
Soulfire? Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
But yeah, he's kind of got that look, you know.
All right.
To a lot of his shit.
Purple.
This is another Soulfire. This one isn't purple though. This one's called Ice Cold. Bahama Bust Down and I don't know, either the Hood Candies or something like that, or the YU Jelly. I can't remember.
I got hood candies going.
Nice.
That might be the mother of this.
Good candy.
Yeah. Well, the father, mother. I mean.
Right. Families, right?
The pollen donor. Because there's like it's outdoor and indoor. Shit looks completely different. Expressions, so I can't really.
Nice.
Yeah, she's a pretty little plant. There's her little sister.
Nice.
That Biddy's has a little sidecar too. But this one's not purple like its sister. So.
Oh yeah. Nice. Yeah, you got some good plants. Shit.
Yeah, it's hard to see the relation. Oh,
Got me wishing I hadn't gotten such a late start.
Dude, Ryan, I was putting some. Remember we talked? I was like, I'm putting them in right now. Maybe I don't remember. I remember it. It's like June, right? We couldn't get outside, dude. It was still like freaking 30s
Yeah.
into June. Wasn't it cold as fuck up there too?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I couldn't get in the ground.
Well, I could have much earlier than I did.
But I was still like my that's it. That Morgana and stuff is what I was starting when you were doing that. Did you see that plant?
I did not.
Yeah, they're not this big. I did. Those were a late start. So yeah, it was probably like July or something. So like I know I popped something at the same time or was planting something at the same time as you were asking about that. This is that apples and bananas cross. That 09 animal cookies with the apples and banana pollen. This is another raw plant.
How many varieties you got going about? Estimate.
It's 40 plus. I know that just because of the number of pots I have in this anyway, like 40, 50-ish.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Dude, dude, ever since I got the fucking plant aids took all my cool cuts, I've popped like 50 packs a year. That was 3 years ago. This is called Smile Now, Cry Later. It's like a Z. Dude, the Z. It's almost like sticky. I can feel the Z in the air from it. There's little chirps all over these things. Holy cow, this one's like nauseous though. Wow. Yeah, there's something about that. Wow. This is its sister. Doesn't smell nearly as potent. I can't remember the cost on it. There's a little Spidey man.
Huh.
He's ready to pounce.
Hunters out there.
You see his web?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Puts it to the other one so you can know when something taps on it.
Right. It's like a fishing line.
Exactly. They're sick though. I love these little guys. Spiders are fun. Spiders are fun.
Yep, this one smells a little stronger than all the other plants out here. This is another pheno.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my lord, dude. We've got a convention on this one. A three-way going. Welcome to Show Us Your Spiders with J5.
All different colors,
Crazy, huh?
That close to food? Like,
I don't
come
see
on,
anything.
no,
Like something dead.
no,
Oh, there's
that's
4 of them,
all.
dude. There's 4 of them
Yeah, they're just everywhere. That's all.
all over this plant, dude. Okay, so there's 1. There's 2. There's 3.
Cleaning spider webs out of buds is not
There's
fun.
4. 4 way. That's official gangbang.
Fishing.
This is what was a freebie called Citrus Palisade from Bloom, and then he reproduced it and calls it Strawberry Bubbles now. But I don't think they're the same.
What's it smell like?
Dude, it is the loudest fruit punch I've ever smelled.
Nice. That's
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It's special though. I like it a lot, and it's the last seed of it. So I was gonna S it, and then I freaking mixed my fucking solution too strong, and the fucking pods didn't open, or they're not opening.
stay too tight.
Yeah, I fucking mixed the shit. I hit it a little too hot. I only sprayed it twice, dude.
Oh man.
But we'll see. I'll probably get a handful out of it.
Yeah, I gotta get distilled water.
Red runts, red runts.
Personal stuff. My
Yeah,
dog
this is
needs something. I'll be back. Hold on.
dude, like that red pop does special stuff to the things it touches. I never cared for runts. This is the only runts I've ever smoked that I was like, I want to smoke that, like a lot of it.
I smoked some white runs that was pretty fucking good.
Yeah, see, I've never had it.
And I want to say maybe even black runs.
What makes that?
I can't recall. I want to say it had black runs though. I could be wrong. It wasn't anything I grew. It was just from a dispo, but
Yeah, the runts I was growing was the white runts, I guess, or back then it was just the runts, but now it's, I guess, it's considered the white runt.
Well, maybe that's the one I've smoked too. That's probably would make sense. That's about it for here. I don't know. Ryan, what are these things called? I remember you saying that on your feed one day.
that is a mullein.
Mullein. What can it be used for? Anything?
You can use the leaves for ass wipe in a pinch.
It always has to come back to poop, doesn't it?
Yeah. No, they're bioaccumulators.
It
They
is
work
really
good for.
soft. I get it, dude. I kind of want to wipe my butt with it.
Yeah, its colloquial name is cowboy ass wipe or cowboy toilet paper.
That's what I remember you saying something.
But you can actually take that inflorescence and you can dry that shit out because it'll pop little yellow flowers out of it. I think you can probably even see a little couple on there.
Oh yeah, there's ones that are full in bloom.
Yep, but when that
This
shit's
one's
dry,
this one
you can,
died already.
crush it into a powder and you put it into like a pond, and it'll suffocate all the fish, and the fish will float to the top.
No shit, like they do in the Amazon and shit.
Apparently, that was an old Indian fishing trick that they use those. I've never done it before, but
I've seen them do it in like one of those Amazon documentary things. Yeah, all the fish just be floating.
I mean, wouldn't you be concerned what killed the fish would have harm to your health?
Well,
I
it
would.
it suffocates them. It like sucks the oxygen out of the water or some shit. I don't know how it does it.
Oh, so it doesn't actually poison them. It just freaking
Yeah.
chokes them out.
From what I understand, there's not a lot of literature on it.
That means it's really cool. Kind of like this plant. Not a lot of literature on it. So that makes it really fucking cool. They keep the good ones from us.
And most of the accounts that I've gotten were like first-hand tales from Native Americans telling about it. But
Do you have Chippewa by you or Ojibwe?
yeah, there was right where I'm at. They had like what they called the Indian Wars, where there was several different tribes kind of met basically, and then the Sioux came in to try to fucking like because like the Chippewa around here were friendly with the Americans, at least as much as they could be. But then the Sioux came in and they were like wanted to kill everyone, and so like the Indians teamed up with the Americans to kill the Sioux. And I don't know, but every city around here is named after Indians.
And then we stabbed him in the back afterwards.
Yeah, I'm just a hop, skip, and a jump away from what they call the Indian Mounds Reservation, or like there's this huge Indian mounds overlooking the river, the lakes and stuff.
Nice.
All the lakes are named after Indians. It's fucking. I'll tell you what. Do I know any Native Americans from this town? Fuck no.
I went to school with some.
I kind of did, but north of here, like you go up to where my sister lives, because she's up by like the Walker area, and up there in north, there's it's that's where the reservations actually are, and then that's where they all went.
I went to school with 3 sisters that were half Chippewa, like half Chippewa, half Swede. The most beautiful probably human beings ever made. They were just gorgeous, all 3 of them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've got books that have my grandparents that would like telling stories about the Indians back when they were children. They used to like set their teepees up on the river and on the farm property and shit.
I find all kinds of stuff, arrowheads and little pieces of pottery.
So my dad found this rock when he was picking
I probably got
rocks
some
as a
cool shit
child.
in these pots. Oh, dude, I do. I got all kinds of cool stuff in these pots. Yeah, I ain't gonna go digging through them now. There's too many spiders.
But when he was picking rock as a kid, and I actually have it
I'm
right
gonna
here.
get out of here. Actually, I just realized it's like, like to say it's cool to be. It's not really that cool.
But he picked this rock up.
Like for
Well,
like
it's been
3
a
hours.
great tour.
To
Yeah.
walk up and down the freaking paths for 3 hours, that might have an effect on them.
That was
That'll
a
be
great
fine.
tour of a killer garden, a lot of variety, and they all looking good.
Hammerhead. Kowalski.
I gotta show off
thing
my
is-
Morgana again, probably.
This is a mall head.
Yeah, some
But-
head. Tell you that.
Yeah, it's a 3/4 groove.
It's an ancient butt plug, dude. I mean, excuse my language.
But this thing is like 10,000 years old or 3,000 years old. I mean,
Of course it is. It's a rock, bro. No, I know what you
but
mean.
it's from the woodland era. I always thought it was like Chippewa or something like that because we thought it was relatively like only 100 years old or something.
It's one big stone chode, bro.
But it's yeah, it's like at least 3,000 years old. I gotta find a good enough stick to affix it to.
That weight 20 pounds.
It's heavy. It's like it's got to be 10 at least, 12 maybe.
Right? Got to be more than 10. That thing was, yeah.
Yeah, it could be 20.
maybe 15.
But yeah, they used them for like when they would hit their buffalo or whatever with their arrows. They'd have to take one of them to give it the dead blower to kill it, actually.
Yeah, finals.
Or they use it for pounding in steaks or for fucking killing this and that. I don't know, whatever. Whenever you need to be up.
That'd be brutal to and then have to go up to a buffalo and smash its head. Man, that would be brutal.
But in their frame of mind, that's
See the pinkies?
That's
I
the
could do it.
rush.
If we had to survive, I could do it for us.
Can you see the pinkies?
Nice.
Yeah.
What plant is this?
At my Cheryl that had pink pistols, they're already purple again now.
Daryl! Daryl! Yeah, I don't top. I just kind of I do a little low LST usually if I need to. It's just the hydro head in me, dude. I like an even canopy from all those years of freaking Scrog. And
Is that a pole pounder I see in the back?
oh yeah,
What I used to use to work out. I used to curl 30-pound pole pounders on the air. That's funny.
I work out doing 2 gram curls. 2 gram curls all day long, baby.
Hey, bro. Holy shit.
Chem D lime. Just astringent. Gosh, it's my favorite. Oh, there you go. See it? See that freaking black spot of fucking death? I sprayed it, but no, I didn't. Oh yeah, I did. Yep, I hit this plant.
That should suck.
That plant.
When it starts spreading, it spreads.
And that one. I don't like spraying, but it's biology. I'm like, fuck it, dude. It's either that or I gotta chop them. Because that shit will fucking... I don't trust it.
I have that Gilead, or what is that shit? The expensive one. I have a bottle of that just in case I ever get anything crazy. I can't think of the name.
Regalia.
Regalia. I have a bottle of that stuff just in case I get any kind of something that scares me. I'm like, I haven't used it yet, but that's backup plan for.
Yeah,
that's good shit.
Hell yeah, it is. But yeah, like you said, how much was that? What size bottle do you have?
I got it's like a 2 liter or some shit.
Yeah, how much was that?
I don't remember. It was the arm and
Like
leg.
pushed like close to a couple $100, I have a feeling.
It was a lot, dude. It wasn't cheap.
Yeah, I went the powdered route with the this was Activate or whatever that shit is. Activate. I don't know what the hell you say it.
Yeah. I get the Harpin protein. That's expensive too.
I haven't messed with that.
I get the other stuff, and that's expensive too.
So you're sold on those proteins?
Oh yeah,
for sure. Like obvious, like dude, there's not much that I feel I can notice.
Well, I used them for like a year straight. A couple years ago, Harpin protein from Axiom.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sold on that was that effective. And when I stopped using them, I didn't notice any lack of change. They weren't that it was one of those things. I did it for a while. Even the beginning, I believed I was seeing results because I read up on it and sprayed them and
I feel like it does something. Like all the leaf hoppers didn't mess with it this
Yeah,
year.
I mean, I don't think it hurted
I don't know what it.
anything.
I don't
It
know what
didn't
it
hurt.
did.
Oh,
But
the plants definitely responded to it. Like,
yeah,
oh yeah, they
I
fucking
just feel like
liked
some of the
whatever
plants
was
that
going.
were weaker before got a resistance for stuff like the leaf hoppers didn't want to mess with them, and that was a cool
Yeah, and
part.
I was
Yeah,
doing it
yeah,
not outside, inside. I didn't try it outside, but
yeah.
I
I just
I
did
believe in
both.
the concept, I guess. So
I just felt
I
like
have
some of
a
the plants got a better resistance, and I'm not sure if that's in my head, and I was just giving it that positive energy with all the crystals in the ground and everything, all that mumbo
I
jumbo.
didn't like the
But
fact
I
that when
believe in
I
both of them,
checked it
so
out,
make it
because
work.
the one guy that like, even how I heard about it's this guy Saskatchewan that like consistently grows weed that's like 7 to 11 crazy terp numbers, like shows his jars that have like terps dripping down the side. He's like a terp monster. And when he was on this interview a couple years ago and asked like what his tricks or whatever, oh, he said harpin proteins, but he waters it in, and there's a recipe to water it in. Oh, those little packets they sell,
Yeah,
that wouldn't water in much, right? uh
it's
but
small.
he had been using it for years, where before this Axiom acquired it, it was like an ag available product. They actually use it in strawberries and whatnot. But Axiom kind of has this lock on it. I remember searching, only alternative I came up with. Oh yeah, Alibaba, to some like Chinese chemical producer that you name it, they'll produce it by the kilogram or whatever it was. And oh, it was cheap. But I was like, one, I didn't need that much of it. And two, like, is that the source? But that's probably the source that Axiom is using too. I mean, but
Right. That'd be awesome. I
and
don't
it
remember
seemed
how.
like they had like a corner on the market where if it was so effective and used in, why is it only one company that has like a lock on it? Because they own the patent or some shit like that. I thought, oh yeah, I didn't support that whole, because yeah, it was like $20 for a 1 gallon fucking sprayer.
Yeah.
Are you guys seeing what I'm showing you?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? How they split every branch on these lowers, split into two colas or two, it's like topped itself. Look at that shit. Like how cool of a trait would that be if it would pass it on?
Well, what plant are we looking at this time?
Yeah. What is it?
This is Peach Quake. It's it is peach pie male, hit on and grape stomper female, I believe, from Growcast, from that Rizo Rich dude. But yeah, is that something that pass on, you think? I mean, obviously it's recessive, but how cool would that be?
Yeah.
If it can have a plant that didn't have a main cola, didn't top out like that, or it split itself like
Well,
that.
like somehow you could, if there was like a subform or something where there's other people growing that same variety, and there was other, a certain amount of people reporting finding this type of plant.
Yeah. Oh, they do. They have a pretty big community, actually, I think. But what was I gonna say?
I mean, that would be a trait
I've
that would
seen
be,
it, but not on every other, not like on one branch. I've seen it, not on like 10 of them.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
yeah. I never hardly see that, but if you
You
had
do.
a plant that you consistently knew did that, that would be
That'd be pretty
a
cool.
genetic. That would be a genetic that
Yeah.
structurally and yield wise.
Right? Like, look at that. That's fucking dope as fuck. Dude, I used to read about these. So I'd run lice. I just flip the plant on and leave the plant, cut it back, and just leave it in the bed.
Right.
pull the tarps over, Let her run 24/7. Yeah, and this one I used to have, what was it? Okay. 8, 150, 150 times 5. Yeah, I think I had 8 150 LEDs hanging in here. In this one. It was just over 1,000 watts. I can't remember. I think it's 7, maybe 7 of them. Can't do math right now. Well, this is that bog.
Was that to supplement a light in the veg, or was that to supplement flowering?
Both.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the falls, it'd be raining for weeks straight, you know. It's nice to give them a little something there at the end to finish. I always, you know, and it just kind of helps to dry it out and everything else, you know, like I ran HPS just for the heat at times, you know. But that you could have like 2 of those in here, where I could have like 8 LEDs. Yeah, bogs, gushers, and bogs sour strawberry. This plant, freaking, if I can find the scar, like I have all these things sitting around in half gals, right? And I had a male here and I was going to replace it, and I grabbed the plant and it has a gaping hole in the stalk with ants crawling in and out of it. It's just barely a little dent right now, but that was split wide open, dude, right? And so like the whole top quit growing for a second, and all these lowers like made themselves into freaking branches. I stuck it in the fucking bed. It sealed right up, didn't skip a fucking beat, and turned out to be a nice little bush. I was like, dude, what the fuck are ants going in and out of this plant for? Like, I'm still kind of baffled. Like, what any suggestions on what the hell went on there?
No, I've had it before though.
Like, what could make a gaping wound like that? Like, and I think I just watched some shit from Zenthal on freaking termites, right? So I'm like, you know, thinking it's termites. Then I was like, oh no, I don't think ants and termites freaking mingle. I don't think they get down like that.
Well, but the resilience for the plant to be able to like heal itself up and just keep moving, that's fucking killer.
Yeah, it is. And look at it, made, like I said, it filled out the bottom half of it, made it a nice little bush.
And then the ants just gave up.
Buddy, honestly, just, you know, like got so much shit going on, I just kind of forgot about it, you know, or not, didn't think about it. Like the plant looked healthy, looked fine, but it freaking had a wide open freaking gaping hole in its stalk, and ants going out. Like I said, the top kind of shut off for a little bit, and all those bottom branches like started growing. But yeah, it's crazy what this plant can do.
Yeah.
Dude, I think this is my favorite of the new crosses I'm running out here. It's that Mendo P by Forbidden Fruit. CSI's work. Ranch put that bog sour onto the gushers. I don't think he released it though.
Wait, what did you say? One more time?
This was Gushers.
Okay, Gushers on
By Sour Strawberry from Adam at the ranch, but he didn't release it. I don't believe. And this is CSI's Mendo P hit with the Forbidden Fruit Pound. And it just reeks of freaking, it's almost fruit punchy too. Or else that freaking, that bloom plant freaking is still stuck in my nostrils. Or I can cleanse my palate with some headband and root beer funk. just a little kite string. Yeah, I had all kinds of shit growing in here. I've been doing a lot of carrots and stuff lately, and then I just chop them and leave them and let them rot. I in my head, I think it like helps with aeration and diacoms. You saw that. So a big thing here in the cold weather states is keeping those roots warm. So I always freaking, I guess I could tell you about my beds if you guys want to.
Yeah, let's hear about it.
So, well, you can see the post. So I went for, so it's a Hugo bed, I'd call it, because it's not a mound, because I wanted all the headspace I could get. You know, I'm in a greenhouse. So I dug down 3.5 feet by 4 feet. And so I've been on this property for a minute, right? So I like know how old the trees are that I've chopped down or I've blown down or whatever. So I thought I'd be really, so I'd be smart and like layer different grades of rot. And all it did was just prolong the freaking nitrogen suck from having like a pretty fresh tree to a 7-year-old like sawdust in your hand tree. And I put the live stuff on the bottom. So yeah, it took a minute, dude. I had to supplement some N for a minute. So that's what's going on here. And then slowly I'm building up the mound, as you can see, from all the composting and top dressing and mulch layers, leaf layers. I try to like forest floor it, you know. But then I always come through and I throw like a 3-inch freaking 4 or 5 inch after bed down layer of straw just for insulation on the roots. Even though I'm not going to be out here that long from the looks of it, but it's just habits, you know. I filled this greenhouse here one time with Neville's haze. Yeah. I thought I could pull it off. I did ish. The shit was freaking out every freaking corner of the freaking greenhouse. Eventually after like the third snowfall, the plastic started caving in, and I went home for Thanksgiving, and it snowed. No, after Thanksgiving, that was when the first one hit. Anyways, I came back down and like half of the freaking greenhouse, all the plastic was off, and there was just freaking arms laying everywhere throughout here, frozen to the ground. half of it was clean though, you know, like, yeah, it was pretty fucking funny. So I honestly, like, most of it went to hash. You know, it didn't, and it made some damn good hash. It just didn't have any numbers, right? But it was the only time I've ever had somebody, like multiple people, be like, "Yo, I don't want that anymore. Like, don't give me that." It made my entire household assholes. Like, what? Yep. Made my entire household assholes. We all hate each other. The haze brought out the hate in them, I guess. But yeah, other people are just, it was too speedy for him and shit, right? But yeah, there's this one particular like family like that was like, "Yo, we don't want this around."
Amazing for everybody.
Neville's will do that to you.
Yeah.
I got some old pictures too on the phone. Just try to get them. Yeah, it's pretty funny, dude. I mean, literally like army crawling through this thing. The water and shit. Here's a little haze from Jimmy Toucan's Blackbird. It's Neville's hit with the honey badger. He calls it Tommy Badger. Yeah, Tommy Badger. Kiddie pool. It was root bound in a half gal, so I freaking gave it a little layer between it and the sun when it was sitting out in the bushes. It didn't like the heat. Morgana.
There she is.
Kind of cool. She's like giving us the finger. It's a nice little plant. I like it. This is shit, I can't remember. Anyway, it's a cereal milk cross. I can't remember what it is, what it's called, and what the other parent is. Slushies, maybe? Is that it? Yeah, this is from Raw too. I think it's Zushies or something like that. Onto I think this is Kosher Kush by Cherry West. It smells like it anyway. That cherry. Woo. The bombs. Peanut Butter Breath by Cheese. Secret Cheese. It's another. I'm a freebie freak, dude. I like that.
So,
because a lot of people
so
think like freebies
what
are shit.
I was going to ask you, what is your selection? Like, how do you end up with these selections?
Exactly. That's what my question was coming to. Same shit.
Just curious. Like you said just now, freebie freak. So a lot of this is you
Yeah.
just acquire a lot of stuff, you plant it all, and this is
Right.
what you got going.
If any of my patients like a certain cultivar, like you'll be able to see here. Okay, so I've got I've got gas and chem. You know, I've got OG chem. So that's Mr. Tree's cowboy caviar. Dude, so this is what I'm gonna do. You know how you get like you have like some of those days where you don't have much going on, you know, it's like midsummer and you're just kind of on cruise control. I was gonna go a multi-decker with this. You can see I started tying it down and stuff. This was after that Fumidor autoflower thing. I was like, oh, I can train plants to do whatever the fuck I want. So I was gonna make 2 layers of the plant. You know, have like an upper layer and a lower layer and have the middle open. But yeah, that motivation lasted one day. This is a tree though. So this is this is fucking, what is it? Dog Walker by SFV.
That's good.
And wait, you have one of those. So you
So
plant one seed of it,
or that's okay. So all these people that in my little market, it's all about being exclusive and being the only one with it. So
yeah, that's a healthy market. That's the way it should be.
So this isn't gonna be a pack. This is gonna be like a that one might actually. Anyway, they're all gonna. It's just okay. What am I trying to say? Weird. I don't talk about
you
this
have
shit.
customers that appreciate having a bunch of varieties.
Yeah. And there'll be enough of these to at least make a pack. You know what I mean? If the plant won't make one itself, there's 3 of them out here. And I like I said, I like to try to keep them like under 6 feet, about a ½ pound. So if I put 3 plants out and I only get like 6 ounces, then I'm still good to go, you know?
Yeah, no, it's a good and variety.
And so some people want some gas. You know, I don't get much gas, but you still have a couple gas heads, and I'm a gas head. And GMO just fucking gets me high as fuck. This is Mr. Toad's, but government cheese. And then there's a bunch of runs.
I like the perspective of somebody else, you, and then you gather seeds from like some sources I recognize, some I don't, but like you have like a whole other palette of strains that you've acquired and are running.
Yep. Yeah. Dude, I've freaking pimped out freaking Gorilla Glue, Blue Dream, Green Crack for years, dude. I would just fill these things with, you know, with Gorilla Glue and Green Crack. And then I moved out west, and I always had, dude, I had a East Coast Sour Diesel as it was given to me, which it wasn't. It was Chem 91. But, you know, in the early 2000s, a lot of people are passing off that the 91 as sour because everybody wanted sour. I wasn't mad at it. I loved that plant. Anyway, long story short.
Yeah, that's a killer plant.
Yeah. So I gave away, I just killed off all my shit when I moved out west. I'm like, dude, I'm going out west. Fuck. This shit's, I'm not going to have any problems, especially with the people I was like working for and shit to get all this shit back. I ain't never seen the Blue Dream I had again. I ain't never seen that 91 that I had again. You know, I got out there and
that's how it goes.
You know what I mean? It's like, fuck.
the name survives the actual real deal cuts. It seems what happens. Or the real deal's still out there, but you have to weed through like dozen things that, not that the person that is carrying it or whatever even knows that it's not it. They were told what they were told, so that's, you know, and some of these things are good, but they're not it. Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if we ever better rein all that in, as far as like having a market where everything is like exactly what it's supposed to be.
I almost don't want it to be, dude, because you know what that means? That they're doing it in a lab somewhere.
Yeah, and I think even what progresses all these new and different flavors and weeds we've come up with in the last 10 years is all this crazy diversity and mix match and everything. Because
my phone's gonna die.
Yeah. Back when you were growing some of those other strains, that was what like everyone was growing at those years. Like that was the hot cut. That was the one that performed, because like that was, now most everything performs. Back so many years ago, not everything performed good.
Well,
and people held things, you know what I mean? Like, people didn't always, like, today people don't really hold things like they
you want to
used
be the only person in town that was growing it.
Yeah.
I grew up in I grew up in Wisconsin, so I was doing all this shit in Wisconsin too. So it wasn't like I had shit readily available to me, you know, in the mid and whatever 2000s. It was like you took what you could get.
And as long as it's good and well grown, consumers, they some become like a customer of like OG or gas or one thing, but most of them, they just, as long as it's good, they want as much different kinds, the next kind, the next kind, you know. I'm that way, like whatever. I'm never bored with all these new kinds. Some of them don't live up to their fucking hype, but okay, that's to be expected. But some of them do. And even the ones that aren't so good, well, they're good in their way.
Right.
Because, I've produced, we've produced a bunch of this stuff from, wait, what's the breeder's name? But Banana Daddy and White Wedding, and man, they grow really good and yield really good and have like, but
He
yeah,
bred for
I don't
commercial.
like the stoniness is only like, it's not all there as far as
No.
like me. Like my other partner, he thinks it's fucking great, but he's a numbers guy, so that's why he thinks it's great. I'm like, it's not really. Now we're gonna finish running it out or see what happens with it, but I didn't think it was all that. It's not that stony. Like
None of his stuff
like,
is.
oh, the one it has like a pineapple. It has all the things, yeah, but it's not that stony. And yeah,
I'm not a fan of ethos, honestly. That's the one plant, honestly, the one plant.
oh yeah,
turned-
that's the guy.
I'm not just
Ethos.
saying that because I don't like the whatever. I just think he's kind of a creepy dude. But
Yes, I don't know any of that. I just know that my nephew runs a huge nursery, and they had like a couple hundred teens, and they were both ethos strains that they needed someone to take off their hands. So I grew them. They were all right.
yeah, it was the same thing.
Now, like
Everything
a
that I've
plant
grown,
that doesn't trim and look so great in the bag, but it's like so stony, is that Don Mega from Soulfire. And then even that Hood Candies, I think has a quarter of its lineage is Don Mega. I think. Like,
Don Mega's in that purple marmalade I showed earlier too. I forgot that.
Yeah, that's like that one is
GMO
stony,
type.
like it's stony, like super stony weed, and not the prettiest of all weeds, but it's stonier than some of the pretty ones. I'll tell you that. But I've noticed the market isn't like, even people that go in to buy, off the THC levels, they want the highest THC level. I don't even think those people are like stony customers. Like the market's more about flavor, names, hype names, flavor, look, I guess. Like effect and stoniness, that's like the least of, even when they make up these descriptions, that's like not even something they usually bring up. Like it's high, it's stoniness. It's more about its flavor, it's this, that, and the other,
True.
And even in the market, people that smoke weed, yeah, it seems like at the moment the market doesn't care about like what's the stoniest weed. Because truthfully, I don't think the highest THC is the stoniest weed.
I think the highest THC thing is more of an LP. I think they're the ones that are all hung up on this high THC shit. I don't think half the customers are.
Well, but that's fueled. I mean, mainly in California, we have a thing where, yeah, everything's sealed. So there's the only thing you can judge your purchase on is a brand that you're familiar with or some branding, or the numbers. And the number that seems to matter the most is just the high THC, which is from everything that comes out and everything.
I think that matters to the LP, the people that are growing it, and the dispensary that's buying it. I don't think the customers fucking know what. I don't think half of them know what the fuck they're buying.
Well, that's the truth, but supposedly from bud tender data, they say that one of the questions most asked is like, what's the high, like which one has higher THC? Oh, I'll pick that one. It's part of it's what consumers use as a.
I guess I don't frequent this.
But then like it seems like that side of the market has lower numbers, like it's not growing, because other sectors of the market, pre-rolls, edibles, like, yeah, less people buy flour and more people buy better things. As far as like retail customers that go into retail establishments. And that tells you that however they're being presented the flour thing, they're not into it. The pricing, the whole pre-sealed, you know. That's where some of the brands matter. Because like, oh, if you get a brand that you're happy with, well, then you might have a customer for life, right? That's what branding depends on.
I think you can still sniff jars in Michigan. I haven't been in the dispensary in a while. I used to go and get concentrates every once in a while, but I just don't even fuck with that anymore either.
Yeah. Well,
it is kind of cool, but I'm
yeah,
just
no.
kind of.
I mean, I
I've
even
been raised
from a
against it.
dispensary perspective, it's probably best that they don't have to deal with that and have it's easier for them. Everything's sealed. Inventory, everything's easier to deal with. So they're not that motivated to try to, but to a customer spending premium prices, like even if you went to a butcher, yeah, the guy grabs the meat, shows it to you, does whatever he does to, you know what I mean? There's an experience there, right? Now, hey, if you're only buying whatever cheaper stuff, then you don't get the experience. But the way the laws are written, you can't even develop the experience, right? Like people that buy high-end cigars, they well, maybe they're sealed, but they get to look at them at least.
The nose,
no, most of that's done on. I mean, I always wonder. I don't drink wine, but I know my wife used to, and when we went to nicer restaurants, mainly, they would open a bottle of wine and pour like this little bit, and let her taste it, and then act like if she wanted it or not. Which I never saw anybody go, no, I don't want it. Let me get another
Spit it out.
right? It's just like I mean, I guess somebody might do that. I guess. But then what happens? Oh, that was, we opened a bottle of wine that you didn't even buy, or so like most likely like 99% of that whole thing, the customer goes, yeah, sure, good, we're good. It's just like a whatever, an experience, but it doesn't really have, I don't know, I guess some people turn and say, oh, I don't want that bottle. I've never seen that. But I've seen them do that little song and dance as part of like the wine experience.
That's awesome. Excuse me. That was crazy. Where that came from.
Talk about some twisted leaf, huh?
Some cool stuff.
What
Bird
plant
shit.
is that?
Bird shit.
Birds.
Because with
little-
this much variety, there has to be a few that just don't do it, right?
Yeah, which ones aren't the winners? Let's hear it.
I haven't really got around to like sniffing testing yet.
Okay.
I can tell you which ones are fucking loud. These are okay. A bunch of these are mysteries. Actually, these are some James Loud right here, dude. I had a few of these. What were they? Sour apple by 41.
Okay, I grew those.
Yeah.
3 years ago.
I got to get that pack back. I gave it to my brother. Damn it. Now I'm going to get it. He hasn't run him yet, so I'm going to get him back and run him.
And then there's this pheno. So he was, dude, I haven't seen any that, like, this kind of looks like it could lean towards that sour apple, which I haven't seen anything out of those 41s go any which way but 41.
Really? Same with the juice.
Like this is 41 all day.
41. It's all 41 in there. I was like, damn, this just smells like 41 I'm sniffing in the jar.
That's the same shit, right? But this one almost has a little apple or something different to it, a little sour to it.
Yeah, I grew like I don't know how many different kinds. They were gelato 41 crosses and all kinds of things from James. Like he gave those to me at least 3 years ago. And yeah, they were all, you're right, they were all really gelato leaning, but no, each of them had little hints. They were all slightly different with what they were bred into. The sour apple, I remember that one. That was one of the better ones of the, and then there was one, because when he gave it to me, some of these weren't named, which then a couple of them became like
Italian apple.
Became I forget the names, but
One was
got
juice
actual
box.
names
Yeah.
and are still
You
like,
gave me the juice box and this one that I don't know the name for the second
yeah,
one, but this other
like
one.
when I first grew Juice Box, it was just the lineage. It wasn't
Juice
called
Box
Juice
was good. Juice Box was probably my favorite out of the ones he released. Juice Box was nice.
Actually, and I still have a couple of the seeds. He gave me these seeds that he like made in his backyard that was called Mystery something crossed into something. And I grew
have
like
those,
3 of
buddy.
them, and I found one of them that it didn't, when you cured it, that smell kind of drifted off. But like when it grew and when you harvested it smelled like juicy fruit gum, not bubble gum, not all these other gums. Very distinctively that juicy fruit gum, right? But then when you harvested and cured it, it had hints of that, but that terp like dried off or whatever. Like, but when you cut it down, it smelled like fucking juicy fruit. Only one of the plants. I kept clones of it for a while, and I decided, because it didn't cure up like juicy fruit, but it grew like it. You know what I'm saying?
That was the mystery machine, buddy.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Oh, the mystery machine. It was juicy fruit hit by a volunteer. I grew out a couple of those. I didn't get juicy fruit. I got freaking one of the most foulest, undescribable smells I've ever smelled. Actually, Dave's not here. I sent something. We sampled it. Like I was asking people to try it and try to tell me what the hell it was. It was like, it was foul. I'll just put it like that. Like it smelled like it was gonna, like something you didn't want to put in your mouth. You know what I mean?
That's
but it didn't smoke like that. And yeah, it was wild. I blasted it. That was a long time ago. That was like, some live resin. Actually, I pressed it too. It was just foul, dude. Foul. Mystery machine. Yeah. Dude, my favorite of those 41s was the Chem Sis, and I don't even think he released it. Did you ever see that one, buddy?
I don't think so. Maybe. Well, no, doesn't ring a bell.
And it was the only one that grew green, and it had some chem to it. I was like, dude, this is the best one. But I haven't talked to anybody else that's growing it.
Huh.
It was like one of those things where I bought his parents' lotion or something like that. You know what I mean? Where he had one of those deals, trying to plug
I'm friends with James. Like,
yeah. So his parents had that hemp lotions and stuff. I think I got that chem pack as like an unreleased thing for buying some lotions.
On my table here, I have like packs he gave me in July when we went to the Dead shows, but I haven't cracked them. One's called, Havana Banana. So it's GMO Banana Z. And then
I wish I could see you guys.
The other one is called
Yeah, how do you
Zowers.
change the camera over to?
Dude, my
Oh,
phone's
I
about
can
it's
do
gonna
that.
die. It's gonna die, so it's no
Wait, I
sense in it
figured
now.
it out.
I was like, I
I
want to.
can wait. I can figure it out. Wait, remove spotlight.
Oh shit! SCS.
The other one is Zauer Diesel. So it's Weasels Diesel and ZB backcross. So I guess ZB, I don't know, Skittle something, maybe. ZB. I'll get to him.
I won a pack on his podcast of his femmes. He hit that Blue Power from Sin City with lemon cherry. It's like a lemon cherry gelato or something. Or no, double lemon cherry. That's what it is. Double lemon cherry.
Wow.
That
He
Blue
gave me a
Power plant.
tour
I've
of
heard good things
his
about that.
place. Like this was in December of last year, and it was just coming on. Like they were just getting like everything squared away. But like as far as tissue culture and lab work, oh, this facility was like top of the line. Everything like robotic, fucking sterile environments and all that shit. I was like, holy shit, you ain't messing around. It's a killer facility. He's playing like the long game. Like, yeah, like even when he explained some of the business model of what it's going to take to have like even state to state seed sale or clone sale or tissue culture sale or even international. Yeah, you have to have COAs and all this documentation of the health of the plant and the no pest, bugs, pathogens, all that shit. And that takes like a certain level of operation. But yeah, if you think you're gonna like ship genetics internationally, that's the kind of standards that they have on all kinds of agriculture already. If they let cannabis slide into the open market, it's still going to have that regulation of basically pathogens and bugs is like a huge concern for any international or even state to state transaction.
Cheers, everybody. Cheers. Smoke like another bowl of hash.
What do you got going on this weekend? Anyone have it tomorrow? Tomorrow is it's 44 years. I've never gone to it, but it's called the Adams Street Fair. It's a historic thing in San Diego. Like they say 80,000 people per day. That's a decent amount. This year they have a thing called Cannabis Row, where this theater in this one area looks like about, I don't know, a lot of sponsors and vendors and whatever. It's tomorrow, well, it's today and Sunday. And there's music in the whole other street fair. It's not just the cannabis thing, but I was thinking I've been thinking about going there. It's one of those things where I already know I'm not going today. Like I won't feel like that means I need to get up 9 or 10, like want to go. No, drive 45 minutes downtown and be with a bunch of people walking around. No, not to maybe. So there's a chance I might have been in that mood, but nah, too lazy. Or just too antisocial.
I do better with plants than people.
I do great with people. I just don't I pretend I don't. Like,
I used to
Well,
be social and fun.
even
Yeah.
how I know about it or even think of going is in the last few years, and a lot of it is
10%.
San Diego, even though we voted and all these cities had positive votes, we're like years behind LA, Orange County, Riverside, as far as establishing cannabis legal market, events, everything that goes along with it. But no, we're catching up. And actually, this is a sign of it. There's these other events. And even when you look at these 80 sponsors, oh, they're the brands of San Diego. They're not the brands of LA that branch it down here. It's like like what I'm trying to say is, oh, like even over the last few years, because there wasn't anything like that going on in San Diego, I used to drive up to LA and like participate in the shit up there because there wasn't one here. And I used to bitch to myself, like, yeah, what the fuck's wrong with San Diego? Why don't we have like our own shit going on in our city? Oh, it's going on. And then as I got hip to that, I was like, well, if I feel like it's like the only way things like that grow and succeed is if people support it. So I was like, oh, I should go and support it just by going there. That's why I went to this other, they have these cups, San Diego Farmers Cups. It's this whole thing. People win and judge it and all this stuff. And they have a lot of booths. It's growing. And like, yeah, that's why I thought, oh, I should go down and check it out. But then I'm like, yeah, fuck that. First off, I'm not in the legal market. So like there's no reason for me to go check out all these booths of what people in the legal market are up to. That's like a boring day to me. I'm not buying anything from them, so I don't even want to waste their time. You know what I mean? Booths.
This is my circle of maples. This is where I catch shade in the summertime.
nice.
Well, it seems like a fucking nice property, wherever it is. I'm not sure where you are, but it
You want to know
seems
where
to have.
you want to know where you get the best IMO from?
Under those kind of trees. So when you started explaining a little bit, do you use like IMO and KNF, or are you on like a?
I'm in between styles currently.
But you live in a place where it looks like you could pull all that stuff from there.
Oh yeah. But there's too many diseases in plants, and you make them into ferments, and it doesn't kill it.
Right.
And it got me freaked out now. I don't do seed sprout teas. I'm pretty much going back animal-based fucking dry amendments. This year, give them a little something in bloom, you know, be it a ferment, tea, you know, a nutrient tea, something like that. Well, I didn't want to do the ferments, and I just didn't want to make fucking teas. So I grabbed 4 quarts of, what is it? Shit. Is it rooted something or egg root or root egg or that shit that Lobster's doing that thing with that dude Nick. Rooted leaf or rooted egg.
Leaf. Yeah, rooted leaf.
Okay. So I grabbed a quart of their A, a quart of their B, their bloom and like a resin or something like that, but they're all like they're plant-based too. And here I just said I was getting away from ferments, and those are basically ferments. I just was kind of lazy, but that's the way the direction my brain's going. I might just go back to freaking plant or to animal-based freaking dry amendments. Give me those guanos back. Maybe I'll get COVID, but I'm not gonna freaking get no freaking plant AIDS.
Yeah, I'm not big guano. I still use it.
I do too. I think it brings out the funk and that
Yeah,
sweetness. There's something about it.
Yeah, no, I agree 1000%. It brings out the funk. Yeah.
Yeah, that gelato 41 was super funky when I hit it with the. It was super after. I was like, damn, that was the trick.
Well, it seems like almost everything you could think of, there's people that are against the use of peat. There's people that say, well, there's too much shipping in cocoa. There's people that say guano's unethically without it's this and it disturbs and people say this is bad. There's nothing. Seems like whichever path you use, there's some detractor. That's just,
Right.
There's always people that find the nitty gritty in it. The Rockwell mines are bad or gonna deplete, but
Welcome to the Love Shack, where babies come to be made and males go to die.
I remember there was people that said that because for the longest time when I was really pumping out Rockwell, we would just bag it up and put it in the dumpsters and off to the dump it went. No, that was bad. But like I could see if I was putting plastics in the dump or shit. Ultimately that Rockwell cube, it might not just break down real quick but give it a couple years and it'll be dust. And actually organic dust that would be better in a landfill than all this other bullshit. So I never felt bad about that. I was like, yeah, Rockwell's not bad. Like I remember people tried to make it like it's like plastic. It never degrades. No, it fucking degrades. Takes a while though.
You see all these ferns, right?
What
You
that
see
is?
they're brown?
Dirty fern.
Because they're dying, right? They're dead. Well, I thought it'd be really cute when I first got here. I'm like, dude, I'm just gonna freaking top the shit out of fucking plants and just throw 100 out in those ferns. Well, the ferns turn brown and the plants turn green or stay green. So when it really mattered, and I've got a med grow and everything else, and it's still kind of sketchy in Michigan back then. They just stuck out like sore thumbs all over these freaking dead brown ferns.
Bright green and then
bright green plants and
basically because you like added you did something right. If you just let nature be, it wouldn't happen.
Those ones, well, we'll say I have done, just the tried to dry grow them and shit, but the fucking gopher, dude, I don't even know if it's for some reason I didn't know Michigan had every single kind of ground dwelling animal known to man. I've got like gophers and moles and fucking prairie dogs and everything else. So they basically get every single one of my freaking dry farms. I used to do it along the freaking where is that? I'm almost getting twisted out here now. So anyway, those first couple of years I was here, I was still salting, dude. Like, what year was that? Okay, so I'm thinking like I'm thinking that GH was bought by Scott. It must have been like 2000 or 2012.
Yeah,
somewhere in there.
Maybe a little after that.
Somewhere around there. There was this hippie fucking homie that ran a hydro shop who was like all about like that life, right? and he didn't want that shit in the store anymore. So he gave me like 32-gallon drums of the shit, like dirt cheap. He's like, well, they're bought, you know, they're related, they're connected to Monsanto, and I'm like, I don't know who Mons is, and Santo ain't never done nothing to me, so I'll take them, dude. But this is 2012. I didn't know what a fucking evil fucking. Yeah. Anyhow,
Well, I
so I
still
sold it
use
out here for a
GH
while.
to this day.
So I would dump
Like,
my soil, dude. I
that's
would
my
mix up-
main, my favorite is food there is. And my whole, I have all kinds of shit. Right now, I'm not actually using them, but they're like my baseline to like, oh no, we fully use it at our other bigger place, the 3-part. Like, yeah.
as long as you're
but-
adding or using the full line, it doesn't all taste like the same. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know at the time because it's just something I always did. I was a 4-H kid, right? So I like grew up mixing 33 and a third. You know what I mean? Like compost, peat, and aeration. Like that. That's what I knew it. You know. So I would mix that up out here every year, hit it with GH, but I would do like the full line, and I would do nutrient teas, which I use compost, so they were compost teas. Whatever, you get it. So as long as you add some microbiology, the shit turns out fine.
Yeah.
You just can't just run with those 3 bottles. You know what I mean? And expect it to be fire.
No,
You gotta have a little something else.
Over there, we use, and it's expensive, and the price of weed is low, but we still use Budswell guano, 5-gallon jugs
There
of
you
it.
go.
We use it at the like week 5, 6, maybe toward the end, and
It makes a difference.
We get results off that fucking guano.
Oh, yeah.
Now, there's cheaper ways we could brew our own, but that shit's formulated and has worked forever, and but it's expensive. Like for what it is, it's just shit water. Like, holy shit.
Pretty much.
Like, that company's making profits off whatever the fuck they got in that bottle. But whatever, they've been around a long time, and the shit works.
So I used to dump my soil every year and start over. 65-gallon pot, 72 of them. So I've got like good soil.
Over the last years, there were times when we cut that out. And the bud still grew, and there was fucking yield, and we noticed like there was some funk or something, like in maybe 2-3 years we went back to it because we cut it out for a year or so, and it was like noticeably we missed it. And we use microbes in veg in Rockwell, like Hugo.
Yeah, I've heard you talk about that before.
So like, we don't bother putting them anymore in the flour because they're established in the rock wall, then they established, like, I mean, it probably wouldn't hurt to keep giving it, but no, we just give it to it in the veg. And then GH, and we play with that recipe, and there's some other additives, but it works.
So,
it's like consistent and works and keeps the reservoirs clean and the water's clean. And the one thing with it, when we fucked with other foods and sample, they're not as stable as far as like keeping the same pH for 5, 6, 7 days. Where on the GH recipe, you set the fucking pH at day 1, it holds.
Oh, I know. I used it for over a decade.
Like even some other foods that are dandy foods, and maybe would be better in a drain to waste situation, but when you hold them in a reservoir for a week, then like Botanicare, fuck, that shit goes up. You have to adjust the pH every day. And that's some of the, like, over the years of trying things and always going back to GH, that was always one of the main reasons. Because we use like reservoirs that are, I say 3 to 5 days, but at different stages of growth, up to 7 days. Yeah, to have water running, circulating there, whatever, and day after day. Yeah, it being stable starts to matter, and no sediment. Like,
Oh,
other foods. Next thing you know, you'd have to pull out all the reservoirs and clean the fucking salts and bullshit at the bottom, sediment, where no GH product ever has any sediment. In my simple understanding of that, hey, why they charge what they charge and stuff, it gets into the mill rate of the salts. Like, oh, they're milled to water soluble, or maybe even beyond that, right? They mill to like a really high small standard, high standard. Where other companies that want to come in maybe a little cheaper or safe, that's the mill rate or the mill. It gets really expensive the smaller you get, right? So save
micron
money.
size.
You can the micron size. You can get away with a little less.
Oh, we're
right?
talking liquid though.
Yeah, but
I guess I don't know about the mill rate.
Yeah,
that's
that
like the
becomes
micron for liquid or something.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
the viscosity or whatever.
yeah,
Like,
that's like I just maybe came to this conclusion my own self, but over the years, a lot of years, using different bottle shit, some stuff that seemed like it would be fine. Oh no, there'd be sediment, like salts at the bottom that you had to like clean out. Where GH, no, we can go a whole cycle. And then we clean the reservoir and scrub the bottom, all that. But there's never any sediment. There's none of that. And same with that guano product, no sediment. Like, you start using some other products. Oh, we use Floralicious and shit. No sediment. You get in other products. Next thing you know, there's sediment. And yeah, when you got whatever the way we do it, fuck sediment. That's just more work.
come here, Stella. Come here. Get over here. Get over here.
But I remember that what you said, when Scott's bought GH, that was like I used GH since like 89 when it was just A, B, and C before they had the Flora line. It was like all that the store in Burbank had. I was like a loyalist to the company. I knew who owned them. Those guys were cool. They were in Santa Rosa. They're
old deadheads, weren't they?
Yeah, they were solid. But like they were also like, I don't remember the age, but they were old, the ownership. Hey, why wouldn't you take this gigantic amount of money? Even the financial reporters reported that they paid astronomically more than what this thing was valued at, right? Like they bought the brand basically because they were just a small little operation in Santa Rosa. They weren't some like major thing, right? But they paid billions or whatever. It was a lot of years ago, so the numbers were a little different, but a huge amount. But okay, that was like the first sign of what was going to happen, because that was one of the first bigger buyouts like that. Since then, everything's been bought out. Like, and Monsanto doesn't even exist technically. It's Bayer or whatever they've done, even a bigger conglomerate. But
different name, same evil.
Well, like ultimately, those are some of those brands are the bigger market share of what's sold, right? And ultimately, the picks and the shovels is like, as the whole cannabis scene has collapsed, you don't hear too much complaint from the picks and the shovel guys. They're making money hand over fist still. because just like in the gold rush, that's who made all the money, not all the people chasing the gold. And like as growers and shit, we're the guys chasing the gold. I remember, like, I had opportunities. I knew friends that, and some of them fucking have gone on to sell their store to Grow Generation. Back when they opened up a hydro store, that meant you couldn't even have your own home grow or anything. You were like a under investigation just because you owned a fucking hydro store, right? So I remember thinking, oh yeah, I wouldn't want to own one of those because like then you'd be like couldn't even grow or do anything because now it's changed quite a bit. Like that, I wouldn't worry about it now, but not that many years ago, owning a hydro store was like, yeah, you put yourself in the crosshairs.
Brew and Grow was the only one within like 200-mile radius of where I grew up, and was up in the cities in Minneapolis. Is Ryan still in here? I can't see you guys.
Ryan is in here, but he's muted and no screen.
Have you ever been to Brew and Grow, Ryan? Do you remember Brew and Grow from back in the day? I bought my first 400 watt there in like 1999, I think it was. But yeah, you had to talk about tomatoes and all that crap. You couldn't say.
Yeah.
And
There was
like
this guy in Burbank called Molson. It was called Molson Hydro. It was right there in the corner by the studios and all that. And he was like already older then. And you had to talk tomatoes and all that. But no, he was hip once you got to know him. Right. He'd even give credit to certain people. Even back then, how he like we were just buying the GH products and stuff, but he had his own line of like similar jars with powdered salts in it, Molson line that he sold for whatever. And he sampled us that. We started using it. And then like that's when I knew this dude was really cool. And we weren't that big of a customer, but we were just a customer. He hipped us that, hey, you know, all this stuff is in mine is this company called Grow More. And you can buy their bags for like 20 bucks, or maybe it was maybe a little more for 25-pound bags of whatever salts. He gave us this pamphlet that had like every Grow More recipe and all the different reasons you would use those recipes. This is way back in like 91, 90. And like at that point, even learning information about like what MPK and different recipes, like, and back then, and that was what he sold the most of, was this, as far as veg, was a 1444, right? That was lime greenish color. Part of Growmore was they're responsible for coding the colors to the different NPKs, like the green, light greens are veg, and blue and different colors of flower. But we were using that stuff in like 1444. If you want your plant to stretch beyond like Jack the Beanstalk, feed it a 1444 salt recipe. But that in the early 90s, that was what was there. And I remember looking and reading every fucking description of every NPK they sold. And they sold this one called, what is it called? Wait. 10, 7, 16. I think it's 10, or no. Fuck. They still produce it by the pallet, but they no longer have it available by the bag. It's called 10, 7, 18, I think, or 16. 10, 7, 16. And this was like in the early 90s. Like what it said, like it was for other agriculture. Like its purpose was short internodals, whatever, all this. And we started ordering that. And I used that for like 20 years as my veg food when I used grow more salts. And I don't know how I started. I still don't use GH in veg. I never liked their veg, but I used it in flowering. Yeah, I used the 10-7-16. Yeah, that was what it was 10-7-16. Yeah, from Growmore, which I even today, I mean, they're just basic salts. If you looked at it, you like, oh, but like Athena's salts are no different than those salts. They're salts, right? Growmore was based in Torrance, which we lived at the time in the west side of LA. And yeah, you could just go over to their place where they were selling pallets of shit, but you can buy a bag. And we used to buy that shit for like, there was a time when we had 5-gallon buckets with like a dozen different formulas, mostly flour formulas that they produced. And we tried them all for years, like all the 90s. We were just experimenting because back then, like we grew, just look at High Times at the cup winners at the time. They were like fucking, like if you look at the weed from then, indoor, like the first few years of indoor, outdoor weed was still way better. Like indoor weed was like settling for fucking indoor weeds, like the first few years. But then we finally, some of that was by learning, changing around the NPKs and different techniques, air and temperature, and but yeah, if you go back to like the first years of indoor weed compared to now, holy shit, we came a long way. Even though that shit was still bomb, like we had good genetics. I think overall the genetics have gotten watered down. They've gotten tastier, but they've gotten watered down. Because like even though I was 30 years younger or whatever, nah, weed was fucking like way better. It wasn't tastier, it wasn't better looking. It was just danker.
There was a range of highs where everything's kind of, I think the high is what's been bottlenecked.
Yeah, I agree with that. But then you're like used to it. It's like
Right.
all you expect, and so
Right. And then like I remember you talking about smoking a hate or something with Trevor one time. You were like, what was he? Oh, what was he growing? What was Trevor
he
growing?
grows that Malawi. I still have a bag of it. I won't.
Yeah, didn't you get pretty
super
high
racy?
Yeah,
like so racy that it's like you feel like you drank too much coffee, or 2 espressos or whatever. And hey, he said it was going to do that, and it did it. And even I like smoked it for a few weeks afterwards. And yeah, it got me like, I don't like that. Now I know there's certain certain people that smoke weed. That's their jam. Yeah. Myself, I'm like always been like the cushy indica, OG. I guess what they call cow slop weeds.
Right.
That's what I consider good weed.
Hemp, all that. That's kind of what I came up on. That was good. That was good weed to me. That's what got me high anyway, you know.
And even something with like my Turp, stop. All my long-term customers, they always ask me, like, it's one of the common things. Is it indica? Is it sativa? Do you have any sativas? Do you have any indicas? Where I don't know at what year it got down to like most everything I have is hybrid. And like even to say it leans one way or another is hard to even say. But
Yeah.
like, just to make a deal, I'll be like, yeah, I always have whatever they're asking for. But like, to say that something's more sativa, no, they're all high. Like everything's a hybrid at this point. Where so many years ago, oh, there was definitely less hybrids and more sativas or indicas or whatever now was fat leaf or thin leaf, whatever you want to say. That's what I think it, and I guess you can search those out, but for the most part, the hybrids are like, oh, if you want to have good yield, good smell, good taste, hype name, things you need to be in the marketplace. Yeah, hybrids that's it. That's where we are.
But you hear those stories about the, you know, I don't know.
And
About narrow
when
leaf
I even when I grew
indicas
master
and wide
kush,
leaf
but
sativas, and
when
so I don't even know if
like the last I can remember where I could say, oh no, I had indicas. I was fucking had all these indicas. I'd grow Bubba Kush, Master Kush, Platinum Kush, those type of strains. Those were popular for a long time. And when this 215 era, when you sold those to any of those dispensaries, those got a higher price, mainly because you got a lower yield out of them than you could get with other strains that were also popular, Blue Dream, this, that, the other, because you got a bigger yield, right?
Yeah, those days
And
were.
so now, because yield is a big thing and whatever, hardly anyone grows like pure indica cushes and stuff. Like it's, even though some of those were like super dank. Oh, you can find crosses of them, and their lineage is in the hybrids of today. But yeah, like if someone had like an ounce of Bubba that was fucking Bubba, like fuck, that was the most common weed for years. Not the most common, but oh, that was pretty much the dank weed of the years. You can't even find it today. Like just plain old Bubba or plain old Master Kush. Those were fucking killer.
The last couple of years.
But I remember because that was the first time I ever sea greened or tried to do different things to get a bigger yield. I can remember the times when I looked at what I thought I was going to get from a tray or a room of Bubba, but then when it finally came down to what the total was, it was always on the low end, but oh, it was super dank, and every little cough ball was super dank. But I could never squeeze like the same numbers out of it. That's why I charged top dollar, no breaks. And oh, that shit sold like the best seller there was. And then OG came and kind of replaced it. And yeah, OG was like feast or famine. Like sometimes it would surprise you and like yield incredibly well. And other times it would be super dank, but oh, you fucking you got squeezed on the yield. It was like finicky that way, where Bubba wasn't finicky, but like Bubba faded out and OG like became, at least in SoCal, like I can remember that over half my customers, the only reason I had those customers, they were just OG customers. That was it. Don't show them anything else. It doesn't matter how good it is, what price. No, if you got OG, I'll buy. No, don't. I don't want. That was like an era where like LA was like snobs of OG snobs, and
OG or
somehow, I guess there's some gas. There's still a little bit of that around, but hardly. And those were all genetics or plants that when people talk about the old prices, that's what people truly paid for those particular products done right and perfect. I guess when there was supply and demand issues, people could sell any bullshit for any price. But on the regular market, from my memory, my experience, yeah, the things that were like 48, no break, yeah, they were perfect pounds, and they were plants that didn't yield a lot. And when I grew those same plants, yeah, they didn't yield a lot. I used to think, yeah, it's just natural selection, like the finest things. Why would you expect them to yield a lot? And even back then, when people made crosses and the breeders that were out, were trying to take something that didn't yield a lot, that was super dank, and add it to something that yielded a lot to try to get somewhere in the middle, hybrid, which I think, like,
With big
yeah, I
butt.
guess, yeah, yeah. Like that was like a weed that, fuck, a lot of that was grown, because back then there was also, the market was controlled by supply and demand. And if it was weed, there was a time of year where there was just no more weed and anything
Yeah.
sold. People still had to have weed.
Like going dry.
There were people that had bad crops. They would just put them aside to wait till the middle of summer when anything sold.
Oh, I used to do that.
Yeah.
If you
Today, like, we have like no sense of supply and demand, or the rules of economics in a supply and demand product in cannabis. Like most everything is an overproduction, is why is the price and everything so where it is? Oh, overproduction. You can look at history of all these crops and commodities that have been part of the world economy for 1,000 years. They're all supply and demand. And at some point in their history, there was like times where they had to be taught the hard way, the rules of supply and demand, right? Where cannabis seems to not even want to consider itself, like the industry, as a, hey, what's a supply and demand thing? Maybe the licensing should regulate the supply, because until you can gather that right, you're never going to have control of the price, right? That's rules, supply and demand. Corn farmers, they all follow somehow. Some of them have more regulations than others. Some of it's just a cooperative that the people doing it understand, hey, if we overproduce, we're all fucked. But like cannabis, like, yeah, it's just overproduction to the point where no end in sight, the race to the bottom. And then one day they're going to realize, oh, we have to control the production of it. And that would mean that the state wouldn't give out as much licenses so big to certain people, or something like that. I don't know if you ever better rein it in. But then again, there was other crops and citrus and so many crops that had all these problems in their history. Corn farmers, all of it. They found a place, or they, that really, they found a place where the farmer gets subsidized and loses money, and somehow the corporate entity makes all the money. That's the place they found. And cannabis will be right in that pocket soon enough, because the people that are in the business, the players, they don't care about that stuff. They just care about, in their lifetime, are they going to be the billionaire that they're trying to become? That's my take on it. Because, yeah, the first round of conglomeration is going to make a whole bunch of like super rich people, and then cannabis won't even be a product of the people anymore. It'll be like a commodity, like Budweiser and McDonald's, everything else. That's where it's headed. Now, home growers, and there'll always be, but like I don't have kids. My nephew, he runs a huge commercial grow. He's like, I guess the master grow, whatever. It's big. And he even went to college. But I wouldn't like think that if I had kids right now, and I'd be like, oh, this is a dead industry. There's no future here. Which is sad because it should be like, oh, there should be like a bright future in it for people, especially people that come out of college and have like botany degrees and shit like that. It should be a flourishing thing, where in turn they're already like squeezing on the jobs. There's less jobs and less pay in the jobs. But I'm a pessimist when it comes to all this. Maybe it's a grand new day and everything's going to work out just perfect. I would hope so. All right. I think it's time to end the show. I forgot. I didn't forget, but I'm the host.
Yeah,
Because this is the Friday night show. We'll all be here tomorrow night for D's takeover.
All right. I'm gonna lead the way. Peace out, everybody. Thanks, Jimmy, for having us. Bud, thanks for continuing. And
yeah,
Christoph.
It was one of the most excellent
Bye,
garden
Jürgen.
tours I can
Bye-bye.
recall, mainly due to so much variety that it never ended. We went like, it seems like we were in like 1,000-foot greenhouse. It just kept going with new varieties.
Oh yeah, he dropped off. I didn't even notice.
He said his
Yeah,
battery was
thanks
dying.
for jumping on. That was awesome. I fell asleep.
Well, have a good Saturday.
Peace out, guys.
Stay out of trouble. We'll all make it to another day.
Yeah.
All right. Christoph,
Bye, Bud. Bye-bye. Bud.
we'll see you. Have a good day in France.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.